Section 12 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 3, translated by Jonathan Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. The Story of Abu Hassan, or the Sleeper Awakened, Part 2. At this discourse, Abu Hassan was persuaded that he was neither asleep nor in a dream, but at the same time was not less embarrassed and confused under his uncertainty what steps to take. At last, looking earnestly at Mesrour, he said to him in a serious tone, "Whom is it you speak to, and call the commander of the faithful? I do not know you, and you must mistake me for somebody else." Any person but Mesrour would have been puzzled at these questions of Abu Hassan, but he had been so well instructed by the caliph that he played his part admirably. "My imperial lord and master," said he, "your majesty only speaks thus to try me. Is not your majesty the commander of the faithful, monarch of the world from east to west, and vicar on earth to the prophet sent of God? Mesrour, your poor slave, has not forgotten you after so many years that he has had the honour and happiness to serve and pay his respects to your majesty. He would think himself the most unhappy of men if he has incurred your displeasure, and begs of you most humbly to remove his fears, but had rather suppose that you have been disturbed by some troublesome dream." Abu Hassan burst out laughing at these words, and fell backwards upon the bolster, which pleased the caliph so much that he would have laughed as loud himself, if he had not been afraid of putting a stop too soon to the pleasant scene he had promised himself. Abu Hassan, when he had tired himself with laughing, sat up again, and speaking to a little eunuch that stood by him, black as Mesrour, said, "Hark ye, tell me who I am." "Sir," answered the little boy modestly, "your majesty is the commander of the believers, and God's vicar on earth." "You are a little liar, black face," said Abu Hassan. Then he called the lady that stood nearest to him. "Come hither, fair one," said he, holding out his hand. "Bite the end of my finger, that I may feel whether I am asleep or awake." The lady, who knew the caliph saw all that passed, was overjoyed to have an opportunity of strewing her power of diverting him, went with a grave countenance, and putting his finger between her teeth, bit it so hard that she put him to violent pain. Snatching his hand quickly back again, he said, "I find I am awake and not asleep. But by what miracle am I become caliph in a night's time? This is certainly the most strange and surprising event in the world." Then addressing himself to the same lady, he said, "I conjure you, by the protection of God, in whom you trust as well as I, not to hide the truth from me. Am I really the commander of the faithful?" "It is so true," answered the lady, "that we who are your slaves are amazed to find that you will not believe yourself to be so." "You are a deceiver," replied Abu Hassan. "I know very well who I am." As the chief of the eunuchs perceived that Abu Hassan now wished to rise, he offered him his hand, and helped him to get out of bed. No sooner were his feet set on the floor than the chamber rang with the repeated acclamations of the officers and ladies, who cried out all together, "Commander of the faithful, God give your majesty a good day." "O heaven!" cried Abu Hassan, "what a strange thing this is! Last night I was Abu Hassan, and this morning I am the commander of the believers. I cannot comprehend this sudden and surprising change." Presently some of the officers began to dress him, and when they had done, Mesrour led him through all the eunuchs and ladies, who were ranged on both sides, quite to the council chamber door, which was opened by one of the officers. Mesrour walked before him to the foot of the throne, where he stopped, and putting one hand under one arm, while another officer who followed did the same by the other, they helped him to ascend the throne. Abu Hassan sat down amidst the acclamations of the officers, who wished him all happiness and prosperity; and turning to the right and left, he saw the officers of the guards ranged in order, and making a fine appearance. The caliph in the meantime came out of the closet and went into another, which looked into the hall, from whence he could see and hear all that passed in council, where his grand vizier presided in his place. What pleased him highly was to see Abu Hassan fill his throne with almost as much gravity as himself. As soon as Abu Hassan had seated himself, the grand vizier prostrated himself at the foot of the throne, and rising, said, "Commander of the faithful, God shower down blessings on your majesty in this life, receive you into his paradise in the other world, and confound your enemies." Abu Hassan, after all that had happened that morning, at these words of the grand vizier, never doubted but that he was caliph, as he wished to be; and without examining any farther how or by what adventure or sudden change of fortune he had become so, immediately began to exercise his power, and looking very gravely at the vizier, asked him what he had to say. "Commander of the faithful," replied the grand vizier, "the emirs, vizier, and other officers of your council wait without till your majesty gives them leave to pay their accustomed respects." Abu Hassan ordered the door to be opened, and the grand vizier, addressing himself to the officers in waiting, said, "Chief of the doorkeepers, the commander of the faithful orders you to do your duty." When the door was opened, the viziers, emirs, and principal officers of the court, all dressed magnificently in their habits of ceremony, went in their order to the foot of the throne, paid their respects to Abu Hassan, and bowing their heads down to the carpet, saluted him with the title of Commander of the Faithful, according to the instructions of the grand vizier, and afterwards took their seats. When this ceremony was over, and they were all placed, there was a profound silence. The grand vizier, always standing before the throne, began, according to the order of papers in his hand, to make his report of affairs, which at that time were of very little consequence. Nevertheless, the caliph could not but admire how Abu Hassan acquitted himself in his exalted station, without the least hesitation or embarrassment, and decided well in all matters, as his own good sense suggested. But before the grand vizier had finished his report, Abu Hassan perceived the judge of the police, whom he knew by sight, sitting in his place. "Stop," said he to the grand vizier, interrupting him, "I have an order of consequence to give to the judge of the police." The judge of the police, perceiving that Abu Hassan looked at him, and hearing his name mentioned, arose from his seat, and went gravely to the foot of the throne, where he prostrated himself with his face to the ground. "Judge of the police," said Abu Hassan, "go immediately to such a quarter where you will find a mosque, seize the imam and 4 old grey beards, give each of the old men 100 bastinadoes, and the imam 400. After that, mount them all 5, clothed in rags, on camels, with their faces to the tails, and lead them through the whole city with a crier before them, who shall proclaim with a loud voice, 'This is the punishment of all those who trouble their heads with other people's affairs. Make it their business to create disturbances and misunderstandings in families in their neighbourhood, and do them all the mischief in their power. My intention is also that you enjoin them to leave that quarter, and never to set foot in it more. And while your lieutenant is conducting them through the town, return and give me an account of the execution of my orders.'" The judge of the police laid his hand upon his head to show his obedience, and prostrating himself a second time, retired to execute the mandate. The caliph was highly pleased at the firmness with which this order was given, and perceived that Abu Hassan was resolved not to lose the opportunity of punishing the imam and the other 4 old hypocrites of his quarter. In the meantime, the grand vizier went on with his report, and had just finished when the judge of the police came back from executing his commission. He approached the throne with the usual ceremony, and said, "Commander of the faithful, I found the Imam and his 4 companions in the mosque, which your majesty pointed out, and as a proof that I have punctually obeyed your commands, I have brought an instrument signed by the principal inhabitants of the ward." At the same time he pulled a paper out of his bosom and presented it to the pretended caliph. Abu Hassan took the paper, and reading it over cautiously with the names of the witnesses, who were all people he knew, said to the judge of the police, smiling, "It is well. I am satisfied. Return to your seat." "These old hypocrites," said he to himself with an air of satisfaction, "who thought fit to censure my actions, and find fault with my entertaining honest people, deserved this punishment." The caliph all the time penetrated his thoughts, and felt inconceivable delight at his frolic. Abu Hassan then addressing himself to the grand vizier, said, "Go to the high treasurer for a purse of 1,000 pieces of gold, and carry it to the mother of one Abu Hassan, who is known by the name of the debauchee. She lives in the same quarter to which I sent the judge of the police. Go, and return immediately." The grand vizier, after laying his hand upon his head and prostrating himself before the throne, went to the high treasurer, who gave him the money, which he ordered a slave to take, and to follow him to Abu Hassan's mother, to whom he gave it, saying only, "The caliph makes you this present." She received it with the greatest surprise imaginable. During the grand vizier's absence, the judge of the police made the usual report of his office, which lasted till the vizier returned. As soon as he came into the council chamber, and had assured Abu Hassan that he had executed his orders, Mesrour, the chief of the eunuchs, made a sign to the viziers, the emirs, and other officers, that the council was over, and that they might all retire, which they did, by making the same prostration at the foot of the throne as when they entered. Abu Hassan descended from the caliph's throne, and Mesrour went before him to show him the way into an inner apartment, where there was a table spread. Several eunuchs ran to tell the musicians that the sham caliph was coming, when they immediately began a concert of vocal and instrumental music, with which Abu Hassan was so charmed and transported, that he could not tell what to think of all he saw and heard. "If this is a dream," said he, "it is a long one; but certainly," continued he, "it is no dream, for I can see and feel, walk and hear, and argue reasonably. Whatever it is, I trust in God. I cannot but believe that I am the commander of the faithful, for no other person could live in this splendour. The honour and respect that has been shown me, and the obedience paid to my commands, are sufficient proofs of my exaltation." In short, Abu Hassan took it for granted that he was the commander of the faithful, but was still more convinced of it when he entered a magnificent and spacious hall, which was finely painted with the brightest colours intermixed with gold. 7 bands of female musicians, more beautiful than the others, were placed round the hall, and as many gold chandeliers hung from the ceiling, which was painted with blue and gold, intermixed with wonderful effect. In the middle of the hall was spread a table covered with massive gold plates and dishes, which scented the apartment with the spices and amber wherewith the meat was seasoned; and 7 young and most beautiful ladies, dressed in the richest habits of the most vivid colours, stood round this table, each with a fan in her hand, to fan Abu Hassan when at dinner. If ever mortal was charmed, Abu Hassan was, when he entered this stately hall. At every step he took, he could not help stopping to contemplate at leisure all the wonders that regaled his eyes, and turned first to one side and then to the other, which gave the caliph, who viewed him with attention, very great pleasure. At last he sat down at the table, and presently all the ladies began to fan the new caliph. He looked first at one, then at another, and admired the grace with which they acquitted themselves. He told them, with a smile, that he believed one of them was enough to give him all the air he wanted, and would have 6 of the ladies sit at table with him, 3 on his right hand and 3 on his left, and he placed them so, that as the table was round, which way soever he turned his eyes might be saluted with agreeable objects. The 6 ladies obeyed, and Abu Hassan, taking notice that out of respect they did not eat, helped them himself, and invited them to eat in the most pressing and obliging terms. Afterwards he asked their names, which they told him were Alabaster Neck, Coral Lips, Moon Face, Sunshine, Eye's Delight, Heart's Delight, and she who fanned him was Sugar Cane. The many soft things he said upon their names showed him to be a man of sprightly wit, and it is not to be conceived how much it increased the esteem which the caliph, who saw everything, had already conceived for him. When the ladies observed that Abu Hassan had done eating, one of them said to the eunuchs who waited, "The commander of the faithful will go into the hall where the dessert is laid. Bring some water." Upon which they all rose from the table, and taking from the eunuch one a gold basin, another a ewer of the same metal, and a third a towel, kneeled before Abu Hassan, and presented them to him to wash his hands. As soon as he had done, he got up, and after a eunuch had opened the door, went, preceded by Mesrour, who never left him, into another hall, as large as the former, adorned with paintings by the best masters, and furnished with gold and silver vessels, carpets, and other rich furniture. There 7 different bands of music began a concert as soon as Abu Hassan appeared. In this hall there were 7 large lustres, a table in the middle covered with dried sweetmeats, the choicest and most exquisite fruits of the season, raised in pyramids, in 7 gold basins, and 7 ladies more beautiful than the others standing round it, each with a fan in her hand. These new objects raised still greater admiration in Abu Hassan, who, after he had made a full stop, and given the most sensible marks of surprise and astonishment, went directly to the table, where sitting down, he gazed a considerable time at the 7 ladies, with an embarrassment that plainly showed he knew not to which to give the preference. At last he ordered them all to lay aside their fans and sit down and eat with him, telling them that it was not so hot, but he could spare them that trouble. When the ladies were all placed about him, the first thing he did was to ask their names, which were different from the other 7, and expressed some perfection of mind or body, which distinguished them from one another; upon which he took an opportunity, when he presented them with fruit and so on, to say something gallant. "Eat this fig for my sake," said he to Chain of Hearts, who sat on his right hand, "and render the fetters with which you loaded me the first moment I saw you, more supportable." Then presenting a bunch of grapes to Soul's Torment, "Take this cluster of grapes," said he, "on condition you instantly abate the torments which I suffer for your sake," and so on to the rest. By these sallies Abu Hassan more and more amused the caliph, who was delighted with his words and actions, and pleased to think he had found in him a man who diverted him so agreeably. After Abu Hassan had tasted all the fruits in the basin, he got up and followed Mesrour into a 3rd hall, much more magnificently furnished than the other 2, where he was received by the same number of musicians and ladies, who stood round a table covered with all manner of wet sweetmeats. After he had looked about him with new wonder, he advanced to the table, the music playing all the time till he sat down. The 7 ladies, by his order, sat down with him, helped themselves, as he desired, to what they liked best, and he afterwards informed himself of their names, which pleased him as much as the others had done, and led him to say as many soft things to them, to the great diversion of the caliph, who lost not a word. By this time, the day beginning to close, Abu Hassan was conducted into a 4th hall, much more superb and magnificently furnished, lighted with wax in 7 gold lustres, which gave a splendid light. Abu Hassan found the same number of musicians here as he had done in the 3 other halls, performing in concert in the most agreeable manner, and seeming to inspire greater joy. And he saw as many ladies standing round a table covered with 7 gold basins filled with cakes, dried sweetmeats, and all such relishes as were calculated to promote drinking. There he saw, which he had not observed in any of the other halls, a sideboard set out with 7 large silver flagons full of the choicest wines, and by them 7 crystal glasses of the finest workmanship. Hitherto, in the 3 first halls, Abu Hassan had drunk nothing but water, according to the custom observed at Baghdad, from the highest to the lowest, and at the caliph's court, never to drink wine till the evening; all who transgressed this rule being accounted debauchees, who dared not show themselves in the daytime. This custom is the more laudable as it requires a clear head to apply to business in the course of the day, and as no wine is drunk till evening, no drunken people are seen in the streets in open day creating disturbance in the city. As soon as Abu Hassan entered the 4th hall, he went to the table, sat down, and was a long time in a kind of ecstasy at the sight of the 7 ladies who surrounded him, and were much more beautiful than any he had beheld in the other halls. He was very desirous to know their names, but as the music played so loud, and particularly the tambour, that he could not hear them speak, he clapped his hands for the musicians to cease, when a profound silence ensued. Taking by the hand the lady who stood on the right next to him, he made her sit down by him, and presenting her with a cake, asked her name. "Commander of the Faithful," said the lady, "I am called Cluster of Pearls." "No name," replied Abu Hassan, "could have more properly expressed your worth, and indeed your teeth exceed the finest pearls. Cluster of Pearls," added he, "since that is your name, oblige me with a glass of wine from your fair hand." The lady went to the sideboard and brought him a glass of wine, which she presented to him with a pleasant air. Abu Hassan took the glass with a smile, and looking passionately at her, said, "Cluster of Pearls, I drink your health. I desire you to fill out as much for yourself, and pledge me." She ran to the sideboard, and returned with a glass in her hand; but before she drank, she sang a song, which charmed him as much by the sweetness of her voice as by its novelty. After Abu Hassan had drunk, he made another lady sit down by him, and presenting her with what she chose in the basins, asked her name, which she told him was Morning Star. "Your bright eyes," said he, "shine with greater lustre than that star whose name you bear. Do me the pleasure to bring me some wine," which she did, with the best grace in the world. Then turning to the 3rd lady, whose name was Daylight, he ordered her to do the same, and so on to the 7th, to the extreme satisfaction of the caliph. When they had all filled him a glass round, Cluster of Pearls, whom he had just addressed, went to the sideboard, poured out a glass of wine, and putting in a pinch of the same powder the caliph had used the night before, presented it to Abu Hassan. "Commander of the Faithful," said she, "I beg of your majesty to take this glass of wine, and before you drink it, do me the favour to hear a song I have composed today, and which I flatter myself will not displease you. I never sang it before." "With all my heart," said Abu Hassan, taking the glass, "and as commander of the faithful, I command you to sing it; for I am persuaded that so beautiful a lady cannot compose a song which does not abound with wit and pleasantry." The lady took a lute, and tuning it to her voice, sang with so much justness, grace, and expression, that Abu Hassan was in perfect ecstasy all the time, and was so much delighted, that he ordered her to sing it again, and was as much charmed with it as at first. When the lady had concluded, Abu Hassan drank off his glass, and turned his head towards her to give her those praises which he thought she merited, but was prevented by the opiate, which operated so suddenly that his mouth was instantly wide open and his eyes close shut; and dropping his head on the cushions, he slept as profoundly as the day before when the caliph had given him the powder. One of the ladies stood ready to catch the glass which fell out of his hand, and then the caliph, who enjoyed greater satisfaction in this scene than he had promised himself, and was all along a spectator of what had passed, came into the hall to them, overjoyed at the success of his plan. He ordered Abu Hassan to be dressed in his own clothes, and carried back to his house by the slave who had brought him, charging him to lay him on a sofa in the same room, without making any noise, and to leave the door open when he came away. The slave took Abu Hassan upon his shoulders, carried him home by a back door of the palace, placed him in his own house as he was ordered, and returned with speed to acquaint the caliph. "Well," said the caliph, "Abu Hassan wished only to be caliph for one day, to punish the imam of the mosque of his quarter, and the 4 old men who had displeased him. I have procured him the means of doing this, and he ought to be content." In the meantime, Abu Hassan, who was laid upon his sofa by the slave, slept till very late the next morning. When the powder was worked off, he awoke, opened his eyes, and finding himself at home, was in the utmost surprise. "Cluster of pearls! Morning star! Coral lips! Moon face!" cried he, calling the ladies of the palace by their names, as he remembered them. "Where are you? Come hither." Abu Hassan called so loud that his mother, who was in her own apartment, heard him, and running to him upon the noise he made, said, "What ails you, son? What has happened to you?" At these words Abu Hassan lifted up his head, and looking haughtily at his mother, said, "Good woman, who is it you call son?" "Why, you," answered his mother very mildly. "Are you not Abu Hassan my son? It is strange that you have forgotten yourself so soon." "I your son? Old bull," replied Abu Hassan, "you are a liar, and know not what you say. I am not Abu Hassan, I tell you, but the commander of the faithful." "Hold your tongue, son," answered the mother. "One would think you are a fool, to hear you talk thus." "You are an old fool yourself," replied Abu Hassan. "I tell you once more, I am the commander of the faithful, and God's vicar on earth." "Ah, child," cried the mother, "is it possible that I should hear you utter such words, and show you are distracted? What evil genius possesses you to make you talk at this rate? God bless you and preserve you from the power of Satan. You are my son Abu Hassan, and I am your mother." After she had used all the arguments she could think of to bring him to himself, and to show how great an error he was in, she said, "Do not you see that the room you are now in is your own, and is not like the chamber in a palace fit for the commander of the believers, and that you have never left it since you were born, but lived quietly at home with me? Think seriously of what I say, and do not fancy things that are not, nor ever can be. Once more, my son, think seriously of it." Abu Hassan heard all these remonstrances of his mother very patiently, holding down his eyes, and clapping his hands under his chin, like a man recollecting himself, to examine the truth of what he saw and heard. At last he said to his mother, just as if he was waking out of a deep sleep, and with his hand in the same posture, "I believe you are right. Methinks I am Abu Hassan, you are my mother, and I am in my own room." Then looking at her again, and at every object before him, he added, "I am Abu Hassan, there is no doubt of it, and I cannot comprehend how this fancy came into my head." The mother really believed that her son was cured of the disorder of his mind, which she ascribed to a dream, began to laugh with him, and ask him questions about it. when suddenly he started up, and looking crossly at his mother, said, "Old sorceress, you know not what you say. I am not your son, nor you my mother. You deceive yourself, and would deceive me. I tell you, I am commander of the faithful, and you shall never persuade me to the contrary." "For heaven's sake, son," said the mother, "let us leave off this discourse. Recommend yourself to God, for fear some misfortune should happen to us. Let us talk of something else. I will tell you what happened yesterday in our quarter to the imam of the mosque and the 4 sheikhs, our neighbours. The judge of the police came and seized them, and gave each of them I know not how many strokes with a bastinado, while a crier proclaimed that such was the punishment of all those who troubled themselves about other people's business, and employed themselves in setting their neighbours at variance. He afterwards led them through all the streets, and ordered them never to come into our quarter again." Abu Hassan's mother little thought her son had any share in this adventure, and therefore had turned the discourse on purpose to put him out of the conceit of being the commander of the faithful; but instead of effacing that idea, she recalled it, and impressed the more deeply in his mind that it was not imaginary, but real. Abu Hassan no sooner heard this relation, but he cried out, "I am neither thy son nor Abu Hassan, but certainly the commander of the believers. I cannot doubt after what you have told me. Know then that it was by my order the imam and the 4 sheikhs were punished, and I tell you I am certainly the commander of the faithful. Therefore say no more of its being a dream. I was not asleep, but as much awake as I am now. You do me much pleasure to confirm what the judge of the police told me he had executed punctually according to my order. I am overjoyed that the imam and the 4 sheikhs, those great hypocrites, were so chastised, and I should be glad to know how I came here. God be praised for all things. I am certainly commander of the faithful, and all thy arguments shall not convince me of the contrary." The mother, who could not imagine why her son so strenuously and positively maintained himself to be caliph, no longer doubted but that he had lost his senses, when she found he insisted so much on a thing that was so incredible, and in this thought said, "I pray God, son, to have mercy upon you. Pray do not talk so madly. Beseech God to forgive you, and give you grace to talk more reasonably. What would the world say to hear you rave in this manner? Do you not know that walls have ears?" These remonstrances only enraged Abu Hassan the more, and he was so provoked at his mother, that he said, "Old woman, I have desired you once already to hold your tongue. If you do not, I shall rise and give you cause to repent all your lifetime. I am the caliph and the commander of the believers, and you ought to credit me when I say so." The good woman, supposing that he was more distracted than ever, abandoned herself to tears, and beating her face and breast, expressed the utmost grief and astonishment to see her son in such a state. Abu Hassan, instead of being appeased or moved by his mother's tears, lost all the respect due from a son to his mother. Getting up hastily, and laying hold of a switch, he ran to his mother in great fury, and in a threatening manner that would have frightened any one but a mother so partial to him, said, "Tell me directly, wicked woman, who I am." "I do not believe, son," replied she, looking at him tenderly and without fear, "that you are so abandoned by God as not to know your mother, who brought you into the world, and to mistake yourself. You are indeed my son Abu Hassan, and are much in the wrong to arrogate to yourself the title which belongs only to our sovereign lord the Caliph Haroon al Rusheed, especially after the noble and generous present the monarch made us yesterday. I forgot to tell you that the grand vizier Jaaffier came to me yesterday, and putting a purse of 1,000 pieces of gold into my hands, bade me pray for the commander of the faithful, who had sent me that present, and does not this liberality concern you more than me, who have but a short time to live?" At these words Abu Hassan grew quite mad. The circumstance of the caliph's liberality persuaded him more than ever that he was caliph, remembering that he had sent the vizier. "Well, old hag," cried he, "will you be convinced when I tell you that I sent you those 1,000 pieces of gold by my grand vizier Jaaffier, who obeyed my commands, as I was commander of the faithful? But instead of believing me, you endeavour to distract me by your contradictions, and maintain with obstinacy that I am your son; but you shall not go long unpunished." After these words, he was so unnatural in the height of his frenzy as to beat her cruelly with his cane. The poor mother, who could not have thought that her son would have come so soon from words to blows, called out for help so loudly that the neighbours ran in to her assistance. Abu Hassan continued to beat her at every stroke, asking her if he was the commander of the faithful, to which she always answered tenderly that he was her son. Section 12. This discourse Abu Hassan was persuaded that he was neither asleep nor in a dream, but at the same time was not less embarrassed and confused under his uncertainty what steps to take. At last, looking earnestly at Mesrour, he said to him in a serious tone, "Whom is it you speak to, and call the commander of the faithful? I do not know you, and you must mistake me for somebody else." Any person but Mesrour would have been puzzled at these questions of Abu Hassan, but he had been so well instructed by the caliph that he played his part admirably. "My imperial lord and master," said he, "your majesty only speaks thus to try me. Is not your majesty the commander of the faithful, monarch of the world from east to west, and vicar on earth to the prophet sent of God? Mesrour, your poor slave, has not forgotten you after so many years that he has had the honour and happiness to serve and pay his respects to your majesty. He would think himself the most unhappy of men if he has incurred your displeasure, and begs of you most humbly to remove his fears, but had rather suppose that you have been disturbed by some troublesome dream." Abu Hassan burst out laughing at these words, and fell backwards upon the bolster, which pleased the caliph so much that he would have laughed as loud himself, if he had not been afraid of putting a stop too soon to the pleasant scene he had promised himself. Abu Hassan, when he had tired himself with laughing, sat up again, and speaking to a little eunuch that stood by him, black as Mesrour, said, "Hark ye, tell me who I am." "Sir," answered the little boy modestly, "your majesty is the commander of the believers, and God's vicar on earth." "You are a little liar, black face," said Abu Hassan. Then he called the lady that stood nearest to him. "Come hither, fair one," said he, holding out his hand; "bite the end of my finger, that I may feel whether I am asleep or awake." The lady, who knew the caliph saw all that passed, was overjoyed to have an opportunity of strewing her power of diverting him, went with a grave countenance, and putting his finger between her teeth, bit it so hard that she put him to violent pain. Snatching his hand quickly back again, he said, "I find I am awake and not asleep. But by what miracle am I become caliph in a night's time? This is certainly the most strange and surprising event in the world." Then addressing himself to the same lady, he said, "I conjure you, by the protection of God, in whom you trust as well as I, not to hide the truth from me. Am I really the commander of the faithful?" "It is so true," answered the lady, "that we, who are your slaves, are amazed to find that you will not believe yourself to be so." "You are a deceiver," replied Abu Hassan. "I know very well who I am." As the chief of the eunuchs perceived that Abu Hassan now wished to rise, he offered him his hand, and helped him to get out of bed. No sooner were his feet set on the floor than the chamber rang with the repeated acclamations of the officers and ladies, who cried out all together, "Commander of the faithful, God give your majesty a good day." "O heaven!" cried Abu Hassan, "what a strange thing this is! Last night I was Abu Hassan, and this morning I am the commander of the believers. I cannot comprehend this sudden and surprising change." Presently some of the officers began to dress him, and when they had done, Masrur led him through all the eunuchs and ladies, who were ranged on both sides, quite to the council chamber door, which was opened by one of the officers. Masrur walked before him to the foot of the throne, where he stopped, and putting one hand under one arm, while another officer who followed did the same by the other, they helped him to ascend the throne. Abu Hassan sat down amidst the acclamations of the officers, who wished him all happiness and prosperity, and turning to the right and left, he saw the officers of the guards ranged in order, and making a fine appearance. The caliph in the meantime came out of the closet and went into another, which looked into the hall, from whence he could see and hear all that passed in council, where his grand vizier presided in his place. What pleased him highly was to see Abu Hassan fill his throne with almost as much gravity as himself. As soon as Abu Hassan had seated himself, the grand vizier prostrated himself at the foot of the throne, and rising said, "Commander of the faithful, God shower down blessings on your majesty in this life, receive you into his paradise in the other world, and confound your enemies." Abu Hassan, after all that had happened that morning, at these words of the grand vizier, never doubted but that he was caliph, as he wished to be; and without examining any farther how or by what adventure or sudden change of fortune he had become so, immediately began to exercise his power, and looking very gravely at the vizier, asked him what he had to say. "Commander of the faithful," replied the grand vizier, "the emirs, vizier, and other officers of your council wait without till your majesty gives them leave to pay their accustomed respects." Abu Hassan ordered the door to be opened, and the grand vizier, addressing himself to the officers in waiting, said, "Chief of the doorkeepers, the commander of the faithful orders you to do your duty." When the door was opened, the viziers, emirs, and principal officers of the court, all dressed magnificently in their habits of ceremony, went in their order to the foot of the throne, paid their respects to Abu Hassan, and bowing their heads down to the carpet, saluted him with the title of Commander of the Faithful, according to the instructions of the grand vizier, and afterwards took their seats. When this ceremony was over, and they were all placed, there was a profound silence. The grand vizier, always standing before the throne, began, according to the order of papers in his hand, to make his report of affairs, which at that time were of very little consequence. Nevertheless, the caliph could not but admire how Abu Hassan acquitted himself in his exalted station, without the least hesitation or embarrassment, and decided well in all matters, as his own good sense suggested. But before the grand vizier had finished his report, Abu Hassan perceived the judge of the police, whom he knew by sight, sitting in his place. "Stop," said he to the grand vizier, interrupting him, "I have an order of consequence to give to the judge of the police." The judge of the police, perceiving that Abu Hassan looked at him, and hearing his name mentioned, arose from his seat, and went gravely to the foot of the throne, where he prostrated himself with his face to the ground. "Judge of the police," said Abu Hassan, "go immediately to such a quarter where you will find a mosque, seize the imam and 4 old grey beards, give each of the old men 100 bastinadoes, and the imam 400. After that, mount them all 5, clothed in rags, on camels, with their faces to the tails,
and lead them through the whole city with a crier before them, who shall proclaim with a loud voice, 'This is the punishment of all those who trouble their heads with other people's affairs. Make it their business to create disturbances and misunderstandings in families in their neighbourhood, and do them all the mischief in their power. My intention is also that you enjoin them to leave that quarter, and never to set foot in it more. And while your lieutenant is conducting them through the town, return and give me an account of the execution of my orders.' The judge of the police laid his hand upon his head to show his obedience, and prostrating himself a second time, retired to execute the mandate.
The caliph was highly pleased at the firmness with which this order was given, and perceived that Abu Hassan was resolved not to lose the opportunity of punishing the imam and the other 4 old hypocrites of his quarter. In the meantime, the grand vizier went on with his report, and had just finished when the judge of the police came back from executing his commission. He approached the throne with the usual ceremony, and said, "Commander of the faithful, I found the imam and his 4 companions in the mosque, which your majesty pointed out; and as a proof that I have punctually obeyed your commands, I have brought an instrument signed by the principal inhabitants of the ward." At the same time he pulled a paper out of his bosom, and presented it to the pretended caliph. Abu Hassan took the paper, and reading it over cautiously with the names of the witnesses, who were all people he knew, said to the judge of the police, smiling, "It is well, I am satisfied. Return to your seat." "These old hypocrites," said he to himself with an air of satisfaction, "who thought fit to censure my actions, and find fault with my entertaining honest people, deserved this punishment." The caliph all the time penetrated his thoughts, and felt inconceivable delight at his frolic. Abu Hassan then addressing himself to the grand vizier, said, "Go to the high treasurer for a purse of 1,000 pieces of gold, and carry it to the mother of one Abu Hassan, who is known by the name of the debauchee. She lives in the same quarter to which I sent the judge of the police. Go, and return immediately." The grand vizier, after laying his hand upon his head and prostrating himself before the throne, went to the high treasurer, who gave him the money, which he ordered a slave to take, and to follow him to Abu Hassan's mother, to whom he gave it, saying only, "The caliph makes you this present." She received it with the greatest surprise imaginable. During the grand vizier's absence, the judge of the police made the usual report of his office, which lasted till the vizier returned. As soon as he came into the council chamber, and had assured Abu Hassan that he had executed his orders, Mesrour, the chief of the eunuchs, made a sign to the viziers, the emirs, and other officers, that the council was over, and that they might all retire, which they did, by making the same prostration at the foot of the throne as when they entered. Abu Hassan descended from the caliph's throne, and Mesrour went before him to show him the way into an inner apartment, where there was a table spread. Several eunuchs ran to tell the musicians that the sham caliph was coming, when they immediately began a concert of vocal and instrumental music, with which Abu Hassan was so charmed and transported, that he could not tell what to think of all he saw and heard. "If this is a dream," said he, "it is a long one; but certainly," continued he, "it is no dream, for I can see and feel, walk and hear, and argue reasonably. Whatever it is, I trust in God. I cannot but believe that I am the commander of the faithful, for no other person could live in this splendour. The honour and respect that has been shown me, and the obedience paid to my commands, are sufficient proofs of my exaltation." In short, Abu Hassan took it for granted that he was the commander of the faithful, but was still more convinced of it when he entered a magnificent and spacious hall, which was finely painted with the brightest colours intermixed with gold. 7 bands of female musicians, more beautiful than the others, were placed round the hall, and as many gold chandeliers hung from the ceiling, which was painted with blue and gold, intermixed with wonderful effect. In the middle of the hall was spread a table covered with massive gold plates and dishes, which scented the apartment with the spices and amber wherewith the meat was seasoned; and 7 young and most beautiful ladies, dressed in the richest habits of the most vivid colours, stood round this table, each with a fan in her hand, to fan Abou Hassan when at dinner. If ever mortal was charmed, Abou Hassan was, when he entered this stately hall. At every step he took, he could not help stopping to contemplate at leisure all the wonders that regaled his eyes, and turned first to one side and then to the other, which gave the caliph, who viewed him with attention, very great pleasure. At last he sat down at the table, and presently all the ladies began to fan the new caliph. He looked first at one, then at another, and admired the grace with which they acquitted themselves. He told them, with a smile, that he believed one of them was enough to give him all the air he wanted, and would have 6 of the ladies sit at table with him, 3 on his right hand and 3 on his left, and he placed them so, that as the table was round, which way soever he turned his eyes might be saluted with agreeable objects. The 6 ladies obeyed, and Abou Hassan, taking notice that out of respect they did not eat, helped them himself, and invited them to eat in the most pressing and obliging terms. Afterwards he asked their names, which they told him were Alabaster Neck, Coral Lips, Moon Face, Sunshine, Eyes Delight, Heart's Delight, and she who fanned him was Sugar Cane. The many soft things he said upon their names showed him to be a man of sprightly wit, and it is not to be conceived how much it increased the esteem which the caliph, who saw everything, had already conceived for him. When the ladies observed that Abou Hassan had done eating, one of them said to the eunuchs who waited, "The commander of the faithful will go into the hall where the dessert is laid. Bring some water." Upon which they all rose from the table, and taking from the eunuch one a gold basin, another a ewer of the same metal, and a third a towel, kneeled before Abou Hassan, and presented them to him to wash his hands. As soon as he had done, he got up, and after a eunuch had opened the door, went, preceded by Mesrour, who never left him, into another hall, as large as the former, adorned with paintings by the best masters, and furnished with gold and silver vessels, carpets, and other rich furniture. There 7 different bands of music began a concert as soon as Abou Hassan appeared. In this hall there were 7 large lustres, a table in the middle covered with dried sweetmeats, the choicest and most exquisite fruits of the season, raised in pyramids, in 7 gold basins, and 7 ladies more beautiful than the others standing round it, each with a fan in her hand. These new objects raised still greater admiration in Abou Hassan, who, after he had made a full stop, and given the most sensible marks of surprise and astonishment, went directly to the table, where sitting down, he gazed a considerable time at the 7 ladies, with an embarrassment that plainly showed he knew not to which to give the preference. At last he ordered them all to lay aside their fans and sit down and eat with him, telling them that it was not so hot, but he could spare them that trouble. When the ladies were all placed about him, the first thing he did was to ask their names, which were different from the other 7, and expressed some perfection of mind or body, which distinguished them from one another; upon which he took an opportunity, when he presented them with fruit and so on, to say something gallant. "Eat this fig for my sake," said he to Chain of Hearts, who sat on his right hand, "and render the fetters with which you loaded me the first moment I saw you more supportable." Then presenting a bunch of grapes to Soul's Torment, "Take this cluster of grapes," said he, "on condition you instantly abate the torments which I suffer for your sake," and so on to the rest. By these sallies Abou Hassan more and more amused the caliph, who was delighted with his words and actions, and pleased to think he had found in him a man who diverted him so agreeably.
After Abu Hassan had tasted all the fruits in the basin, he got up and followed Mesrour into a third hall, much more magnificently furnished than the other two, where he was received by the same number of musicians and ladies, who stood round a table covered with all manner of wet sweetmeats. After he had looked about him with new wonder, he advanced to the table, the music playing all the time till he sat down. The 7 ladies, by his order, sat down with him, helped themselves, as he desired, to what they liked best, and he afterwards informed himself of their names, which pleased him as much as the others had done, and led him to say as many soft things to them, to the great diversion of the caliph, who lost not a word. By this time, the day beginning to close, Abu Hassan was conducted into a fourth hall, much more superb and magnificently furnished, lighted with wax in 7 gold lustres, which gave a splendid light. Abu Hassan found the same number of musicians here as he had done in the 3 other halls, performing in concert in the most agreeable manner, and seeming to inspire greater joy. And he saw as many ladies standing round a table covered with 7 gold basins filled with cakes, dried sweetmeats, and all such relishes as were calculated to promote drinking. There he saw, which he had not observed in any of the other halls, a sideboard set out with 7 large silver flagons full of the choicest wines, and by them 7 crystal glasses of the finest workmanship. Hitherto, in the 3 first halls, Abu Hassan had drunk nothing but water, according to the custom observed at Bagdad, from the highest to the lowest, and at the caliph's court, never to drink wine till the evening; all who transgressed this rule being accounted debauchees, who dared not show themselves in the daytime. This custom is the more laudable, as it requires a clear head to apply to business in the course of the day, and as no wine is drunk till evening, no drunken people are seen in the streets in open day, creating disturbance in the city. As soon as Abu Hassan entered the 4th hall, he went to the table, sat down, and was a long time in a kind of ecstasy at the sight of the 7 ladies who surrounded him, and were much more beautiful than any he had beheld in the other halls. He was very desirous to know their names, but as the music played so loud, and particularly the tambour, that he could not hear them speak, he clapped his hands for the musicians to cease, when a profound silence ensued. Taking by the hand the lady who stood on the right next to him, he made her sit down by him, and presenting her with a cake, asked her name. "Commander of the faithful," said the lady, "I am called Cluster of Pearls." "No name," replied Abu Hassan, "could have more properly expressed your worth, and indeed your teeth exceed the finest pearls. Cluster of Pearls," added he, "since that is your name, oblige me with a glass of wine from your fair hand." The lady went to the sideboard and brought him a glass of wine, which she presented to him with a pleasant air. Abu Hassan took the glass with a smile, and looking passionately at her, said, "Cluster of Pearls, I drink your health. I desire you to fill out as much for yourself, and pledge me." She ran to the sideboard, and returned with a glass in her hand; but before she drank, she sang a song, which charmed him as much by the sweetness of her voice as by its novelty. After Abu Hassan had drunk, he made another lady sit down by him, and presenting her with what she chose in the basins, asked her name, which she told him was Morning Star. "Your bright eyes," said he, "shine with greater lustre than that star whose name you bear. Do me the pleasure to bring me some wine," which she did with the best grace in the world. Then turning to the 3rd lady, whose name was Daylight, he ordered her to do the same, and so on to the 7th, to the extreme satisfaction of the caliph. When they had all filled him a glass round, Cluster of Pearls, whom he had just addressed, went to the sideboard, poured out a glass of wine, and putting in a pinch of the same powder the caliph had used the night before, presented it to Abu Hassan. "Commander of the faithful," said she, "I beg of your majesty to take this glass of wine, and before you drink it, do me the favour to hear a song I have composed today, and which I flatter myself will not displease you. I never sang it before." "With all my heart," said Abou Hassan, taking the glass, "and as commander of the faithful, I command you to sing it; for I am persuaded that so beautiful a lady cannot compose a song which does not abound with wit and pleasantry." The lady took a lute, and tuning it to her voice, sang with so much justness, grace, and expression, that Abou Hassan was in perfect ecstasy all the time, and was so much delighted, that he ordered her to sing it again, and was as much charmed with it as at first. When the lady had concluded, Abou Hassan drank off his glass, and turned his head towards her to give her those praises which he thought she merited, but was prevented by the opiate, which operated so suddenly that his mouth was instantly wide open, and his eyes close shut; and dropping his head on the cushions, he slept as profoundly as the day before, when the caliph had given him the powder. One of the ladies stood ready to catch the glass, which fell out of his hand; and then the caliph, who enjoyed greater satisfaction in this scene than he had promised himself, and was all along a spectator of what had passed, came into the hall to them, overjoyed at the success of his plan. He ordered Abou Hassan to be dressed in his own clothes, and carried back to his house by the slave who had brought him, charging him to lay him on a sofa in the same room, without making any noise, and to leave the door open when he came away. The slave took Abou Hassan upon his shoulders, carried him home by a back door of the palace, placed him in his own house as he was ordered, and returned with speed to acquaint the caliph. "Well," said the caliph, "Abou Hassan wished only to be caliph for one day, to punish the imam of the mosque of his quarter, and the 4 old men who had displeased him. I have procured him the means of doing this, and he ought to be content." In the mean time, Abou Hassan, who was laid upon his sofa by the slave, slept till very late the next morning. When the powder was worked off, he awoke, opened his eyes, and finding himself at home, was in the utmost surprise. "Cluster of pearls! Morning star! Coral lips! Moon face!" cried he, calling the ladies of the palace by their names, as he remembered them. "Where are you? Come hither." Abou Hassan called so loud, that his mother, who was in her own apartment, heard him, and running to him upon the noise he made, said, "What ails you, son? What has happened to you?" At these words Abou Hassan lifted up his head, and looking haughtily at his mother, said, "Good woman, who is it you call son?" "Why, you," answered his mother very mildly. "Are you not Abou Hassan my son? It is strange that you have forgotten yourself so soon." "I your son? Old bull," replied Abou Hassan, "you are a liar, and know not what you say. I am not Abou Hassan, I tell you, but the commander of the faithful." "Hold your tongue, son," answered the mother. "One would think you are a fool, to hear you talk thus." "You are an old fool yourself," replied Abou Hassan. "I tell you once more, I am the commander of the faithful, and God's vicar on earth." "Ah, child," cried the mother, "is it possible that I should hear you utter such words, and show you are distracted? What evil genius possesses you to make you talk at this rate? God bless you and preserve you from the power of Satan. You are my son Abou Hassan, and I am your mother." After she had used all the arguments she could think of to bring him to himself, and to show how great an error he was in, she said, "Do not you see that the room you are now in is your own, and is not like the chamber in a palace fit for the commander of the believers, and that you have never left it since you were born, but lived quietly at home with me? Think seriously of what I say, and do not fancy things that are not, nor ever can be. Once more, my son, think seriously of it." Abu Hassan heard all these remonstrances of his mother very patiently, holding down his eyes, and clapping his hands under his chin, like a man recollecting himself, to examine the truth of what he saw and heard. At last he said to his mother, just as if he was waking out of a deep sleep, and with his hand in the same posture, "I believe you are right. Methinks I am Abu Hassan. You are my mother, and I am in my own room." Then looking at her again, and at every object before him, he added, "I am Abu Hassan. There is no doubt of it, and I cannot comprehend how this fancy came into my head." The mother really believed that her son was cured of the disorder of his mind, which she ascribed to a dream, began to laugh with him, and ask him questions about it, when suddenly he started up, and looking crossly at his mother, said, "Old sorceress, you know not what you say. I am not your son, nor you my mother. You deceive yourself, and would deceive me. I tell you, I am commander of the faithful, and you shall never persuade me to the contrary." "For heaven's sake, son," said the mother, "let us leave off this discourse. Recommend yourself to God, for fear some misfortune should happen to us. Let us talk of something else. I will tell you what happened yesterday in our quarter to the imam of the mosque, and the 4 sheikhs, our neighbours. The judge of the police came and seized them, and gave each of them I know not how many strokes with a bastinado, while a crier proclaimed that such was the punishment of all those who troubled themselves about other people's business, and employed themselves in setting their neighbours at variance. He afterwards led them through all the streets, and ordered them never to come into our quarter again." Abu Hassan's mother little thought her son had any share in this adventure, and therefore had turned the discourse on purpose to put him out of the conceit of being the commander of the faithful; but instead of effacing that idea, she recalled it, and impressed the more deeply in his mind that it was not imaginary, but real. Abu Hassan no sooner heard this relation, but he cried out, "I am neither thy son, nor Abu Hassan, but certainly the commander of the believers. I cannot doubt after what you have told me. Know then that it was by my order the imam and the 4 sheikhs were punished, and I tell you I am certainly the commander of the faithful. Therefore say no more of its being a dream. I was not asleep, but as much awake as I am now. You do me much pleasure to confirm what the judge of the police told me he had executed punctually according to my order. I am overjoyed that the imam and the 4 sheikhs, those great hypocrites, were so chastised, and I should be glad to know how I came here. God be praised for all things. I am certainly commander of the faithful, and all thy arguments shall not convince me of the contrary." The mother, who could not imagine why her son so strenuously and positively maintained himself to be caliph, no longer doubted but that he had lost his senses, when she found he insisted so much on a thing that was so incredible, and in this thought said, "I pray God, son, to have mercy upon you. Pray do not talk so madly. Beseech God to forgive you, and give you grace to talk more reasonably. What would the world say to hear you rave in this manner? Do you not know that walls have ears?" These remonstrances only enraged Abu Hassan the more, and he was so provoked at his mother, that he said, "Old woman, I have desired you once already to hold your tongue. If you do not, I shall rise and give you cause to repent all your lifetime. I am the caliph and the commander of the believers, and you ought to credit me when I say so." The good woman, supposing that he was more distracted than ever, abandoned herself to tears, and beating her face and breast, expressed the utmost grief and astonishment to see her son in such a state. Abu Hassan, instead of being appeased or moved by his mother's tears, lost all the respect due from a son to his mother. Getting up hastily, and laying hold of a switch, he ran to his mother in great fury, and in a threatening manner that would have frightened any one but a mother so partial to him, said, "Tell me directly, wicked woman, who I am." "I do not believe, son," replied she, looking at him tenderly and without fear, "that you are so abandoned by God as not to know your mother, who brought you into the world, and to mistake yourself. You are indeed my son Abu Hassan, and are much in the wrong to arrogate to yourself the title which belongs only to our sovereign lord the Caliph Harun al Rashid, especially after the noble and generous present the monarch made us yesterday. I forgot to tell you that the grand vizier Jaaffier came to me yesterday, and putting a purse of 1,000 pieces of gold into my hands, bade me pray for the commander of the faithful, who had sent me that present. And does not this liberality concern you more than me, who have but a short time to live?" At these words Abu Hassan grew quite mad. The circumstance of the caliph's liberality persuaded him more than ever that he was caliph, remembering that he had sent the vizier. "Well, old hag," cried he, "will you be convinced when I tell you that I sent you those 1,000 pieces of gold by my grand vizier Jaaffier, who obeyed my commands, as I was commander of the faithful? But instead of believing me, you endeavour to distract me by your contradictions, and maintain with obstinacy that I am your son. But you shall not go long unpunished." After these words, he was so unnatural in the height of his frenzy as to beat her cruelly with his cane. The poor mother, who could not have thought that her son would have come so soon from words to blows, called out for help so loudly that the neighbours ran in to her assistance. Abu Hassan continued to beat her at every stroke, asking her if he was the commander of the faithful, to which she always answered tenderly that he was her son. Section 12. By the time the neighbours came in, Abu Hassan's rage began to abate. The first who entered the room got between him and his mother, and taking the switch out of his hand, said to him, "What are you doing, Abu Hassan? Have you lost all fear of God and your reason? Did ever a son so well brought up as you dare to strike his mother? Are you not ashamed so to treat yours who loves you so tenderly?" Abu Hassan, still full of fury, looked at him who spoke without returning an answer, and then, staring on all the rest of his neighbours who had followed, said, "Who is that Abu Hassan you speak of? Is it me you call by that name?" This question disconcerted the neighbours. "How?" said he who spoke first, "do not you know your mother, who brought you up, and with whom you have always lived?" "Begone, you are impertinent vagabonds," replied Abu Hassan. "I neither knew her nor you, and will not know her. I am not Abu Hassan. I am the commander of the faithful, and will make you feel it to your cost." At this speech the neighbours no longer doubted that he was mad, and to prevent his repeating his outrages, seized him, notwithstanding his resistance, and bound him hand and foot. But though apparently disabled from doing any mischief, they did not choose to leave him alone with his mother. Two of them ran for the keeper of the hospital for insane persons, who came presently with chains, handcuffs, a bastinado, and many attendants. When they entered the room, Abu Hassan, who little expected such treatment, struggled to unloose himself; but after his keeper had given him 2 or 3 smart strokes upon the shoulders, he lay so quiet that the keeper and his people did what they pleased with him. As soon as they had bound and manacled him, they took him with them to the hospital. When he was got out of the house into the street, the people crowded round him. One buffeted him, another boxed him, and others called him fool and madman. To all this treatment he replied, "There is no greatness and power but in God Most High and Almighty. I am treated as a fool, though I am in my right senses. I suffer all these injuries and indignities for the love of God." He was conducted to the hospital, where he was lodged in a grated cell. But before he was shut up, the keeper, who was hardened to such terrible execution, regaled him without pity with 50 strokes of the bastinado on his shoulders, which he repeated every day for 3 weeks, bidding him remember that he was not the commander of the faithful. "I am not mad," said Abu Hassan, "but if I wanted your assistance, nothing would so effectually make me mad as your cruel treatment. I want not your advice." Abu Hassan's mother went every day to visit her son, and could not forbear weeping at beholding him fall away, and sigh and complain at the hardships he endured. In short, his shoulders, back, and sides were so black and bruised that he could not turn himself. His mother would willingly have talked with him to comfort him, and to sound him whether he still retained the notion of being caliph. But whenever she opened her mouth, he stopped her with so much fury, that she was forced to leave him and return home, inconsolable at his obstinacy. By degrees, however, those strong and lively ideas which Abu Hassan had entertained, of having been clothed in the caliph's habit, having exercised his authority, and been punctually obeyed and treated like the true caliph, the assurance of which had persuaded him that he was so, began to wear away. Sometimes he would say to himself, "If I was the caliph and commander of the believers, how came I, when I awoke, to find myself at home dressed in my own apparel? Why should I not have been attended by eunuchs and their chief, and a crowd of beautiful ladies? Why should the grand vizier, and all those emirs and governors of provinces, who prostrated themselves at my feet, forsake me? Undoubtedly, if I had any authority over them, they would have delivered me long ago out of the miserable condition I am in. Certainly I ought to look upon all as a dream. It is true, however, that I commanded the judge of the police to punish the imam and the 4 old men his companions. I ordered the grand vizier to carry my mother 1,000 pieces of gold, and my commands were executed. All these points are obstacles to my believing it a dream, but there are so many things that I cannot comprehend, nor ever shall, that I will put my trust in God, who knows all things." Abu Hassan was taken up with these thoughts and reflections when his mother came to see him. She found him so much altered and emaciated, that she shed a torrent of tears; in the midst of which she saluted him as she used to do, and he returned her salutation, which he had never done before since he had been in the hospital. This she looked upon to be a good sign. "Well, my son," said she, wiping her tears, "how do you do, and how do you find yourself? Have you renounced all those whims and fancies which the devil had put into your head?" "Indeed, mother," replied Abu Hassan, very rationally and calmly, and in a tone expressive of his grief for the excesses he had been transported to against her, "I acknowledge my error, and beg of you to forgive the execrable crime which I have been guilty of towards you, and which I detest. I ask pardon also of my neighbours, whom I have abused. I have been deceived by a dream, but by so extraordinary a one, and so like the truth, that I venture to affirm any other person to whom such a thing might have happened, would have been guilty of as great or greater extravagancies. And I am this instant so much perplexed about it, that while I am speaking I can hardly persuade myself but that what befell me was matter of fact, so like was it to what happens to people who are broad awake. But whatever it was, I do and shall always regard it as a dream and an illusion. I am convinced that I am not that shadow of a caliph and commander of the faithful, but Abu Hassan your son, the son of a person whom I always honoured till that fateful day, the remembrance of which will cover me with confusion, and whom in future I shall honour and respect all my life as I ought." At this rational declaration, the tears of sorrow and affliction which the mother of Abu Hassan had so long shed were changed into those of joy. "My son," cried she, transported with pleasure, "my satisfaction and comfort to hear you talk so reasonably is inexpressible, and it gives me as much joy as if I had brought you into the world a second time. But I must tell you my opinion of this adventure, and observe one thing which you may not have noticed. The stranger whom you brought home the evening before your illness to sup with you, went away without shutting your chamber door after him, as you desired, which I believe gave the devil an opportunity to enter, and throw you into the horrible illusion you have been in. Therefore, my son, you ought to return God thanks for your deliverance, and beseech him to keep you from falling again into the snares of the evil spirit." "You have found out the source of our misfortunes," answered Abu Hassan. "It was that very night I had the stream which turned my brain. I bade the merchant expressly to shut the door after him, and now I find he did not do it. I am persuaded, as well as you, the devil finding it open came in and filled my head full of these fancies. The people of Mosul, from whence this merchant came, may not know how we at Bagdad are convinced from experience that the devil is the cause of troublesome dreams, when we leave our chamber doors open. But since, mother, you see I am, by the grace of God, so well recovered, for God's sake get me out of this horrible place, which will infallibly shorten my days if I stay here any longer." The mother, glad to hear her son was so well cured of his foolish imagination of being caliph, went immediately to the keeper, and assuring him that he was very sensible and well, he came, examined, and released him in her presence. When Abu Hassan came home, he stayed within doors some days to recover his health by better living than he had found at the hospital. But when he had recovered his strength, and felt no longer the effect of the harsh treatment he had suffered in his confinement, he began to be weary of spending his evenings alone. He accordingly entered again upon the same plan as he had before pursued, which was to provide enough every day to regale a stranger at night. The day on which Abu Hassan renewed his custom of going about sunset to the end of Bagdad bridge, to stop the first stranger there offered, and invite him to do him the honour of supping with him, happened to be the first day of the month, that which the caliph always set apart to go in disguise out of some one of the gates, to observe what was committed contrary to the good government of the city, as established and regulated at the beginning of his reign. Abu Hassan had not been long arrived at the bridge, when, looking about him, he perceived the Mosul merchant, followed by the same slave. Persuaded that all his misfortunes were owing to the merchant's having left his door open, he shuddered at the sight of him. "God preserve me," said he to himself, "if I am not deceived, there is again the magician who enchanted me." He trembled with agitation, and looked over the side railing into the river, that he might not see him till he was past. The caliph, who wished to renew the diversion he had received, had taken care to inform himself of all that had happened to Abu Hassan, and enjoyed much pleasure at the relation given him, especially at his being sent to a madhouse. But as this monarch was both just and generous, and had taken a great liking to Abu Hassan, as capable of contributing further to his amusement, and had doubted whether, after renouncing his frenzied character of a caliph, he would return to his usual manner of living, with a view therefore to bring him to his palace, he disguised himself again like a merchant of Mosul, the better to execute his plan. He perceived Abu Hassan at the same time that he saw him, and presently guessed by his action that he was angry, and wished to shun him. This made him walk close to the side railing, and when he came nigh him, he put his head over to look him in the face. "Ho, brother Abu Hassan," said he, "is it you? I greet you. Give me leave to embrace you." "Not I," replied Abu Hassan pettishly, without looking at the pretended Mosul merchant. I do not greet you. I will have neither your greeting nor your embraces. Go along." "What!" answered the caliph, "do you not know me? Do you not remember the evening we spent together at your house this day month, where you did me the honour to treat me very generously?" "No," replied Abou Hassan in the same tone, "I do not know you, nor what you talk about. Go, I say again, about your business." The caliph was not to be diverted from his purpose by this rude behaviour. He well knew the law Abou Hassan had imposed on himself, never to have commerce again with a stranger he had once entertained, but pretended to be ignorant of it. "I cannot believe," said he, "but you must know me again. It is not possible that you should have forgotten me in so short a time. Certainly some misfortune has befallen you, which inspires you with this aversion for me. However, you ought to remember that I showed my gratitude by my good wishes, and that I offered you my interest, which is not to be slighted, in an affair which you had much at heart." "I do not know," replied Abou Hassan, "what your interest may be, and I have no desire to make use of it; but I am sensible the utmost of your good wishes ended in making me mad. In God's name, I say once more, go your way, and trouble me no more." "Ah, brother Abou Hassan," replied the caliph, embracing him, "I do not intend to part with you thus, since I have had the good fortune to meet with you a second time. You must exercise the same hospitality towards me again that you shewed me a month ago, when I had the honour to drink with you." "I have protested against this," said Abou Hassan, "and have so much power over myself as to decline receiving a second time as my guest a man like you, who carries misfortunes with him. You know the proverb, 'Take up your drum and be gone.' Make the application to yourself. How often must I repeat my refusal? God be with you. You have been the cause of my sufferings, and I will not trust myself with you again." "My good friend Abou Hassan," said the caliph, embracing him, "you treat me in a way I little expected. I beg of you not to speak to me thus harshly, but be persuaded of my friendship. Do me the favour to tell me what has happened to you; for I assure you I wished you well, and still do so, and would be glad of an opportunity to make you any amends for the trouble I have caused you, if it has been really my fault." Abou Hassan yielded to the solicitations of the caliph. "Your incredulity and importunity," said he, "have tired my patience, and what I am going to relate will shew you that I do not accuse you wrongfully." The caliph seated himself by Abou Hassan, while he told him all that had happened to him, from his waking in the palace to his waking again in his own house, all which he described as a mere dream, and recounted all the circumstances which the caliph knew as well as himself, and which renewed his pleasure. He enlarged afterwards on the impression which the dream of being caliph and commander of the faithful had made upon him, which, he said, threw him into such extravagancies, that his neighbours were obliged to carry him to a madhouse, where he was treated in a manner which he deemed most barbarous and inhuman. "But," said he, "what will surprise you, and what you little think of, is, that it was altogether your fault that these things happened to me; for if you remember, I desired you to shut the door after you, which you neglected, and the devil finding it open, entered, and put this dream into my head, which, though it was very agreeable, was the cause of the misfortune I complain of. You, therefore, for your negligence, are answerable for the horrid and detestable crime I have committed in lifting my hand against my mother, whom I might have killed. I blush for shame when I think of it, because she said I was her son, and would not acknowledge me for commander of the faithful, as I thought, and positively insisted on to her, that I was. You are the cause of the offence I have given my neighbours, when, running in at the cries of my poor mother, they surprised me in the horrid act of felling her at my feet, which would never have happened if you had taken care to shut my door when you went away, as I desired you. They would not have come into my house without my leave,
and, what troubles me most of all, they would not have been witnesses of my folly. I should not have been obliged to strike them in my own defence, and they would not have bound and fettered me, to carry and shut me up in the hospital for madmen, where I assure you every day that I remained confined in that hell, I received a score of strokes with a bastinado." Abu Hassan recounted his complaints with great warmth and vehemence to the caliph, who knew as well as himself what had passed, and was delighted to find that he had succeeded so well in his plan to throw him into the vagaries, from which he still was not entirely free. He could not help laughing at the simplicity wherewith he related them. Abu Hassan, who thought that his story should rather have moved compassion, and that every one ought to be as much concerned at it as himself, warmly resented the pretended Mosul merchant's laughter. "What," said he, "do you make a jest of me, and laugh in my face, or do you believe I laugh at you when I speak seriously? If you want proof of what I advance, look yourself, and see whether or no I tell the truth." With that, stooping down and baring his shoulders, he showed the caliph the scars and weals which the bastinado had left. The caliph could not behold these marks of cruelty without horror. He pitied Abu Hassan, and felt sorry he had carried the jest so far. "Come, rise, dear brother," said he to him eagerly, and embracing Abu Hassan heartily in his arms, "let me go to your house, and enjoy the happiness of being merry with you to night, and to morrow, if it please God, all things will go well." Abu Hassan, notwithstanding his resolution never to admit the same stranger a second time, could not resist the caresses of the caliph, whom he still took for a merchant of Mosul. "I will consent," said he, "if you will swear to shut my door after you, that the devil may not come in to distract my brain again." The caliph promised that he would, upon which they both arose, walked towards the city, and, followed by the caliph's slave, reached Abu Hassan's house by the time it was dark. The caliph, the more to blind Abu Hassan, said to him, "Place confidence in me. I promise you on my honour I will not break my word. You need not hesitate to trust a person who wishes you all happiness and prosperity, of which confidence you will see the effects." "I desire not that," said Abu Hassan, stopping him short. "I yield to your importunity, but I dispense with your good wishes, and beg you in God's name to form none for me. All the mischief that has hitherto befallen me arose from those you expressed for me, and from your leaving the door open." "Well," replied the caliph, still laughing at the misguided imagination of Abu Hassan, "since you will have it so, I promise you I will form none." "You give me pleasure by speaking so," said Abu Hassan. "I desire no more. I shall be more than satisfied, provided you keep your word, and I shall forgive you all the rest." As soon as Abu Hassan entered his house, he called for his mother and for candles, desired his guest to sit down upon a sofa, and then placed himself by him. A little time after, supper was brought up, and they both began to eat without ceremony. When they had done, Abu Hassan's mother cleared the table, set on a small dessert of fruit, wine, and glasses by her son, then withdrew, and appeared no more. Abu Hassan first filled out his own glass, and then the caliph's; and after they had drunk some time, and talked of indifferent matters, the caliph, perceiving that his host grew warm with liquor, began to talk of love, and asked him if he had ever felt that passion. "Brother," replied Abu Hassan, familiarly thinking his guest was his equal, "I never looked upon love or marriage but as a slavery, to which I was always unwilling to submit, and must own to you, that I never loved anything but good cheer and good wine; in short, to divert and entertain myself agreeably with my friends. Yet I do not tell you that I am indifferent to marriage, or incapable of attachment. If I could meet with a woman of such beauty and sweetness of temper as her I saw in my dream that fatal night in which I first received you into my house, and you to my misfortune left my door open, who would pass the whole night with me drinking, singing, and playing on some instrument, and in agreeable conversation, and who would study to please and divert me. I believe, on the contrary, I should change all my indifference into a perfect attachment to such a person, and I think should live very happily with her. But where is such a woman to be found, except in the caliph's palace, or in those of the grand vizier or some great lords of the court, who want not money to provide them? I choose therefore to stick to my bottle, which is a much cheaper pleasure, and which I can enjoy as well as the greatest." Saying these words, he filled out his own and the caliph's glass, and said, "Come, take your glass, and let us pursue this charming pleasure." When they had drunk off their wine, "It is a great pity," said the caliph, "that so gallant a man as you, who owns himself not insensible of love, should lead so solitary a life." "I prefer the easy quiet life I live," replied Abou Hassan, "before the company of a wife whose beauty might not please me, and who besides might create me a great deal of trouble by her imperfections and ill humour." The conversation lasted a long time, and the caliph, seeing Abou Hassan had drunk to the pitch he desired, said, "Let me alone. Since you have the same good taste as every other honest man, I warrant you I will find you a wife that shall please you." Then taking Abou Hassan's glass, and putting a pinch of the same powder into it, filled him up a bumper, and presenting it to him, said, "Come, let us drink beforehand the fair lady's health, who is to make you happy. I am sure you will like her." Abou Hassan took the glass laughing, and shaking his head, said, "Be it so. Since you desire it, I cannot be guilty of so great a piece of incivility, nor disoblige a guest of so much merit in such a trifling matter. I will drink the health of the lady you promise me, though I am very well contented as I am, and do not rely on your keeping your word." No sooner had Abou Hassan drunk off his bumper, than he was seized with as deep a sleep as before, and the caliph ordered the same slave to take him and carry him to the palace. The slave obeyed, and the caliph, who did not intend to send back Abou Hassan as before, shut the door after him as he had promised, and followed. Section 13. The caliph ordered Abou Hassan to be laid on a sofa in the fourth hall, from whence he had been carried home fast asleep a month before. But first he bade his attendants to put him on the same habit in which he had acted the caliph, which was done. He then charged all the eunuchs, officers, ladies, and musicians who were in the hall, when he drank the last glass of wine which had put him to sleep, to be there by daybreak, and to take care to act their parts well when he should awake. He then retired to rest, charging Mesrour to awake him before they went into the hall, that he might conceal himself in the closet as before. Mesrour, at the hour appointed, awakened the caliph, who immediately rose and went to the hall where Abou Hassan lay still asleep, and when he had placed himself in his closet, Mesrour and the other officers, ladies, and musicians who waited for him went in and placed themselves about the sofa, so as not to hinder the caliph from seeing what passed, and noticing all his actions. Things being thus disposed, and the caliph's powder having had its effect, Abou Hassan began to awake without opening his eyes, and threw off the phlegm, which was received in a gold basin as before. At that instant the 7 bands of singers joined their voices to the sounds of hautboys, fifes, flutes, and other instruments, forming a very agreeable concert. Abou Hassan was in great surprise to hear the delightful harmony, but when he opened his eyes and saw the ladies and officers about him, whom he thought he recognised, his amazement increased. The hall that he was in seemed to be the same he had seen in his first dream, and he observed the same lustres, and the same furniture and ornaments. The concert ceased, to give the caliph an opportunity of attending to the countenance of his guest, and all that he might say in his surprise. The ladies, Mesrour, and all the officers of the chamber waited in profound and respectful silence.
Abu Hassan bit his finger, and cried loud enough for the caliph to hear him,
"Alas! I am fallen again into the same dream and illusion that happened to me a month ago, and must expect again the bastinado and grated cell at the madhouse. Almighty God," added he, "I commit myself into the hands of thy divine providence. He was a wicked man that I entertained at my house last night, who has been the cause of this illusion, and the hardships I must again undergo. The base wretch swore to shut the door after him, but did not, and the devil came in and has turned my brain with this wicked dream of being commander of the faithful, and other phantoms which bewitch my eyes. God confound thee, Satan, and crush thee under some mountain of stones." After these words, Abu Hassan closed his eyes, and remained some time thoughtful and much perplexed. Then opening them again, and looking about him, cried out a second time with less surprise, and smiling at the various objects before him, "Great God, I commit myself into the hands of thy providence. Preserve me from the temptation of Satan." Then shutting them again, he said, "I will go to sleep until Satan leaves me, and returns as he came, were I to wait till noon." They did not give him time to go to sleep again, as he promised himself, for Strength of Hearts, one of the ladies whom he had seen before, approached, and sitting down on the sofa by him, said to him respectfully, "Commander of the faithful, I entreat your majesty to forgive me for taking the liberty to tell you not to go to sleep. Day appears, and it is time to rise." "Begone, Satan!" answered Abu Hassan, raising his voice; but looking at the lady, he said, "Is it me you call the commander of the faithful? Certainly you take me for somebody else." "It is to your majesty I give that title," replied the lady, "to whom it belongs, as you are sovereign of the world, and I am your most humble slave. Undoubtedly," added she, "your majesty means to divert yourself, by pretending to have forgotten yourself, or this is the effect of some troublesome dream. But if you would but open your eyes, the mists which disturb your imagination would soon be dispelled, and you would find yourself in your own palace, surrounded by your officers and slaves, who all wait your commands. And that your majesty may not be surprised to find yourself in this hall, and not in bed, I beg leave to inform you, that you fell so suddenly asleep last night, that we were unwilling to awake you to conduit you to your chamber, but laid you carefully upon this sofa." In short, she said to him so many things which appeared probable, that at last he sat up, opened his eyes, and recollected her and all the ladies again. They all approached him, and she who spoke first, resuming the discourse, said, "Commander of the faithful, and vicar of the prophet on earth, be not displeased if I acquaint your majesty once more that it is time to rise, for day appears." "You are very troublesome and importunate," replied Abu Hassan, rubbing his eyes. "I am not the commander of the faithful, but Abu Hassan. I know it well, and you shall not persuade me otherwise." "We do not know that Abu Hassan your majesty speaks of, nor desire to know him," answered the lady; "but we know you to be the commander of the believers, and you cannot persuade us to the contrary." Abu Hassan, looking about, and finding himself in the same hall, attributed all he saw and heard to such a dream as he had had before, and greatly feared the dreadful consequences. "Allah have mercy on me," said he, lifting up his hands and eyes, like a man who knew not where he was. "I commit myself into his hands. I cannot doubt, after what I have seen, but that the devil who came into my chamber possesses me, and fills my imagination full of all these visions." The caliph, who saw him all the time, and heard these exclamations, began to shake so heartily, that he had much difficulty to forbear bursting into loud laughter. Abu Hassan laying himself down again, and shutting his eyes, the same lady said, "Commander of the faithful, since your majesty does not rise, After we have, according to our duty, informed you it is day, and the dispatch of business requires your presence, we shall use the liberty you give us in such cases." Then, taking him by one arm, and calling to one of the other ladies to do the same by the other, they lifted him up and carried him into the middle of the hall, where they seated him, and all taking hands, danced and skipped round him, while the music played and sounded loudly in his ears. Abou Hassan was in inexpressible perplexity, and exclaimed, "What! Am I indeed caliph and commander of the faithful?" And in his uncertainty would have said more, but the music was so loud that he could not be heard. At last he made a sign to String of Pearls and Morning Star, two of the ladies who were dancing, that he wanted to speak with them, upon which they forbore and went to him. "Do not lie now," said he, "but tell me truly who I am." "Commander of the faithful," replied Morning Star, "your majesty means either to surprise us by asking this question, as if you did not know that you are commander of the faithful, and vicar on earth of the prophet of God, master of both worlds, that whereon we now are, and that to come after death; or else you must have had some extraordinary dream that has made you forget who you are, which may well be, considering that your majesty has slept longer than ordinary. However, if you will give me leave, I will refresh your memory with what passed yesterday." She then told him how he went to council, punished the imam and the 4 old men, and had sent a present by his grand vizier of 1,000 pieces of gold to the mother of one Abou Hassan; what he did in the inner part of the palace, and what passed at the 3 meals which he took in the 3 halls, adding, "In the 4th, your majesty did us the honour to make us sit down by you, to hear our songs, and received wine from our hands, until your majesty fell asleep, as Strength of Hearts has told you. From that time your majesty has continued, contrary to custom, in a sound sleep until now. Strength of Hearts, all your other slaves, and the officers present, can confirm what I say, and it is now time you should go to prayers." "Very well," replied Abou Hassan, shaking his head, "you would have me believe all this; but I tell you, you are all fools or mad, and that is great pity, for you are very handsome. Since I saw you, I have been at home, where I used my mother so ill that they sent me to a madhouse, and kept me there 3 weeks against my will, beat me unmercifully every day, and yet you would make me believe all this to be a dream." "Commander of the faithful," answered Morning Star, "you are mistaken. We are ready to swear by all your majesty holds most dear, that all you relate can be only a dream. You have never stirred out of this hall since yesterday, but slept here all night." The confidence with which the lady assured Abou Hassan that all she said was truth, and that he had never been out of the hall since that time, bewildered his senses so that he was at a loss what to believe. "O heaven!" said he to himself, "am I Abou Hassan, or the commander of the faithful? Almighty heaven, enlighten my understanding, and inform me of the truth, that I may know what to trust." He then uncovered his shoulders, and showed the ladies the livid weals of the blows he had received. "Look," said he, "judge whether these strokes could come to me in a dream, or when I was asleep. For my part, I can affirm that they were real blows. I feel the smart of them yet, and that is a testimonial there is no room to doubt. Now, if I received these strokes in my sleep, it is the most extraordinary thing in the world, and surpasses my comprehension." In this uncertainty, Abou Hassan called to one of the officers that stood near him. "Come hither," said he, "and bite the tip of my ear, that I may know whether I am asleep or awake." The officer obeyed, and bit so hard that he made him cry out loudly with the pain. The music struck up at the same time, and the officers and ladies all began to sing, dance, and skip about Abou Hassan, and made such a noise that he was in a perfect ecstasy, and played 1,000 ridiculous pranks. He threw off his caliph's habit and his turban, jumped up in his shirt and drawers, and taking hold of two of the lady's hands, began singing, jumping, and cutting capers, so that the caliph could not contain himself, but burst into such violent laughter, that he fell backwards, and was heard above the noise of all the musicians. He was so long before he could check himself, that it had like to have been fatal. At last he got up, opened the lattice, and putting out his head, cried, "Abu Hassan, Abu Hassan, have you a mind to kill me with laughing?" As soon as the caliph's voice was heard, everybody was silent, and Abu Hassan among the rest, who, turning his head to see from whence the voice came, knew the caliph, and in him recognized the Mosul merchant, but was not in the least daunted. On the contrary, he became convinced that he was awake, and that all that had happened to him had been real and not a dream. He entered into the caliph's pleasantry. "Ha, ha," said he, looking at him with good assurance, "you are a merchant of Mosul, and complain that I would kill you. You have been the occasion of my using my mother so ill, and of my being sent to a madhouse. It was you who treated the imam and the 4 sheikhs in the manner they were used, and not me. I wash my hands of it. It is you who have been the cause of all my disorders and sufferings. In short, you are the aggressor, and I the injured person." "Indeed you are in the right, Abu Hassan," answered the caliph, laughing all the while. "But to comfort you, and make amends for all your troubles, I call heaven to witness I am ready and willing to make you what reparation you please to ask." After these words, he came out of the closet into the hall, ordered one of his most magnificent habits to be brought, commanded the ladies to dress Abu Hassan in it, and when they had done, he said, embracing him, "Thou art my brother. Ask what thou wilt, and thou shalt have it." "Commander of the faithful," replied Abu Hassan, "I beg of your majesty to do me the favour to tell me what you did to disturb my brain in this manner, and what was your design; for it is a thing of the greatest importance for me to know, that I may perfectly recover my senses." The caliph was ready to give him this satisfaction, and said, "First, you are to know that I often disguise myself, and particularly at night, to observe if all goes right in Bagdad; and as I wish to know what passes in its environs, I set apart the first day of every month to make an excursion, sometimes on one side, sometimes on another, and always return by the bridge. The evening that you invited me to supper, I was beginning my rounds, and in our conversation you told me that the only thing you wished for was to be caliph for 24 hours, to punish the imam of your mosque and his 4 counsellors. I fancied that this desire of yours would afford me diversion, and thought immediately how I might procure you the satisfaction you wished. I had about me a certain powder, which immediately throws the person who takes it into a sound sleep for a certain time. I put a dose of it, without being perceived by you, into the last glass I presented to you, upon which you fell fast asleep, and I ordered my slave to carry you to my palace, and came away without shutting the door. I have no occasion to repeat what happened when you awoke, nor during the whole day till evening; but after you had been regaled by my orders, one of the ladies put another dose of the same powder into a glass she gave you. You fell asleep as before, and the same slave carried you home, and left the door open. You have told me all that happened to you afterwards. I never imagined that you could have suffered so much as you have done; but as I have a great regard for you, I will do everything to comfort you, and make you forget all your sufferings. Think of what I can do to serve you, and ask me boldly what you wish." "Commander of the faithful," replied Abu Hassan, "how great soever my tortures may have been, they are all blotted out of my remembrance, since I understand my sovereign lord and master had a share in them. I doubt not in the least of your majesty's bounty, but as interest never governed me, and you give me liberty to ask a favour, I beg that it may be that of having access to your person, to enjoy the happiness of admiring all my lifetime your virtues." This proof of disinterestedness in Abu Hassan confirmed the esteem the caliph had entertained for him. "I am pleased with your request," said he, "and grant you free access to my person at all times and all hours." At the same time he assigned him an apartment in the palace; and in regard to his pension, told him that he would not have him apply to his treasurer, but come always to him for an order upon him, and immediately commanded his private treasurer to give him a purse containing 1,000 pieces of gold. Abu Hassan made a low prostration, and the caliph left him to go to council. Abu Hassan took this opportunity to go and inform his mother of his good fortune, and that what had happened was not a dream, for that he had actually been caliph, had acted as such, and received all the honours, and that she had no reason to doubt of it, since he had this confirmed by the caliph himself. It was not long before this story of Abu Hassan was spread throughout Baghdad, and carried into all the provinces, both far and near, without the omission of a single circumstance. The new favourite Abu Hassan was always with the caliph; for as he was a man of a pleasant temper, and created mirth wherever he went by his wit and drollery, the caliph formed no party of diversion without him, and sometimes carried him to visit his consort Zobeide, to whom he had related his story. Zobeide, who observed that every time he came with the caliph, he had his eyes always fixed upon one of her slaves, called Nujatul Aoudat, resolved to tell the caliph of it. "Commander of the faithful," said she one day, "you do not observe that every time Abu Hassan attends you in your visits to me, he never keeps his eyes off Nujatul Aoudat, and makes her blush, which is almost a certain sign that she entertains no aversion for him. If you approve of it, we will make a match between them." "Madam," replied the caliph, "you remind me of what I ought to have done before. I know Abu Hassan's opinion respecting marriage from himself, and have always promised him a wife that should please him. I am glad you mentioned the circumstance, for I know not how I came to forget it. But it is better that Abu Hassan should follow his own inclination, and choose for himself. If Nujatul Aoudat is not averse to it, we ought not to hesitate upon their marriage, and since they are both present, they have only to say that they consent." Abu Hassan threw himself at the caliph's and Zobeide's feet, to show the sense he had of their goodness, and rising up, said, "I cannot receive a wife from better hands, but dare not hope that Nujatul Aoudat will give me her hand as readily as I give her mine." At these words he looked at the princess's slave, who showed by her respectful silence, and the sudden blush that arose in her cheeks, that she was disposed to obey the caliph and her mistress Zobeide. The marriage was solemnized, and the nuptials celebrated in the palace, with great rejoicings, which lasted several days. Zobeide made her slave considerable presents, and the caliph did the same to Abu Hassan. The bride was conducted to the apartment the caliph had assigned Abu Hassan, who awaited for her with all the impatience of a bridegroom, and received her with the sound of all sorts of instruments, and musicians of both sexes, who made the air echo with their concert. After these feasts and rejoicings, which lasted several days, the newly married couple were left to pursue their loves in peace. Abu Hassan and his spouse were charmed with each other, lived together in perfect union, and seldom were asunder, but when either he paid his respects to the caliph, or she hers to Zobeide. Indeed, Nujatul Aoudat was endued with every qualification capable of gaining Abu Hassan's love and attachment, was just such a wife as he had described to the caliph, and fit to sit at the head of his table. With these dispositions they could not fail to pass their lives agreeably. They kept a good table, covered with the nicest and choicest rarities in season, by an excellent cook, who took upon him to provide everything. Their sideboard was always stored with exquisite wines, placed within their reach when at table, where they enjoyed themselves in an agreeable conversation, and afterwards entertained each other with some pleasantry or other, which made them laugh more or less, as they had in the day met with something to divert them. and in the evenings, which they consecrated to mirth, they had generally some slight repast of dried sweetmeats, choice fruits, and cakes, and at each glass invited each other by new songs to drink, and sometimes accompanied their voices with a lute or other instruments which they could both touch. Abu Hassan and Nouzhatul Aoudat led this pleasant life unattentive to expense, until at length the caterer, who had dispersed all his and their money for these expenses, brought them in a long bill, in hope of having an advance of cash. They found the amount to be so considerable, that all the presents which the caliph and Zobeide had given them at their marriage were but just enough to pay him. This made them reflect seriously on what was past, which however was no remedy for the present evil; but they agreed to pay the caterer, and having sent for him, gave him all they owed him, without considering the difficulty they should be in immediately after. The caterer went away, highly pleased at receiving so large a sum, though Abu Hassan and his wife were not so well satisfied with seeing the bottom of their purse, but remained a long time silent and very much embarrassed, to find themselves reduced to poverty the very first year of their marriage. Abu Hassan remembered that the caliph, when he took him into the palace, had promised never to let him want, but when he considered how prodigal he had been of his money, was unwilling to expose himself to the shame of letting the caliph know the ill use he had made of his bounty, and that he wanted a supply. Besides, he had made over his patrimony to his mother, when the caliph had received him near his person, and was afraid to apply to her, lest she should discover that he had returned to the same extravagance he had been guilty of after his father's death. His wife, on the other hand, regarded Zobeide's generosity, and the liberty she had given her to marry, as more than a sufficient recompense for her service, and thought she had no right to ask more. Abu Hassan at last broke silence, and looking at his wife, said, "I see you are in the same embarrassment as myself, and thinking what we must do in this unhappy juncture, when our money fails us so unexpectedly. I do not know what your sentiments may be, but mine are, let what will happen, not to retrench our expenses in the least, and I believe you will come into my opinion. The point is, how to support them without stooping to ask the caliph or Zobeide, and I think I have fallen on the means, but we must assist each other." This discourse of Abu Hassan very much pleased his wife, and gave her some hopes. "I was thinking so as well as you," said she, "but durst not explain my thoughts, because I do not know how we can help ourselves, and must confess that what you tell me gives me a revival of pleasure. Since you say you have found out a resource, and my assistance is necessary, you need but tell me in what way, and I will do all that lies in my power." "I was sure," replied Abu Hassan, "that you would not fail me in a business which concerns us both, and therefore I must tell you, this want of money has made me think of a plan which will supply us, at least for a time. It consists in a little trick we must put, I upon the caliph, and you upon Zobeide, and at which, as I am sure they will both be diverted, it will answer advantageously for us. You and I will both die." "Not I indeed," interrupted Nouzhatul Aoudat. "You may die by yourself if you please, but I am not so weary of this life, and whether you are pleased or not, will not die so soon. If you have nothing else to propose, you may die by yourself, for I assure you I shall not join you." "You are a woman of such vivacity and wonderful quickness," replied Abu Hassan, "that you scarcely give me time to explain my design. Have but a little patience, and you shall find that you will be ready enough to die such a death as I intend, for surely you could not think I meant a real death." "Well," said his wife, "if it is but a sham death you design, I am at your service, and you may depend on my zeal to second you in this manner of dying. But I must tell you truly, I am very unwilling to die as I apprehended you at first." "Be but silent a little," said Abu Hassan, "and I will tell you what I promise. I will feign myself dead, and you shall lay me out in the middle of my chamber, with my turban upon my face, my feet towards Mecca, as if ready to be carried out to burial. When you have done this, you must lament and weep bitterly, as is usual in such cases, tear your clothes and hair, or pretend to do it, and go all in tears, with your locks dishevelled, to Zobeide. The princess will of course inquire the cause of your grief, and when you have told her, with words intermixed with sobs, she will pity you, give you money to defray the expense of my funeral, and a piece of good brocade to cover my body, that my interment may be the more magnificent, and to make you a new dress in the room of that you will have torn. As soon as you return with the money and the brocade, I will rise, lay you in my place, and go and act the same part with the caliph, who I dare say will be as generous to me as Zobeide will have been to you." Nouzhatoul aouadat highly approved the project, and said to Abou Hassan, "Come, lose no time, strip to your shirt and drawers, while I prepare a winding sheet. I know how to bury as well as anybody, for while I was in Zobeide's service, when any of my fellow slaves died, I had the conducting of the funeral." Abou Hassan did as his wife mentioned, and laid himself on the sheet which she had spread on the carpet in the middle of the room. As soon as he had crossed his arms, his wife wrapped him up, turned his feet towards Mecca, and put a piece of fine muslin and his turban upon his face, so that nothing seemed wanting but to carry him out to be buried. After this she pulled off her head dress, and with tears in her eyes, her hair dishevelled, and seeming to tear it off, with a dismal cry and lamentation, beating her face and breast with all the marks of the most lively grief, ran across the court to Zobeide's apartments, who, hearing the voice of a person crying very loud, commanded some of her women to see who it was. They returned and told her that it was Nouzhatoul aouadat, who was approaching in a deplorable condition. The princess, impatient to know what had happened to her, rose up immediately, and went to meet her at the door of her antechamber. Nouzhatoul aouadat played her part to perfection. As soon as she saw Zobeide, who held the door open, she redoubled her cries, tore her hair off by handfuls, beat her face and breast, and threw herself at her feet, bathing them with her tears. Zobeide, amazed to see her slave in such extraordinary affliction, asked what had happened, but instead of answering, she continued her sobs, and at last, feigning to strive to check them, said, with words interrupted by sighs, "Alas! my most honoured lady and mistress, what greater misfortune could have befallen me than this, which obliges me to throw myself at your majesty's feet? God prolong your days, my most respectable princess, in perfect health, and grant you many happy years. Abou Hassan, poor Abou Hassan, whom you honoured with your esteem, and gave me for a husband, is no more." At these words, Nouzhatoul aouadat redoubled her tears and sighs, and threw herself again at the princess's feet. Zobeide was extremely concerned at this news. "Abou Hassan dead!" cried she; "that agreeable, pleasant man! I did not expect his death so soon. He seemed to promise a long life, and well deserved to enjoy it." She then also burst into tears, as did all her women, who had been often witnesses of Abou Hassan's pleasantries when the caliph brought him to amuse the princess Zobeide, and all together continued for some time bewailing his loss. At length the princess Zobeide broke silence. "Wicked woman," cried she, addressing herself to the false widow, "perhaps you may have occasioned his death. Your ill temper has given him so much vexation, that you have at last brought him to his grave." Nouzhatoul aouadat seemed much hurt at the reproaches of Zobeide. "Ah, madam," cried she, "I do not think I ever gave your majesty, while I was your slave, reason to entertain so disadvantageous an opinion of my conduct to a husband who was so dear to me. I should think myself the most wretched of women, if you were persuaded of this. I behaved to Abou Hassan as a wife should do to a husband for whom she has a sincere affection; and I may say, without vanity, that I had for him the same regard he had for me. I am persuaded he would, were he alive, justify me fully to your majesty. But, madam," added she, renewing her tears, "his time was come, and that was the only cause of his death." Zobeide, as she had really observed in her slave a uniformly equal temper, mildness, great docility, and zeal for her service, which shewed she was rather actuated by inclination than duty, hesitated not to believe her on her word, and ordered her treasurer to fetch 100 pieces of gold and a piece of rich brocade. The slave soon returned with the purse and piece of brocade, which, by Zobeide's order, she delivered to Nouzhatoul aouadat, who threw herself again at the princess's feet, and thanked her with great self-satisfaction at finding she had succeeded so well. "Go," said Zobeide, "use that brocade to cover the corpse of your husband, and with the money bury him handsomely, as he deserves. Moderate the transport of your afflictions. I will take care of you." As soon as Nouzhatoul aouadat got out of the princess's presence, she dried up her tears, and returned with joy to Abou Hassan, to give him an account of her good success. When she came home, she burst out laughing on seeing her husband still stretched out in the middle of the floor. She ran to him, bade him rise and see the fruits of his stratagem. He arose, and rejoiced with his wife at the sight of the purse and brocade. Unable to contain herself at the success of her artifice, "Come, husband," said she, laughing, "let me act the dead part, and see if you can manage the caliph as well as I have done Zobeide." "That is the temper of all women," replied Abou Hassan, "who, we may well say, have always the vanity to believe they can do things better than men, though at the same time what good they do is by their advice. It would be odd indeed if I, who laid this plot myself, could not carry it on as well as you. But let us lose no time in idle discourse. Lie down in my place, and witness if I do not come off with as much applause." Abou Hassan wrapped up his wife as she had done him, and with his turban unrolled, like a man in the greatest affliction, ran to the caliph, who was holding a private council with Jaaffier and other confidential viziers. He presented himself at the door, and the officer, knowing he had free access, opened it. He entered, holding with one hand his handkerchief before his eyes, to hide the feigned tears which trickled down his cheeks, and striking his breast with the other, with exclamations expressing extraordinary grief. The caliph, always used to seeing Abou Hassan with a merry countenance, was very much surprised to behold him in so much distress. He interrupted the business of the council to inquire the cause of his grief. "Commander of the faithful," answered Abou Hassan, with repeated sighs and sobs, "God preserve your majesty on the throne which you fill so gloriously. A greater calamity could not have befallen me than what I now lament. Alas! Nouzhatoul aouadat, whom you in your bounty gave me for a wife, to gladden my existence, alas!" At this exclamation, Abou Hassan pretended to have his heart so full that he could not utter more, but poured forth a flood of tears. The caliph, who now understood that Abou Hassan came to tell him of the death of his wife, seemed much concerned, and said to him with an air which shewed how much he regretted her loss, "God be merciful to her! She was a good slave, and we gave her to you with an intention to make you happy. She deserved a longer life." The tears then ran down his face, so that he was obliged to pull out his handkerchief to wipe them off. The grief of Abou Hassan and the tears of the caliph excited those of Jaaffier and the other viziers. They bewailed the death of Nouzhatoul aouadat, who on her part was only impatient to hear how Abou Hassan succeeded. The caliph had the same suspicion of the husband that Zobeide had of the wife, and imagined that he had occasioned her death. "Wretch," said he, in a tone of indignation, "have not you been the cause of your wife's death by your ill treatment of her? You ought at least to have had some regard for the princess my consort, who loved her more than the rest of her slaves, yet consented to give her to you. What a return for her kindness!" "Commander of the faithful," replied Abou Hassan, affecting to weep more bitterly than before, "can your majesty for a moment suppose that Abou Hassan, whom you have loaded with your favours and kindness, and on whom you have conferred honours he could never have aspired to, can have been capable of such ingratitude? I loved Nouzhatoul aouadat, my wife, as much on these accounts as for the many good qualities she possessed, and which drew from me all the attachment, tenderness, and love she deserved. But, my lord," added he, "she was to die, and God would no longer suffer me to enjoy a happiness for which I was indebted to your majesty and your beloved consort." Abou Hassan dissembled so well, that the caliph, who had never heard how extravagantly he and his wife had lived, no longer doubting his sincerity, ordered his treasurer, who was present, to give Abou Hassan a purse of 100 pieces of gold, and a piece of brocade. Abou Hassan immediately cast himself at the caliph's feet, and thanked him for his present. "Follow the treasurer," said the monarch, "throw the brocade over the corpse, and with the money show the last testimony of thy love for thy wife." Abou Hassan made no reply to these obliging words of the caliph, but retiring with a low prostration, followed the treasurer, and as soon as he had got the purse and piece of brocade, went home, well pleased with having found out so quick and easy a way of supplying the necessity which had given him so much uneasiness. Nouzhatoul aouadat, weary with lying so long in one posture, waited not till Abou Hassan bade her rise, but as soon as she heard the door open, sprang up, ran to her husband, and asked him if he had imposed on the caliph as cleverly as she had done on Zobeide. "You see," said he, showing her the stuff, and shaking the purse, "that I can act a sorrowful husband for a living wife, as well as you can a weeping widow for a husband not dead." Abou Hassan, however, was not without his fears that this double plot might be attended with some ill consequences. He thought it would not be amiss to put his wife on her guard as to what might happen, that they might act in concert; "for," added he, "the better we succeed in embarrassing the caliph and Zobeide, the more they will be pleased at last, and perhaps may shew their satisfaction by greater liberality." This last consideration induced them to carry on their stratagem farther. The caliph, though he had important affairs to decide, was so impatient to condole with the princess on the death of her slave, that he rose up as soon as Abou Hassan was gone, and put off the council to another day. "Follow me," said he to Mesrour, who always attended him wherever he went, and was in all his councils. "Let us go and share with the princess the grief which the death of her slave Nouzhatoul aouadat must have occasioned." Accordingly, they went to Zobeide's apartment, whom the caliph found sitting on a sofa, much afflicted, and still in tears. "Madam," said the caliph, going up to her, "it is unnecessary to tell you how much I partake with you in your affliction, since you must be sensible that what gives you pleasure or trouble has the same effect on me. But we are all mortal, and must surrender up to God that life he has given us, when he requires it. Nouzhatoul aouadat, your faithful slave, was endued with qualifications that deserved your esteem, and I cannot but approve your expressing it after her death. But consider, all your grief will not restore her to life. Therefore, madam, if you love me, and will take my advice, be comforted for this loss. Take care of a life which you know is precious to me, and constitutes all the happiness of mine." If the princess was charmed with these tender sentiments which the caliph expressed in his compliments, she was amazed to hear of Nouzhatoul aouadat's death. This news threw her into such astonishment, that she was not able to return an answer for some time. At last recovering, she replied, with an air expressive of surprise, "Commander of the faithful, I am very sensible of all your tender sentiments; but give me leave to say, I cannot comprehend the news you tell me of the death of my slave, who is in perfect health. My affliction is for the death of Abou Hassan, her husband, your favourite, whom I esteemed as much for the regard you had for him, as his having so often diverted me agreeably, and for whom I had as great a value as yourself. But the little concern you show for his death, and your so soon forgetting a man in whose company you have so often told me you took so much pleasure, surprises me, and this insensibility seems the greater from the deception you would put upon me in changing his death for that of my slave. End of section 14. Caliph, who thought that he was perfectly well informed of the death of the slave, and had just reason to believe so, because he had both seen and heard Abu Hassan, laughed and shrugged up his shoulders to hear Zobeide talk in this manner. "Mesrour," said he to the eunuch, "what do you think of the princess's discourse? Do not women sometimes lose their senses? For you have heard and seen all as well as myself." Then turning to Zobeide, "Madam," said he, "shed no more tears for Abu Hassan, for I can assure you he is well; but rather bewail the death of your dear slave. It is not many moments since her husband came in the most inexpressible affliction, to tell me of the death of his wife. I gave him a purse of 100 pieces of gold and a piece of brocade to comfort him and bury her, and Mesrour, who was present, can tell you the same." The princess took this discourse of the caliph's to be all a jest, and thought he had a mind to impose upon her. "Commander of the faithful," replied she, "though you are used to banter, I must tell you this is not a proper time for pleasantry. What I tell you is very serious. I do not talk of my slave's death, but of Abu Hassan's, her husband, whose fate I bewail, and so ought you to." "Madam," said the caliph, putting on a grave countenance, "I tell you without raillery that you are deceived. Nouzhatoul Aouadat is dead, and Abu Hassan is alive, and in perfect health." Zobeide was much piqued at this dry answer of the caliph. "Commander of the faithful," replied she smartly, "God preserve you from continuing longer in this mistake. Surely you would make me think your mind is not as usual. Give me leave to repeat to you once more that it is Abu Hassan who is dead, and that my slave Nouzhatoul Aouadat, his widow, is living. It is not an hour since she went from hence. She came here in so disconsolate a state, that the sight of her was enough to have drawn tears from my eyes, if she had not told me her affliction. All my women who wept with me can bear me witness, and tell you also that I made her a present of 100 pieces of gold and a piece of brocade. The grief which you found me in was on account of the death of her husband, and just at the instant you entered I was going to send you a compliment of condolence." At these words of Zobeide, the caliph cried out in a fit of laughter, "This, madam, is a strange piece of obstinacy; but," continued he seriously, "you may depend upon Nouzhatoul Aouadat's being dead." "I tell you no, sir," replied Zobeide sharply, "it is Abu Hassan that is dead, and you shall never make me believe otherwise." Upon this the caliph's anger rose in his countenance. He seated himself on the sofa at some distance from the princess, and speaking to Mesrour, said, "Go immediately, see which it is, and bring me word; for though I am certain that it is Nouzhatoul Aouadat, I would rather take this method than be any longer obstinately positive about the matter, though of its certainty I am perfectly satisfied." No sooner had the caliph commanded him than Mesrour was gone. "You will see," continued he, addressing himself to Zobeide, "in a moment, which of us is right." "For my part," replied Zobeide, "I know very well that I am in the right, and you will find it to be Abu Hassan." "And for myself," returned the caliph, "I am so sure that it is Nouzhatoul Aouadat, that I will lay you what wager you please that Abu Hassan is well." "Do not think to come off so," said Zobeide. "I accept your wager, and I am so well persuaded of his death, that I would willingly lay the thing dearest to me in the world against what you will, though it were of less value. You know what I have in my disposal, and what I value most. Propose the bet, and I will stand to it." "Since it is so," replied the caliph, "I will lay my garden of pleasures against your palace of paintings, though the one is worth much more than the other." "Is the question at present," replied Zobeide, "if your garden is more valuable than my palace? That is not the point. You have made choice of what you thought fit belonging to me, as an equivalent against what you lay. I accept the wager, and that I will abide by it I take God to witness." The caliph took the same oath, and both waited Mesrour's return. While the caliph and Zobeide were disputing so earnestly and with so much warmth, Abou Hassan, who foresaw their difference, was very attentive to whatever might happen. As soon as he perceived Mesrour through a window, at which he sat talking with his wife, and observed that he was coming directly to their apartment, he guessed his commission, and bade his wife make haste to act the dead part once more, as they had agreed, without loss of time. But they were so pressed, that Abou Hassan had much ado to wrap up his wife, and lay the piece of brocade which the caliph had given him upon her, before Mesrour reached the house. This done, he opened the door of his apartment, and with a melancholy dejected countenance, and his handkerchief before his eyes, went and sat down at the head of the pretended deceased. By the time he was seated, Mesrour came into the room. The dismal sight which met his eyes gave him a secret joy on account of the errand the caliph had sent him on. Abou Hassan rose up to meet him, and kissing his hand out of respect, said, sighing and sobbing, "You see me under the greatest calamity that ever could have befallen me, the death of my dear wife, Nouzhatoul Aoudat, whom you honoured with your favours." Mesrour, affected by this discourse, could not refuse some tears to the memory of the deceased. He lifted up the cloth a little at the head, and peeping under it, let it down again, and said with a deep sigh, "There is no other God but Allah. We must all submit to his will, and every creature must return to him. Nouzhatoul Aoudat, my good sister," added he, sighing, "thy days have been few. God have mercy on thee." Then turning to Abou Hassan, who was all the time in tears, "We may well say," added he, "that women sometimes have whims, and lose their senses in a most unpardonable manner; for Zobeide, good mistress as she is in that situation at present. She will maintain to the caliph that you are dead, and not your wife; and whatever the caliph can say to the contrary, he cannot persuade her otherwise. He called me to witness and confirm this truth; for you know I was present when you came and told him the sorrowful news. But all signifies nothing; they are both positive; and the caliph, to convince Zobeide, has sent me to know the truth. But I fear I shall not be believed; for when women once take up a thing, they are not to be beaten out of it." "God keep the commander of the faithful in the possession and right use of his senses," replied Abou Hassan, still sighing and weeping. "You see how it is, and that I have not imposed upon his majesty; and I wish to heaven," continued he, to dissemble the better, "that I had no occasion to have told him the melancholy and afflicting news. Alas! I cannot enough express my irreparable loss." "That is true," replied Mesrour, "and I can assure you I take a great share in your affliction; but you must be comforted, and not abandon yourself to your grief. I leave you with reluctance to return to the caliph, but I beg the favour of you not to bury the corpse till I come again, for I will assist at the interment, and accompany it with my prayers." Mesrour went to give an account of his visit. Abou Hassan attended him to the door, told him he did not deserve the honour he intended him, and for fear Mesrour should return to say something else, followed him with his eyes for some time, and when he saw him at a distance, returned to his wife and released her. "This is already," said he, "a new scene of mirth, but I fancy it will not be the last; for certainly the princess Zobeide will not believe Mesrour, but will laugh at him, since she has too substantial a reason to the contrary. Therefore we must expect some new event." While Abou Hassan was talking thus, Nouzhatoul Aouadat had time to put on her clothes again, and both went and sat down on a sofa opposite to the window, where they could see all that passed. In the mean time, Mesrour reached Zobeide's apartment, and going into her closet laughing, clapped his hands like one who had something very agreeable to tell. The caliph, naturally impatient, and piqued a little at the princess's contradiction, as soon as he saw Mesrour, "Vile slave," said he, "is this a time to laugh? Why do not you tell me which is dead, the husband or the wife?" "Commander of the faithful," answered Mesrour, putting on a serious countenance, "it is Nouzhatoul Aouadat who is dead, for the loss of whom Abou Hassan is as much afflicted as when he appeared before your majesty." The caliph, not giving him time to pursue his story, interrupted him, and cried out, laughing heartily, "Good news! Zobeide, your mistress, was a moment ago possessed of the palace of paintings, and now it is mine. She staked it against my garden of pleasures, since you went; therefore you could not have done me greater pleasure. I will take care to reward you; but give me a true account of what you saw." "Commander of the faithful," said Mesrour, "when I came to Abou Hassan's apartment, I found the door open, and he was bewailing the death of his wife. He sat at the head of the deceased, who was laid out in the middle of the room, with her feet towards Mecca, and was covered with the piece of brocade which your majesty presented to Abou Hassan. After I had expressed the share I took in his grief, I went and lifted up the pall at the head, and knew Nouzhatoul Aouadat, though her face was much swelled and changed. I exhorted Abou Hassan in the best manner I could to be comforted, and when I came away, told him I would attend at his wife's funeral, and desired him not to remove the corpse till I came. This is all I can tell your majesty." "I ask no more," said the caliph, laughing heartily, "and I am well satisfied with your exactness." Then addressing himself to Zobeide, "Well, madam," said he, "have you yet anything to say against so certain a truth? Will you still believe that Nouzhatoul Aouadat is alive, and that Abou Hassan is dead? And will you not own that you have lost your wager?" "How, sir?" replied Zobeide, who would not believe one word Mesrour said. "Do you think that I regard that impertinent fellow of a slave, who knows not what he says? I am not blind or mad. With these eyes I saw Nouzhatoul Aouadat in the greatest affliction. I spoke to her myself, and she told me that her husband was dead." "Madam," replied Mesrour, "I swear to you by your own life, and that of the commander of the faithful, which are both dear to me, that Nouzhatoul Aouadat is dead, and Abou Hassan is living." "Thou liest, base despicable slave," said Zobeide in a rage, "and I will confound thee immediately." Clapping her hands together, she called her women, who all approached. "Come hither," said the princess to them, "and speak the truth. Who was that who came and spoke with me a little before the caliph entered?" The women all answered that it was poor afflicted Nouzhatoul Aouadat. "And what," added she, addressing herself to her treasurer, "did I order you to give her?" "Madam," answered the treasurer, "I gave Nouzhatoul Aouadat, by your orders, a purse of 100 pieces of gold, and a piece of brocade, which she carried away with her." "Well then, sorry slave," said Zobeide to Mesrour in passion, "what have you to say to all this? Whom do you think now I ought to believe, you or my treasurer, my women, and myself?" Mesrour did not want for arguments to contradict the princess, but as he was afraid of provoking her too much, chose rather to be silent, though he was satisfied that the wife was dead and not the husband. During the whole of this dispute between Zobeide and Mesrour, The caliph, who heard the evidence on both sides, and was persuaded of the contrary of what the princess asserted, because he had himself seen and spoken to Abu Hassan, and from what Mesrour had told him, laughed heartily to see Zobeide so exasperated. "Madam," said he to her, "once more I repeat that I know not who was the author of that saying, that women sometimes lose their wits, but I am sure you make it good. Mesrour has just come from Abu Hassan's, and tells you that he saw Nouzhatoul aouadat lying dead in the middle of the room, Abu Hassan alive and sitting by her; and yet you will not believe this evidence, which nobody can reasonably refuse. I cannot comprehend this conduit." Zobeide would not hear the caliph. "Pardon me, commander of the faithful," replied she, "if I suspect you. I see that you have contrived with Mesrour to vex me and to try my patience; and as I perceive that this report was concerted between you, I beg leave to send a person to Abu Hassan's, to know whether or not I am in the wrong." The caliph consented, and the princess charged with this important commission an old nurse who had lived with her from her infancy. "Hark you, nurse," said she, "you see my dispute with the commander of the faithful and Mesrour. I need tell you no more. Go to Abu Hassan's, or rather to Nouzhatoul aouadat's, for Abu Hassan is dead, and clear up this matter for me. If you bring me good news, a handsome present is your reward. Make haste and return immediately." The nurse set out, to the great joy of the caliph, who was delighted to see Zobeide in this embarrassment. But Mesrour, extremely mortified to find the princess so angry with him, did all he could to appease her, and to make her and the caliph both satisfied with him. He was overjoyed when Zobeide sent the nurse, because he was persuaded that the report she must make would agree with his, justify him, and restore him to her favour. In the mean time Abu Hassan, who watched at the window, perceived the nurse at a distance, and guessing that she was sent by Zobeide, called his wife, and told her that the princess's nurse was coming to know the truth. "Therefore," said he, "make haste and lay me out." Accordingly Nouzhatoul aouadat covered him with the brocade Zobeide had given her, and put his turban upon his face. The nurse, eager to acquit herself of her commission, hobbled as fast as age would allow her, and entering the room, perceived Nouzhatoul aouadat in tears, her hair dishevelled, and seated at the head of her husband, beating her breast, with all the expressions of violent grief. The good old nurse went directly to the false widow. "My dear Nouzhatoul aouadat," said she, with a sorrowful countenance, "I come not to interrupt your grief and tears for a husband whom you loved so tenderly." "Ah, good mother," replied the counterfeit widow, "you see my misfortune, and how unhappy I am from the loss of my beloved Abu Hassan. Abu Hassan, my dear husband," cried she, "what have I done that you should leave me so soon? Have I not always preferred your will to my own? Alas! what will become of poor Nouzhatoul aouadat?" "This black faced Mesrour," cried the nurse, lifting up her hands, "deserves to be punished for having caused so great a difference between my good mistress and the commander of the faithful, by the falsehood he has told them. Daughter," continued she, "that villain Mesrour has asserted with inconceivable impudence before our good mistress that you were dead, and Abu Hassan was alive." "Alas! my good mother," cried Nouzhatoul aouadat, "I wish to heaven that it was true. I should not be in this sorrowful state, nor bewail a husband so dear to me." At these words she wept afresh, and with redoubled tears and cries feigned the deepest sorrow. The nurse was so much moved by her tears, that she sat down by her, and cried too. Then gently lifting up the turban and cloth, looked at the face of the corpse. "Ah, poor Abu Hassan!" she cried, covering his face again, "God have mercy upon thee! Adieu, child."
said she to Nouzhatoul aouadat. "If I could stay longer with you, I would with all my heart; but I am obliged to return immediately, to deliver my mistress from the uneasiness that black villain has occasioned her, by his impudent lie, assuring her with an oath that you were dead." As soon as the nurse was gone, Nouzhatoul aouadat wiped her eyes and released Abou Hassan. They both went and sat down on a sofa against the window, expecting what would be the end of this stratagem, and to be ready to act according as circumstances might require. The nurse in the meantime made all the haste she could to go to Zobeide. The pleasure of carrying the princess news favourable to her wager, but still more the hopes of a good reward, added wings to her feet, and running into the princess's closet quite out of breath, she gave her a true account of all she had seen. Zobeide hearkened to the old woman's relation with a most sensible pleasure, and when she had done, said, with a tone which shewed triumph at having, as she supposed, won her wager, "Repeat it once more before the caliph, who looks upon us all to be fools, who would make us believe we have no sense of religion nor fear of God; and tell your story to that wicked black slave, who had the insolence to assert a wilful falsehood." Mesrour, who expected the nurse's report would prove favourable on his side, was much mortified to find it so much the contrary, and so vexed at the anger Zobeide expressed against him, for a thing which he thought himself surer of than anybody, that he was glad of an opportunity of speaking his mind freely to the old woman, which he durst not do to the princess. "Old Toothless," said he to the nurse, "you are a liar, and there is no truth in what you say; for I saw with my own eyes Nouzhatoul aouadat laid out in the middle of the room." "You are a notorious liar yourself," replied the nurse with an insulting air, "to dare maintain so great a falsity before my face, who am just come from seeing Abou Hassan dead laid out, and have left his wife alive." "I am not an impostor," replied Mesrour; "it is you who endeavour to lead us all into error." "What impudence," said the nurse, "to dare tell me I lie, in the presence of their majesties, when I saw just now with my own eyes what I have had the honour to tell them." "Indeed, nurse," answered Mesrour again, "you had better hold your tongue, for you certainly don't." Zobeide, who could no longer endure this want of respect in Mesrour, who, without any regard to her, treated her nurse so injuriously in her presence, without giving the old lady time to reply to so gross an affront, said to the caliph, "Commander of the faithful, I demand justice for this insolence to us both." She was so enraged she could say no more, but burst into tears. The caliph, who had heard all the dispute, thought it very intricate. He mused some time, and could not tell what to think of so many contradictions. The princess, on her part, as well as Mesrour, the nurse, and all the women slaves who were present, were as much puzzled, and remained silent. At last the caliph, addressing himself to Zobeide, said, "I see we are all liars, myself first, then you, Mesrour, and you, nurse, or at least it seems not one can be believed more than the other. Therefore let us go ourselves to examine the truth, for I can see no other way to clear up these doubts." So saying, the caliph arose, the princess followed him, and Mesrour went before to open the doors. "Commander of the faithful," said he, "I am overjoyed that your majesty has taken this course, and shall be much more when I shall make it plainly appear to the nurse, not that she dotes, since the expression is unfortunately displeasing to my good mistress, but that her report is not true." The nurse wanted not a reply. "Hold your tongue, black face," said she, "you dote yourself." Zobeide, who was much provoked at Mesrour, could not bear to hear him attack her nurse again without taking her part. "Vile slave," said she, "say what you will, I maintain my nurse speaks the truth,
and look upon you as a mere liar." "Madam," replied Mesrour, "if nurse is so very certain that Nouzhatoul aouadat is alive, and Abou Hassan dead, I will lay her what she dares of it." The nurse was as ready as he. "I dare," said she, "take you at your word. Let us see if you dare unsay it." Mesrour stood to his word, and they laid a piece of gold brocade with silver flowers before the caliph and the princess. The apartment from which the caliph and Zobeide set out, though distant from Abou Hassan's, was nevertheless just opposite, so that he perceived them coming, and told his wife that he was much mistaken if the caliph and Zobeide, preceded by Mesrour, and followed by a great number of women, were not about to do them the honour of a visit. She looked through a lattice and saw them, seemed frightened, and cried out, "What shall we do? We are ruined." "Fear nothing," replied Abou Hassan. "Have you forgotten already what we agreed on? We will both feign ourselves dead, and you shall see all will go well. At the slow rate they are coming, we shall be ready before they reach the door." Accordingly, Abou Hassan and his wife wrapped up and covered themselves with the pieces of brocade, and waited patiently for their visitors. Mesrour, who came first, opened the door, and the caliph and Zobeide, followed by their attendants, entered the room, but were struck with horror, and stood motionless at the spectacle which presented itself to their view, not knowing what to think. At length Zobeide, breaking silence, said to the caliph, "Alas! they are both dead." "You have done much," continued she, looking at the caliph and Mesrour, "to endeavour to make me believe that my dear slave was dead, and I find it is true. Grief at the loss of her husband has certainly killed her." "Say rather, madam," answered the caliph, prepossessed to the contrary, that Nouzhatoul died first, "the afflicted Abou Hassan sunk under his grief, and could not survive his dear wife. You ought therefore to confess that you have lost your wager, and that your palace of paintings is mine." "Hold there," answered Zobeide, warmed at being contradicted by the caliph. "I will maintain you have lost your garden of pleasures. Abou Hassan died first, since my nurse told you as well as me that she saw her alive, and weeping for the death of her husband." The dispute of the caliph and Zobeide brought on another between Mesrour and the nurse, who had wagered as well as they. Each affirmed to have won, and at length they proceeded to abuse each other very grossly. At last the caliph, reflecting on what had passed, began to think that Zobeide had as much reason as himself to maintain that she had won. In this embarrassment of not being able to find out the truth, he advanced towards the corpses, and sat down at the head, searching for some expedient that might gain him the victory over Zobeide. "I swear," cried he presently after, "by the holy name of God, that I will give 1,000 pieces of gold to him who can tell me which of these two died first." No sooner were these words out of the caliph's mouth, than he heard a voice under Abou Hassan's piece of brocade say, "Commander of the faithful, I died first, give me the 1,000 pieces of gold." At the same instant Abou Hassan threw off the piece of brocade, and springing up, prostrated himself at his feet, while his wife did the same to Zobeide, keeping on her piece of brocade out of decency. The princess at first shrieked out, but recovering herself, expressed great joy to see her dear slave rise again, just when she was almost inconsolable at having seen her dead. "Ah, wicked Nouzhatoul aouadat!" cried she, "what have I suffered for your sake? However, I forgive you from my heart, since you are not dead." The caliph was not so much surprised when he heard Abou Hassan's voice, but thought he should have died with laughing at this unravelling of the mystery, and to hear Abou Hassan ask so seriously for the 1,000 pieces of gold. "What, Abou Hassan," said he, continuing to laugh aloud, "hast thou conspired against my life to kill me a second time with laughing? how came this thought into your head to surprise Zobeide and me thus, when we least thought of such a trick?" "Commander of the faithful," replied Abou Hassan, "I will declare to your majesty the whole truth, without the least reserve. Your majesty knows that I always loved to eat and drink well, and the wife you gave me rather increased than restrained this propensity. With these dispositions, your majesty may easily suppose we might spend a good estate; and to make short of my story, we were not sparing of what your majesty so generously gave us. This morning, accounting with our caterer, who took care to provide everything for us, and paying what we owed him, we found we had nothing left. Then reflections on what was past, and resolutions to manage better for the future, crowded into our thoughts. We formed 1,000 projects, all of which we rejected. At last, the shame of seeing ourselves reduced to so low a condition, and not daring to tell your majesty, made us contrive this stratagem to relieve our necessities, and to divert you, which we hope your majesty will be pleased to pardon." The caliph was satisfied with Abou Hassan's sincerity, and Zobeide, who had till now been very seriously, began to laugh at the thought of Abou Hassan's scheme. The caliph, who had not ceased laughing at the singularity of the adventure, rising, said to Abou Hassan and his wife, "Follow me, I will give you the 1,000 pieces of gold I promised, for joy to find you are not dead." Zobeide desired him to let her make her slave a present of the same sum, for the same reason. By this means Abou Hassan and his wife Nouzhatoul aouadat preserved the favour of the caliph Haroon al Rusheed and the princess Zobeide, and by their liberalities were enabled to pursue their pleasures. End of Section 15. End of the story of Abou Hassan, or the Sleeper Awakened.
In the capital of one of the large and rich provinces of the kingdom of China, the name of which I do not recollect, there lived a tailor named Mustapha, who was so poor that he could hardly by his daily labour maintain himself and his family, which consisted of a wife and son. His son, who was called Alla ad Deen, had been brought up in a very careless and idle manner, and by that means had contracted many vicious habits. He was wicked, obstinate, and disobedient to his father and mother, who, when he grew up, could not keep him within doors. He was in the habit of going out early in the morning, and would stay out all day, playing in the streets and public places with idle children of his own age. When he was old enough to learn a trade, his father, not being able to put him out to any other, took him into his own shop, and taught him how to use his needle. But neither fair words nor the fear of chastisement were capable of fixing his lively genius. All his father's endeavours to keep him to his work were in vain, for no sooner was his back turned than he was gone for that day. Mustapha chastised him, but Alla ad Deen was incorrigible, and his father, to his great relief, was forced to abandon him to his idleness, and was so much troubled at not being able to reclaim him, that it threw him into a fit of sickness, of which he died in a few months. The mother, finding that her son would not follow his father's business, shut up the shop, sold off the implements of trade, and with the money she received for them, and what she could get by spinning cotton, thought to maintain herself and her son. Alla ad Deen, who was now no longer restrained by the fear of a father, and who cared so little for his mother, that whenever she chid him he would abuse her, gave himself entirely over to his idle habits, and was never out of the streets from his companions. This course he followed till he was 15 years old, without giving his mind to any useful pursuit, or the least reflection on what would become of him. In this situation, as he was one day playing according to custom in the street, with his vagabond associates, a stranger passing by stood to observe him. This stranger was a sorcerer, called by the writer of this story the African magician.
He was a native of Africa, and had been but 2 days arrived from thence. The African magician, who was a good physiognomist, observing in Alla ad Deen's countenance something absolutely necessary for the execution of the design he was engaged in, inquired artfully about his family, who he was, and what were his inclinations; and when he had learned all he desired to know, went up to him, and taking him aside from his comrades, said, "Child, was not your father called Mustapha the tailor?" "Yes, sir," answered the boy, "but he has been dead a long time." At these words the African magician threw his arms about Alla ad Deen's neck, and kissed him several times with tears in his eyes. Alla ad Deen, who observed his tears, asked him what made him weep. "Alas, my son," cried the African magician with a sigh, "how can I forbear? I am your uncle. Your worthy father was my own brother. I have been many years abroad, and now I am come home with the hopes of seeing him. You tell me he is dead. I assure you it is a sensible grief to me to be deprived of the comfort I expected; but it is some relief to my affliction, that as far as I can remember him, I knew you at first sight, you are so like him, and I see I am not deceived." Then he asked Alla ad Deen, putting his hand into his purse, where his mother lived, and as soon as he had informed him, gave him a handful of small money, saying, "Go, my son, to your mother, give my love to her, and tell her that I will visit her to morrow if I have time, that I may have the satisfaction of seeing where my good brother lived so long, and ended his days." As soon as the African magician left his newly adopted nephew, Alla ad Deen ran to his mother, overjoyed at the money his uncle had given him. "Mother," said he, "have I an uncle?" "No, child," replied his mother, "you have no uncle by your father's side or mine." "I am just now come," said Alla ad Deen, "from a man who says he is my uncle by my father's side, assuring me that he is his brother. He cried and kissed me when I told him my father was dead; and to shew you that what I tell you is truth," added he, pulling out the money, "see what he has given me. He charged me to give his love to you, and to tell you, if he has any time to morrow, he will come and pay you a visit, that he may see the house my father lived and died in." "Indeed, child," replied the mother, "your father had a brother, but he has been dead a long time, and I never heard of another." The mother and son talked no more then of the African magician, but the next day Alla ad Deen's uncle found him playing in another part of the town with other children, and embracing him as before, put 2 pieces of gold into his hand, and said to him, "Carry this child to your mother, tell her that I will come and see her to night, and bid her get us something for supper, but first shew me the house where you live." After Alla ad Deen had shewed the African magician the house, he carried the 2 pieces of gold to his mother, and when he had told her of his uncle's intention, she went out and bought provisions, and considering she wanted various utensils, borrowed them of her neighbours. She spent the whole day in preparing the supper, and at night, when it was ready, said to her son, "Perhaps your uncle knows not how to find our house. Go and bring him, if you meet with him." Though Alla ad Deen had shewed the magician the house, he was ready to go, when somebody knocked at the door, which he immediately opened, and the magician came in loaded with wine and all sorts of fruits, which he brought for a dessert. After the African magician had given what he brought into Alla ad Deen's hands, he saluted his mother, and desired her to shew him the place where his brother Mustapha used to sit on the sofa, and when she had so done, he fell down and kissed it several times, crying out with tears in his eyes, "My poor brother, how unhappy am I not to have come soon enough to give you one last embrace." Alla ad Deen's mother desired him to sit down in the same place, but he declined. "No," said he, "I shall take care how I do that. but give me leave to sit opposite to it, that although I am deprived of the satisfaction of seeing the master of a family so dear to me, I may at least have the pleasure of beholding the place where he used to sit." The widow pressed him no farther, but left him at liberty to sit where he pleased. When the magician had made choice of a place and sat down, he began to enter into discourse with Alla ad Deen's mother. "My good sister," said he, "do not be surprised at your never having seen me all the time you have been married to my brother Mustapha of happy memory. I have been 40 years absent from this country, which is my native place as well as my late brother's, and during that time have travelled into the Indies, Persia, Arabia, Syria, and Egypt, have resided in the finest towns of those countries, and afterwards crossed over into Africa, where I made a longer stay. At last, as it is natural for a man, how distant soever it may be, to remember his native country, relations, and acquaintance, I was desirous to see mine again, and to embrace my dear brother; and finding I had strength enough to undertake so long a journey, I immediately made the necessary preparations and set out. I will not tell you the length of time it took me, all the obstacles I met with, and what fatigues I have endured to come hither, but nothing ever mortified and afflicted me so much, and hearing of my brother's death, for whom I always had a brotherly love and friendship, I observed his features in the face of my nephew your son, and distinguished him among a number of children with whom he was at play. He can tell you how I received the most melancholy news that ever reached my ears. But God be praised for all things. It is a comfort for me to find, as it were, my brother in a son, who has his most remarkable features." The African magician, perceiving that the widow began to weep at the remembrance of her husband, changed the conversation, and turning towards her son, asked him his name. "I am called Alla ad Deen," said he. "Well, Alla ad Deen," replied the magician, "what business do you follow? Are you of any trade?" At this question the youth hung down his head, and was not a little abashed when his mother answered, "Alla ad Deen is an idle fellow. His father, when alive, strove all he could to teach him his trade, but could not succeed; and since his death, notwithstanding all I can say to him, he does nothing but idle away his time in the streets, as you saw him, without considering he is no longer a child; and if you do not make him ashamed of it, I despair of his ever coming to any good. He knows that his father left him no fortune, and sees me endeavour to get bread by spinning cotton. For my part, I am resolved one of these days to turn him out of doors, and let him provide for himself." After these words, Alla ad Deen's mother burst into tears, and the magician said, "This is not well, nephew. You must think of helping yourself, and getting your livelihood. There are many sorts of trades. Consider if you have not an inclination to some of them. Perhaps you do not like your father's, and would prefer another. Come, do not disguise your sentiments from me. I will endeavour to help you." But finding that Alla ad Deen returned no answer, "If you have no mind," continued he, "to learn any handicraft, I will take a shop for you, furnish it with all sorts of fine stuffs and linens, and with the money you make of them lay in fresh goods, and then you will live in an honourable way. Consult your inclination, and tell me freely what you think of my proposal. You shall always find me ready to keep my word." This plan greatly flattered Alla ad Deen, who hated work, but had sense enough to know that such shops were much frequented, and the owners respected. He told the magician he had a greater inclination to that business than to any other, and that he should be much obliged to him for his kindness. "Since this profession is agreeable to you," said the African magician, "I will carry you with me to morrow, clothe you as handsomely as the best merchants in the city, and afterwards we will think of opening a shop as I mentioned." The widow, who never till then could believe that the magician was her husband's brother, no longer doubted after his promises of kindness to her son. She thanked him for his good intentions, and after having exhorted Alla ad Deen to render himself worthy of his uncle's favour by good behaviour, served up supper, at which they talked of several indifferent matters, and then the magician, who saw that the night was pretty far advanced, took his leave and retired. He came again the next day as he had promised, and took Alla ad Deen with him to a merchant who sold all sorts of clothes for different ages and ranks, ready made, and a variety of fine stuffs. He asked to see some that suited Alla ad Deen in size, and after choosing a suit for himself which he liked best, and rejecting others which he did not think handsome enough, he bade Alla ad Deen choose those he preferred. Alla ad Deen, charmed with the liberality of his new uncle, made choice of one, and the magician immediately paid for it. When Alla ad Deen found himself so handsomely equipped, he returned his uncle thanks, who promised never to forsake him, but always to take him along with him, which he did to the most frequented places in the city, and particularly where the principal merchants kept their shops. When he brought him into the street where they sold the richest stuffs and finest linens, he said to Alla ad Deen, "As you are soon to be a merchant, it is proper you should frequent these shops and be acquainted with them." He then showed him the largest and finest mosques, carried him to the khans or inns where the merchants and travellers lodged, and afterwards to the sultan's palace, where he had free access, and at last brought him to his own khan, where, meeting with some merchants he had become acquainted with since his arrival, he gave them a treat to bring them and his pretended nephew acquainted. This entertainment lasted till night, when Alla ad Deen would have taken leave of his uncle to go home. The magician would not let him go by himself, but conducted him to his mother, who, as soon as she saw him so well dressed, was transported with joy, and bestowed 1,000 blessings upon the magician, for being at so great an expense upon her child. "Generous relation," said she, "I know not how to thank you for your liberality. I know that my son is not deserving of your favours, and were he ever so grateful, and answered your good intentions, he would be unworthy of them. I thank you with all my soul, and wish you may live long enough to witness my son's gratitude, which he cannot better show than by regulating his conduct by your good advice." "Alla ad Deen," replied the magician, "is a good boy, and I believe he shall do very well; but I am sorry for one thing, which is that I cannot perform to morrow what I promised, because as it is Friday the shops will be shut up, and therefore we cannot hire or furnish one, but must wait till Saturday. I will, however, call on him to morrow, and take him to walk in the gardens, where people of the best fashion generally resort. Perhaps he has never seen these amusements, he has only hitherto been among children, but now he must see men." The African magician took his leave of the mother and the son, and retired. Alla ad Deen, who was overjoyed to be so well clothed, anticipated the pleasure of walking in the gardens. He had never been out of the town, nor seen the environs, which were very beautiful and pleasant. Alla ad Deen rose early the next morning, dressed himself to be ready when his uncle called on him, and after he had waited some time, began to be impatient, and stood watching at the door. But as soon as he perceived him coming, he told his mother, took his leave of her, and ran to meet him. The magician caressed Alla ad Deen, and said, "Come, my dear child, and I will show you fine things." He then led him out at one of the gates of the city to some magnificent houses, or rather palaces, to each of which belonged beautiful gardens, into which anybody might enter. At every building he came to, he asked Alla ad Deen if he did not think it fine, and the youth was ready to answer when any one presented itself, crying out, "Here is a finer house, uncle, than any we have seen yet." By this artifice the cunning magician led Alla ad Deen some way into the country, and as he meant to carry him farther to execute his design, he took an opportunity to sit down in one of the gardens on the brink of a fountain of clear water,
which discharged itself by a lion's mouth of bronze into a basin, pretending to be tired. "Come, nephew," said he, "you must be weary as well as I. Let us rest ourselves, and we shall be better able to pursue our walk." After they had sat down, the magician pulled from his girdle a handkerchief with cakes and fruit which he had provided, and laid them on the edge of the basin. He broke a cake in two, gave one half to Alla ad Deen, and ate the other himself; and in regard to the fruit, left him at liberty to take which sort he liked best. During this short repast, he exhorted his nephew to leave off keeping company with vagabonds, and seek that of wise and prudent men, to improve by their conversation. "For," said he, "you will soon be at man's estate, and you cannot too early begin to imitate their example." When they had eaten as much as they liked, they got up and pursued their walk through gardens separated from one another only by small ditches, which marked out the limits without interrupting the communication, so great was the confidence the inhabitants reposed in each other. By this means the African magician drew Alla ad Deen insensibly beyond the gardens, and crossed the country, till they nearly reached the mountains. Alla ad Deen, who had never been so far before, began to find himself much tired with so long a walk, and said to the magician, "Where are we going, uncle? We have left the gardens a great way behind us, and I see nothing but mountains. If we go much farther, I do not know whether I shall be able to reach the town again." "Never fear, nephew," said the false uncle, "I will show you another garden, which surpasses all we have yet seen. It is not far off, and when we come there, you will say that you would have been sorry to have been so nigh and not seen it." Alla ad Deen was soon persuaded, and the magician, to make the way seem shorter and less fatiguing, told him a great many stories. At last they arrived between two mountains of moderate height and equal size, divided by a narrow valley, which was the place where the magician intended to execute the design that had brought him from Africa to China. "We will go no farther now," said he to Alla ad Deen. "I will show you here some extraordinary things, which when you have seen, you will thank me for. But while I strike a light, gather up all the loose dry sticks you can see, to kindle a fire with." Alla ad Deen found so many dried sticks, that before the magician had made a light, he had collected a great heap. The magician presently set them on fire, and when they were in a blaze, threw in some incense, which raised a cloud of smoke. This he dispersed on each side, by pronouncing several magical words, which Alla ad Deen did not understand. At the same time the earth trembling opened just before the magician, and uncovered a stone laid horizontally, with a brass ring fixed into the middle. Alla ad Deen was so frightened at what he saw, that he would have run away, but the magician caught hold of him, abused him, and gave him such a box on the ear that he knocked him down. Alla ad Deen got up trembling, and with tears in his eyes said to the magician, "What have I done, uncle, to be treated in this severe manner?" "I have my reasons," answered the magician. "I am your uncle, I supply the place of your father, and you ought to make no reply. But, child," added he, softening, "do not be afraid, for I shall not ask anything of you but that you obey me punctually, if you would reap the advantages which I intend you." These fair promises calmed Alla ad Deen's fears and resentment, and when the magician saw that he was appeased, he said to him, "You see what I have done by virtue of my incense and the words I pronounced. Know then that under this stone there is hidden a treasure destined to be yours, and which will make you richer than the greatest monarch in the world. No person but yourself is permitted to lift this stone, or enter the cave, so you must punctually execute what I may command, for it is a matter of great consequence both to you and me."
Alla ad Deen, amazed at all he saw and heard the magician say of the treasure which was to make him happy, forgot what was past, and rising said, "Well, uncle, what is to be done? Command me, I am ready to obey." "I am overjoyed, child," said the African magician, embracing him. "Take hold of the ring, and lift up that stone." "Indeed, uncle," replied Alla ad Deen, "I am not strong enough. You must help me." "You have no occasion for my assistance," answered the magician. "If I help you, we shall be able to do nothing. Take hold of the ring, pronounce the names of your father and grandfather, then lift it up, and you will find it will come easily." Alla ad Deen did as the magician bade him, raised the stone with ease, and laid it on one side. When the stone was pulled up, there appeared a cavity of about 3 or 4 feet deep, with a little door, and steps to go down lower. "Observe, my son," said the African magician, "what I direct. Descend into the cave, and when you are at the bottom of those steps, you will find a door open, which will lead you into a spacious vault, divided into 3 great halls, in each of which you will see 4 large brass cisterns, placed on each side, full of gold and silver. But take care you do not meddle with them. Before you enter the first hall, be sure to tuck up your vest, wrap it about you, and then pass through the second into the third, without stopping. Above all things, have a care that you do not touch the walls, so much as with your clothes, for if you do, you will die instantly. At the end of the third hall, you will find a door which opens into a garden planted with fine trees loaded with fruit. Walk directly across the garden by a path which will lead you to 5 steps that will bring you upon a terrace, where you will see a niche before you, and in that niche a lighted lamp. Take the lamp down and extinguish it. When you have thrown away the wick and poured out the liquor, put it in your vestband and bring it to me. Do not be afraid that the liquor will spoil your clothes, for it is not oil, and the lamp will be dry as soon as it is thrown out. If you should wish for any of the fruit of the garden, you may gather as much as you please." After these words, the magician drew a ring off his finger, and put it on one of Alla ad Deen's, telling him that it was a preservative against all evil, while he should observe what he had prescribed to him. After this instruction he said, "Go down boldly, child, and we shall both be rich all our lives." Alla ad Deen jumped into the cave, descended the steps, and found the 3 halls just as the African magician had described. He went through them with all the precaution the fear of death could inspire, crossed the garden without stopping, took down the lamp from the niche, threw out the wick and the liquor, and, as the magician had desired, put it in his vestband. But as he came down from the terrace, seeing it was perfectly dry, he stopped in the garden to observe the fruit, which he only had a glimpse of in crossing it. All the trees were loaded with extraordinary fruit of different colours on each tree. Some bore fruit entirely white, and some clear and transparent as crystal, some pale red, and others deeper, some green, blue, and purple, and others yellow. In short, there was fruit of all colours. The white were pearls, the clear and transparent diamonds, the deep red rubies, the paler rubies, the green emeralds, the blue turquoises, the purple amethysts, and those that were of yellow cast, sapphires. Alla ad Deen was altogether ignorant of their worth, and would have preferred figs and grapes, or any other fruits. But though he took them only for coloured glass of little value, yet he was so pleased with the variety of the colours, and the beauty and extraordinary size of the seeming fruit, that he resolved to gather some of every sort, and accordingly filled the 2 new purses his uncle had bought for him with his clothes. Some he wrapped up in the skirts of his vest, which was of silk, large and wrapping, and crammed his bosom as full as it could hold. Alla ad Deen, having thus loaded himself with riches he knew not the value of,
returned through the 3 halls with the same precaution, made all the haste he could that he might not make his uncle wait, and soon arrived at the mouth of the cave, where the African magician expected him with the utmost impatience. As soon as Alla ad Deen saw him, he cried out, "Pray, uncle, lend me your hand to help me out." "Give me the lamp first," replied the magician; "it will be troublesome to you." "Indeed, uncle," answered Alla ad Deen, "I cannot now. It is not troublesome to me, but I will as soon as I am up." The African magician was so obstinate that he would have the lamp before he would help him up; and Alla ad Deen, who had encumbered himself so much with his fruit that he could not well get at it, refused to give it to him till he was out of the cave. The African magician, provoked at this obstinate refusal, flew into a passion, threw a little of his incense into the fire, which he had taken care to keep in, and no sooner pronounced 2 magical words, than the stone which had closed the mouth of the cave moved into its place, with the earth over it in the same manner as it lay at the arrival of the magician and Alla ad Deen. This action of the African magician's plainly showed him to be neither Alla ad Deen's uncle nor Mustapha the tailor's brother, but a true African. Africa is a country whose inhabitants delight most in magic of any in the whole world, and he had applied himself to it from his youth. After 40 years' experience in enchantments, geomancy, fumigations, and reading of magic books, he had found out that there was in the world a wonderful lamp, the possession of which would render him more powerful than any monarch; and by a late operation of geomancy, he had discovered that this lamp lay concealed in a subterraneous place in the midst of China, in the situation already described. Fully persuaded of the truth of this discovery, he set out from the farthest part of Africa, and after a long and fatiguing journey came to the town nearest to this treasure. But though he had a certain knowledge of the place where the lamp was, he was not permitted to take it himself, nor to enter the subterraneous place, but must receive it from the hands of another person. For this reason he had addressed himself to Alla ad Deen, whom he looked upon as a young lad whose life was of no consequence, and fit to serve his purpose, resolving, as soon as he should get the lamp into his hands, to sacrifice him to his avarice and wickedness, by making the fumigation mentioned before, and repeating 2 magical words, the effect of which would remove the stone into its place, so that no witness would remain of the transaction. The blow he had given Alla ad Deen was intended to make him obey the more readily, and give him the lamp as soon as he should ask for it; but his too great precipitation, and his fear lest somebody should come that way during their dispute, and discover what he wished to keep secret, produced an effect quite contrary to what he had proposed to himself. When the African magician saw that all his hopes were frustrated for ever, he returned the same day for Africa, but went quite round the town, and at some distance from it, lest some persons who had observed him walk out with a boy, on seeing him come back without him, should entertain any suspicions and stop him. According to all appearances, there was no prospect of Alla ad Deen being any more heard of; but the magician, when he had contrived his death, forgot the ring he had put upon his finger, which preserved him, though he knew not its virtue. It may seem astonishing that the loss of that, together with the lamp, did not drive the magician to despair; but magicians are so much used to misfortunes and events contrary to their wishes, that they do not lay them to heart, but still feed themselves to the end of life with unsubstantial notions and chimeras. The surprise of Alla ad Deen, who had never suspected this treachery from his pretended uncle, after all his caresses and what he had done for him, is more easily to be imagined than expressed. When he found himself buried alive, he cried, and called out to his uncle, to tell him he was ready to give him the lamp, but in vain, since his cries could not be heard. He descended to the bottom of the steps, with a design to get into the garden, but the door which was opened before by enchantment was now shut by the same means. He then redoubled his cries and tears, sat down on the steps without any hopes of ever seeing light again, and in a melancholy certainty of passing from the present darkness into that of a speedy death. End of section 16. Alla ad Deen remained in this state 2 days, without eating or drinking, and on the third looked upon death as inevitable. Clasping his hands with an entire resignation to the will of God, he said, "There is no strength or power but in the great and high God." In this action of joining his hands, he rubbed the ring which the magician had put on his finger, and of which he knew not yet the virtue. Immediately a genie of enormous size and frightful aspect rose out of the earth, his head reaching the roof of the vault, and said to him, "What wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all who may possess the ring on thy finger, I and the other slaves of that ring." At another time, Alla ad Deen, who had not been used to such appearances, would have been so frightened at the sight of so extraordinary a figure that he would not have been able to speak. But the danger he was in made him answer without hesitation, "Whoever thou art, deliver me from this place if thou art able." He had no sooner spoken these words than he found himself on the very spot where the magician had caused the earth to open. It was some time before his eyes could bear the light, after being so long in total darkness; but after he had endeavoured by degrees to support it, and began to look about him, he was much surprised not to find the earth open, and could not comprehend how he had got so soon out of its bowels. There was nothing to be seen but the place where the fire had been, by which he could nearly judge the situation of the cave. Then, turning himself towards the town, he perceived it at a distance in the midst of the gardens that surrounded it, and saw the way by which the magician had brought him. Returning God thanks to find himself once more in the world, he made the best of his way home. When he got within his mother's door, the joy to see her and his weakness for want of sustenance for 3 days made him faint, and he remained for a long time as dead. His mother, who had given him over for lost, seeing him in this condition, omitted nothing to bring him to himself. As soon as he had recovered, the first words he spoke were, "Pray, mother, give me something to eat, for I have not put a morsel of anything into my mouth these 3 days." His mother brought what she had, and set it before him. "My son," said she, "be not too eager, for it is dangerous. Eat but little at a time, and take care of yourself. Besides, I would not have you talk. You will have time enough to tell me what has happened to you when you are recovered. It is a great comfort to me to see you again, after the affliction I have been in since Friday, and the pains I have taken to learn what was become of you." Alla ad Deen took his mother's advice, and ate and drank moderately. When he had done, "Mother," said he to her, "I cannot help complaining of you for abandoning me so easily to the discretion of a man who had a design to kill me, and who at this very moment thinks my death certain. You believed he was my uncle as well as I, and what other thoughts could we entertain of a man who was so kind to me, and made such advantageous proffers? But I must tell you, mother, he is a rogue and a cheat, and only made me those promises to accomplish my death; but for what reason neither you nor I can guess. For my part, I can assure you, I never gave him any cause to justify the least ill treatment from him. You shall judge yourself when you have heard all that passed from the time I left you till he came to the execution of his wicked design." Alla ad Deen then related to his mother all that had happened to him from the Friday when the magician took him to see the palaces and gardens about the town, and what fell out in the way till they came to the place between the two mountains, where the great prodigy was to be performed. How, with incense which the magician threw into the fire, and some magical words which he pronounced, the earth opened and discovered a cave, which led to an inestimable treasure. He forgot not the blow the magician had given him, in what manner he softened again, and engaged him by great promises, and putting a ring to his finger, to go down into the cave. He did not omit the least circumstance of what he saw in crossing the 3 halls and the garden, and his taking the lamp, which he pulled out of his bosom and showed to his mother, as well as the transparent fruit of different colours which he had gathered in the garden as he returned. But though these fruits were precious stones, brilliant as the sun, and the reflection of a lamp which then lighted the room might have led them to think they were of great value, she was as ignorant of their worth as her son, and cared nothing for them. She had been bred in a low rank of life, and her husband's poverty prevented his being possessed of jewels, nor had she, her relations, or neighbours ever seen any, so that we must not wonder that she regarded them as things of no value, and only pleasing to the eye by the variety of their colours. Alla ad Deen put them behind one of the cushions of the sofa, and continued his story, telling his mother that when he returned to the mouth of the cave, upon his refusal to give the magician the lamp till he should get out, the stone, by his throwing some incense into the fire, and using 2 or 3 magical words, shut him in, and the earth closed. He could not help bursting into tears at the representation of the miserable condition he was in at finding himself buried alive in a dismal cave, till by the touching of his ring, the virtue of which he was till then an entire stranger to, he, properly speaking, came to life again. When he had finished his story, he said to his mother, "I need say no more, you know the rest. This is my adventure, and the danger I have been exposed to since you saw me." Alla ad Deen's mother heard with so much patience as not to interrupt him this surprising and wonderful relation, notwithstanding it could be no small affliction to a mother who loved her son tenderly. But yet, in the most moving part, which discovered the perfidy of the African magician, she could not help showing, by marks of the greatest indignation, how much she detested him, and when her son had finished his story, she broke out into 1,000 reproaches against that vile impostor. She called him perfidious traitor, barbarian, assassin, deceiver, magician, and an enemy and destroyer of mankind. "Without doubt, child," added she, "he is a magician, and they are plagues to the world, and by their enchantments and sorceries have commerce with the devil. Bless God for preserving you from his wicked designs, for your death would have been inevitable if you had not called upon him and implored his assistance." She said a great deal more against the magician's treachery, but finding that whilst she talked, Alla ad Deen, who had not slept for 3 days and nights, began to doze, she left him to his repose and retired. Alla ad Deen, who had not closed his eyes while he was in the subterraneous abode, slept very soundly till late the next morning, when the first thing he said to his mother was that he wanted something to eat, and that she could not do him a greater kindness than to give him his breakfast. "Alas, child," said she, "I have not a bit of bread to give you. You ate up all the provisions I had in the house yesterday. But have a little patience, and it shall not be long before I will bring you some. I have a little cotton which I have spun. I will go and sell it, buy bread and something for our dinner." "Mother," replied Alla ad Deen, "keep your cotton for another time, and give me the lamp I brought home with me yesterday. I will go and sell it, and the money I shall get for it will serve both for breakfast and dinner, and perhaps supper too." Alla ad Deen's mother took the lamp and said to her son, "Here it is, but it is very dirty. If it was a little cleaner, I believe it would bring something more." She took some fine sand and water to clean it, but had no sooner begun to rub it than in an instant a hideous genie of gigantic size appeared before her, and said to her in a voice like thunder, "What wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those who have that lamp in their hands, I and the other slaves of the lamp." Alla ad Deen's mother, terrified at the sight of the genie, fainted, when Alla ad Deen, who had seen such a phantom in the cavern, snatched the lamp out of his mother's hand, and said to the genie boldly, "I am hungry, bring me something to eat." The genie disappeared immediately, and in an instant returned with a large silver tray, holding 12 covered dishes of the same metal, which contained the most delicious viands, 6 large white bread cakes on 2 plates, 2 flagons of wine, and 2 silver cups. All these he placed upon a carpet and disappeared. This was done before Alla ad Deen's mother recovered from her swoon. Alla ad Deen had fetched some water and sprinkled it in her face to recover her. Whether that or the smell of the meal brought her to life again, it was not long before she came to herself. "Mother," said Alla ad Deen, "do not mind this. Get up and come and eat. Here is what will put you in heart, and at the same time satisfy my extreme hunger. Do not let such delicious meat get cold." His mother was much surprised to see the great tray, 12 dishes, 6 loaves, the 2 flagons and cups, and to smell the savoury odour which exhaled from the dishes. "Child," said she, "to whom are we obliged for this great plenty and liberality? Has the sultan been made acquainted with our poverty, and had compassion on us?" "It is no matter, mother," said Alla ad Deen. "Let us sit down and eat, for you have almost as much need of a good breakfast as myself. When we have done, I will tell you." Accordingly, both mother and son sat down and ate with the better relish as the table was so well furnished. But all the time Alla ad Deen's mother could not forbear looking at and admiring the tray and dishes, though she could not judge whether they were silver or any other metal, and the novelty more than the value attracted her attention. The mother and son sat at breakfast till it was dinner time, and then they thought it would be best to put the 2 meals together. Yet after this they found they should have enough left for supper, and 2 meals for the next day. When Alla ad Deen's mother had taken away and set by what was left, she went and sat down by her son on the sofa, saying, "I expect now that you should satisfy my impatience, and tell me exactly what passed between the genie and you while I was in a swoon," which he readily complied with. She was in as great amazement at what her son told her as at the appearance of the genie, and said to him, "But, son, what have we to do with genie? I never heard that any of my acquaintance had ever seen one. How came that vile genie to address himself to me, and not to you, to whom he had appeared before in the cave?" "Mother," answered Alla ad Deen, "the genie you saw is not the one who appeared to me, though he resembles him in size. No, they had quite different persons and habits. They belong to different masters. If you remember, he that I first saw called himself the slave of the ring on my finger, and this you saw called himself the slave of the lamp you had in your hand. But I believe you did not hear him, for I think you fainted as soon as he began to speak." "What!" cried the mother, "was the lamp then the occasion of that cursed genie addressing himself rather to me than to you? Ah, my son, take it out of my sight, and put it where you please. I will never touch it. I had rather you would sell it than run the hazard of being frightened to death again by touching it. And if you would take my advice, you would part also with the ring, and not have anything to do with genii, who, as our prophet has told us, are only devils." "With your leave, mother," replied Alla ad Deen, "I shall now take care how I sell a lamp which may be so serviceable both to you and me. Have not you been an eye-witness of what it has procured us? And it shall still continue to furnish us with subsistence and maintenance. You may suppose, as I do, that my false and wicked uncle would not have taken so much pains, and undertaken so long and tedious a journey, if it had not been to get into his possession this wonderful lamp, which he preferred before all the gold and silver which he knew was in the halls, and which I have seen with my own eyes. He knew too well the worth of this lamp, not to prefer it to so great a treasure. And since chance hath discovered the virtue of it to us, let us make a profitable use of it, without making any great show and exciting the envy and jealousy of our neighbours. However, since the genie frighten you so much, I will take it out of your sight, and put it where I may find it when I want it. The ring I cannot resolve to part with, for without that you had never seen me again. And though I am alive now, perhaps if it was gone, I might not be so some moments hence. Therefore, I hope you will give me leave to keep it, and to wear it always on my finger. Who knows what dangers you and I may be exposed to, which neither of us can foresee, and from which it may deliver us." As Alla ad Deen's arguments were just, his mother had nothing to say against them. She only replied that he might do what he pleased. For her part, she would have nothing to do with genii, but would wash her hands of them, and never say anything more about them. By the next night they had eaten all the provisions the genie had brought, and the next day Alla ad Deen, who could not bear the thoughts of hunger, putting one of the silver dishes under his vest, went out early to sell it, and addressing himself to a Jew whom he met in the streets, took him aside, and pulling out the plate, asked him if he would buy it. The cunning Jew took the dish, examined it, and as soon as he found that it was good silver, asked Alla ad Deen at how much he valued it. Alla ad Deen, who knew not its value, and never had been used to such traffic, told him he would trust to his judgment and honour. The Jew was somewhat confounded at this plain dealing, and doubting whether Alla ad Deen understood the material or the full value of what he offered to sell, took a piece of gold out of his purse and gave it him, though it was but the 60th part of the worth of the plate. Alla ad Deen, taking the money very eagerly, retired with so much haste that the Jew, not content with the exorbitancy of his profit, was vexed he had not penetrated into his ignorance, and was going to run after him to endeavour to get some change out of the piece of gold. But he ran so fast, and had got so far, that it would have been impossible for him to overtake him. Before Alla ad Deen went home, he called at the baker's, bought some cakes of bread, changed his money, and on his return gave the rest to his mother, who went and purchased provisions enough to last them some time. After this manner they lived, till Alla ad Deen had sold the 12 dishes singly, as necessity pressed, to the Jew for the same money, who, after the first time, durst not offer him less, for fear of losing so good a bargain. When he had sold the last dish, he had recourse to the tray, which weighed 10 times as much as the dishes, and would have carried it to his old purchaser, but that it was too large and cumbersome. Therefore he was obliged to bring him home with him to his mother's, where, after the Jew had examined the weight of the tray, he laid down 10 pieces of gold, with which Alla ad Deen was very well satisfied. They lived on these 10 pieces in a frugal manner, and Alla ad Deen, though used to an idle life, had left off playing with young lads of his own age ever since his adventure with the African magician. He spent his time in walking about and conversing with decent people, with whom he gradually got acquainted. Sometimes he would stop at the principal merchants' shops, where people of distinction met, and listen to their discourse, by which he gained some little knowledge of the world. When all the money was spent, Alla ad Deen had recourse again to the lamp. He took it in his hand, looked for the part where his mother had rubbed it with the sand, rubbed it also, when the genie immediately appeared and said, "What wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those who have that lamp in their hands.
I and the other slaves of the lamp." "I am hungry," said Alla ad Deen; "bring me something to eat." The genie disappeared, and presently returned with a tray, the same number of covered dishes as before, set them down, and vanished. Alla ad Deen's mother, knowing what her son was going to do, went out about some business, on purpose to avoid being in the way when the genie came; and when she returned, was almost as much surprised as before at the prodigious effect of the lamp. However, she sat down with her son, and when they had eaten as much as they liked, she set enough by to last them 2 or 3 days. As soon as Alla ad Deen found that their provisions were expended, he took one of the dishes, and went to look for his Jew chapman; but passing by a goldsmith's shop, who had the character of a very fair and honest man, the goldsmith perceiving him, called to him and said, "My lad, I have often observed you go by, loaded as you are at present, and talk with such a Jew, and then come back again empty handed. I imagine that you carry something which you sell to him; but perhaps you do not know that he is the greatest rogue even among the Jews, and is so well known that nobody of prudence will have anything to do with him. What I tell you is for your own good. If you will show me what you now carry, and it is to be sold, I will give you the full worth of it, or I will direct you to other merchants who will not cheat you." The hopes of getting more money for his plate induced Alla ad Deen to pull it from under his vest, and show it to the goldsmith, who at first sight saw that it was made of the finest silver, asked him if he had sold such as that to the Jew, when Alla ad Deen told him that he had sold him 12 such for a piece of gold each. "What a villain!" cried the goldsmith. "But," added he, "my son, what is past cannot be recalled. By showing you the value of this plate, which is of the finest silver we use in our shops, I will let you see how much the Jew has cheated you." The goldsmith took a pair of scales, weighed the dish, and, after he had mentioned how much an ounce of fine silver cost, assured him that his plate would fetch by weight 60 pieces of gold, which he offered to pay down immediately. "If you dispute my honesty," said he, "you may go to any other of our trade, and if he gives you more, I will be bound to forfeit twice as much; for we gain only the fashion of the plate we buy, and that the fairest dealing Jews are not contented with." Alla ad Deen thanked him for his fair dealing, so greatly to his advantage, took the gold, and never after went to any other person, but sold him all his dishes and the tray, and had as much for them as the weight came to. Though Alla ad Deen and his mother had an inexhaustible treasure in the lamp, and might have had whatever they wished for, yet they lived with the same frugality as before, except that Alla ad Deen dressed better. As for his mother, she wore no clothes but what she earned by spinning cotton. After their manner of living, it may easily be supposed that the money for which Alla ad Deen had sold the dishes and tray was sufficient to maintain them some time. During this interval, Alla ad Deen frequented the shops of the principal merchants, where they sold cloth of gold and silver, linens, silk stuffs, and jewellery; but oftentimes joining in their conversation, acquired a knowledge of the world, and respectable demeanour. By his acquaintance among the jewellers, he came to know that the fruits which he had gathered when he took the lamp were, instead of coloured glass, stones of inestimable value; but he had the prudence not to mention this to any one, not even to his mother. One day, as Alla ad Deen was walking about the town, he heard an order proclaimed, commanding the people to shut up their shops and houses, and keep within doors, while the Princess Buddir al Buddoor, the sultan's daughter, went to the baths and returned. This proclamation inspired Alla ad Deen with eager curiosity to see the princess's face, which he could not do without admission into the house of some acquaintance, and then only through a window, which did not satisfy him, when he considered that the princess, when she went to the baths, would be closely veiled. But to gratify his curiosity, he presently thought of a scheme which succeeded. It was to place himself behind the door of the bath, which was so situated that he could not fail of seeing her face. Alla ad Deen had not waited long before the princess came, and he could see her plainly through a chink of the door without being discovered. She was attended by a great crowd of ladies, slaves, and eunuchs, who walked on each side and behind her. When she came within 3 or 4 paces of the door of the baths, she took off her veil, and gave Alla ad Deen an opportunity of a full view. As soon as Alla ad Deen had seen the princess, his heart could not withstand those inclinations so charming an object always inspires. The princess was the most beautiful brunette in the world. Her eyes were large, lively, and sparkling; her looks sweet and modest. Her nose was of a just proportion and without a fault; her mouth small; her lips of a vermilion red, and charmingly agreeable symmetry. In a word, all the features of her face were perfectly regular. It was not therefore surprising that Alla ad Deen, who had never before seen such a blaze of charms, was dazzled, and his senses ravished by such an assemblage. With all these perfections, the princess had so fine a form and so majestic an air, that the sight of her was sufficient to inspire love and admiration. After the princess had passed by and entered the baths, Alla ad Deen remained some time astonished and in a kind of ecstasy, retracing and imprinting the idea of so charming an object deeply in his mind. But at last, considering that the princess was gone past him, and that when she returned from the bath her back would be towards him, and then veiled, he resolved to quit his hiding place and go home. He could not so far conceal his uneasiness but that his mother perceived it, was surprised to see him so much more thoughtful and melancholy than usual, and asked what had happened to make him so, or if he was ill. He returned her no answer, but sat carelessly down on the sofa, and remained silent, musing on the image of the charming Buddir al Buddoor. His mother, who was dressing supper, pressed him no more. When it was ready, she served it up, and perceiving that he gave no attention to it, urged him to eat, but had much ado to persuade him to change his place, which when he did, he ate much less than usual, all the time cast down his eyes, and observed so profound a silence, that she could not obtain a word in answer to all the questions she put, in order to find the reason of so extraordinary an alteration. After supper she asked him again why he was so melancholy, but could get no information, and he determined to go to bed rather than give her the least satisfaction. Without examining how he passed the night, his mind full, as it was, with the charms of the princess, I shall only observe that as he sat next day on the sofa opposite his mother, as she was spinning cotton, he spoke to her in these words: "I perceive, mother, that my silence yesterday has much troubled you. I was not, nor am I, sick, as I fancy you believed; but I assure you that what I felt then, and now endure, is worse than any disease. I cannot explain what ails me, but doubt not what I am going to relate will inform you. It was not proclaimed in this quarter of the town, and therefore you could know nothing of it, that the sultan's daughter was yesterday to go to the baths. I heard this as I walked about the town, and an order was issued that all the shops should be shut up in her way thither, and everybody keep within doors, to leave the streets free for her and her attendants. As I was not then far from the bath, I had a great curiosity to see the princess's face, and as it occurred to me that the princess, when she came nigh the door of the bath, would pull her veil off, I resolved to conceal myself behind the door. You know the situation of the door, and may imagine that I must have had a full view of her. The princess threw off her veil, and I had the happiness of seeing her lovely face with the greatest security. This, mother, was the cause of my melancholy and silence yesterday. I love the princess with more violence than I can express, and as my passion increases every moment, I cannot live without the possession of the amiable Buddir al Buddoor.
and am resolved to ask her in marriage of the sultan her father." Alla ad Deen's mother listened with surprise to what her son told her; but when he talked of asking the princess in marriage, she could not help bursting out into a loud laugh. Alla ad Deen would have gone on with his rhapsody, but she interrupted him. "Alas, child," said she, "what are you thinking of? You must be mad to talk thus." "I assure you, mother," replied Alla ad Deen, "that I am not mad, but in my right senses. I foresaw that you would reproach me with folly and extravagance; but I must tell you once more that I am resolved to demand the princess of the sultan in marriage, and your remonstrances shall not prevent me." "Indeed, son," replied the mother seriously, "I cannot help telling you that you have forgotten yourself; and if you would put this resolution of yours in execution, I do not see whom you can prevail upon to venture to make the proposal for you." "You yourself," replied he immediately. "I go to the sultan!" answered the mother, amazed and surprised. "I shall be cautious how I engage in such an errand. Why, who are you, son," continued she, "that you can have the assurance to think of your sultan's daughter? Have you forgotten that your father was one of the poorest tailors in the capital, and that I am of no better extraction? And do not you know that sultans never marry their daughters but to princes, sons of sovereigns like themselves?" "Mother," answered Alla ad Deen, "I have already told you that I foresaw all that you have said or can say, and tell you again, that neither your discourse nor your remonstrances shall make me change my mind. I have told you that you must ask the princess in marriage for me. It is a favour I desire of you, and I beg of you not to refuse, unless you would rather see me in my grave than by your compliance give me new life." The good old woman was much embarrassed when she found Alla ad Deen obstinately persisting in so wild a design. "My son," said she again, "I am your mother, who brought you into the world, and there is nothing that is reasonable but I would readily do for you. If I were to go and treat about your marriage with some neighbour's daughter, whose circumstances were equal with yours, I would do it with all my heart; and even then they would expect you should have some little estate or fortune, or be of some trade. When such poor folks as we are wish to marry, the first thing they ought to think of is how to live. But without reflecting on the meanness of your birth, and the little merit and fortune you have to recommend you, you aim at the highest pitch of exaltation, and your pretensions are no less than to demand in marriage the daughter of your sovereign, who with one single word can crush you to pieces. I say nothing of what respects yourself. I leave you to reflect on what you have to do, if you have ever so little thought. I come now to consider what concerns myself. How could so extraordinary a thought come into your head, as that I should go to the sultan and make a proposal to him to give his daughter in marriage to you? Suppose I had, not to say the boldness, but the impudence, to present myself before the sultan, and make so extravagant a request, to whom should I address myself to be introduced to his majesty? Do you not think the first person I should speak to would take me for a madwoman, and chastise me as I should deserve? Suppose, however, that there is no difficulty in presenting myself for an audience of the sultan, and I know there is none to those who go to petition for justice, which he distributes equally among his subjects. I know too that to those who ask a favour he grants it with pleasure when he sees it is deserved, and the persons are worthy of it. But is that your case? Do you think you have merited the honour you would have me ask for you? Are you worthy of it? What have you done to claim such a favour, either for your prince or country? How have you distinguished yourself?
If you have done nothing to merit so high a distinction, nor are worthy of it, with what face shall I ask it? How can I open my mouth to make the proposal to the sultan? His majestic presence and the lustre of his court would absolutely confound me, who used even to tremble before my dear husband, your father, when I asked him for anything. There is another reason, my son, which you do not think of, which is that nobody ever goes to ask a favour of the sultan without a present. But what presents have you to make? And if you had any that were worthy of the least attention of so great a monarch, what proportion could they bear to the favour you would ask? Therefore, reflect well on what you are about, and consider that you aspire to an object which it is impossible for you to obtain."
Alla ad Deen heard very calmly all that his mother could say to dissuade him from his design, and after he had weighed her representations in all points, replied, "I own, mother, it is great rashness in me to presume to carry my pretensions so far, and a great want of consideration to ask you, with so much heat and precipitancy, to go and make the proposal to the sultan without first taking proper measures to procure a favourable reception, and therefore beg your pardon. But be not surprised that through the violence of my passion I did not at first see every measure necessary to procure me the happiness I seek. I love the princess, or rather I adore her, and shall always persevere in my design of marrying her. I am obliged to you for the hint you have given me, and look upon it as the first step I ought to take to procure the happy issue I promise myself. You say it is not customary to go to the sultan without a present, and that I have nothing worthy of his acceptance. As to the necessity of a present, I agree with you, and own that I never thought of it. But as to what you say that I have nothing fit to offer, do not you think, mother, that what I brought home with me the day on which I was delivered from an inevitable death may be an acceptable present? I mean what you and I both took for coloured glass, but now I am undeceived, and can tell you that they are jewels of inestimable value, and fit for the greatest monarchs. I know the worth of them by frequenting the shops, and you may take my word that all the precious stones which I saw in the most capital jewellers' possessions were not to be compared to those we have, either for size or beauty, and yet they value theirs at an excessive price. In short, neither you nor I know the value of ours. But be it as it may, by the little experience I have, I am persuaded that they will be received very favourably by the sultan. You have a large porcelain dish fit to hold them. Fetch it, and let us see how they will look, when we have arranged them according to their different colours." Alla ad Deen's mother brought the china dish, when he took the jewels out of the 2 purses in which he had kept them, and placed them in order according to his fancy. But the brightness and lustre they emitted in the daytime, and the variety of the colours, so dazzled the eyes both of mother and son, that they were astonished beyond measure, for they had only seen them by the light of the lamp, and though the latter had beheld them pendant on the trees like fruit beautiful to the eye, yet as he was then but a boy, he looked on them only as glittering playthings. After they had admired the beauty of the jewels some time, Alla ad Deen said to his mother, "Now you cannot excuse yourself from going to the sultan, under pretext of not having a present to make him, since here is one which will gain you a favourable reception." Though the good widow, notwithstanding the beauty and lustre of the precious stones, did not believe them so valuable as her son estimated them, she thought such a present might nevertheless be agreeable to the sultan, but still she hesitated at the request. "My son," said she, "I cannot conceive that your present will have its desired effect, or that the sultan will look upon me with a favourable eye. I am sure that if I attempt to deliver your strange message, I shall have no power to open my mouth. Therefore I shall not only lose my labour, but the present.
which you say is so invaluable, and shall return home again in confusion, to tell you that your hopes are frustrated. I have represented the consequence, and you ought to believe me. But," added she, "I will exert my best endeavour to please you, and wish I may have power to ask the sultan as you would have me; but certainly he will either laugh at me, send me back like a fool, or be in so great a rage as to make us both the victims of his fury." She used many other arguments to endeavour to make him change his mind, but the charms of the princess had made too great an impression on his heart for him to be dissuaded from his design. He persisted in importuning his mother to execute his resolution, and she, as much out of tenderness as for fear he should be guilty of greater extravagance, complied with his request. Section 18. The Story of Alla ad Deen, or the Wonderful Lamp, Part 3. As it was now late, and the time for admission to the palace was past, it was put off till the next day. The mother and son talked of different matters the remaining part of the day, and Alla ad Deen strove to encourage her in the task she had undertaken, while she, notwithstanding all his arguments, could not persuade herself she should succeed, and it must be confessed she had reason enough to doubt. "Child," said she to Alla ad Deen, "if the sultan should receive me as favourably as I wish for your sake, should even hear my proposal with calmness, and, after this scarcely to be expected reception, should think of asking me where lie your riches and your estate, for he will sooner inquire after these than your person. If I say he should ask me these questions, what answer would you have me return him?" "Let us not be uneasy, mother," replied Alla ad Deen, "about what may never happen. First, let us see how the sultan receives, and what answer he gives you. If it should so fall out that he desires to be informed of what you mention, I have thought of an answer, and am confident that the lamp which hath supported us so long will not fail me in time of need." The tailor's widow could not say anything against what her son then proposed, but reflected that the lamp might be capable of doing greater wonders than just providing victuals for them. This consideration satisfied her, and at the same time removed all the difficulties which might have prevented her from undertaking the service she had promised her son with the sultan. Alla ad Deen, who penetrated into his mother's thoughts, said to her, "Above all things, mother, be sure to keep secret our possession of the lamp, for thereupon depends the success we have to expect." And after this caution, Alla ad Deen and his mother parted to go to rest. But violent love, and the great prospect of so immense a fortune, had so much possessed the son's thoughts, that he could not repose himself so well as he could have wished. He rose before daybreak, awakened his mother, pressing her to get herself dressed to go to the sultan's palace, and to get admittance, if possible, before the grand vizier, the other viziers, and the great officers of state, went in to take their seats in the divan, where the sultan always assisted in person. Alla ad Deen's mother took the china dish in which they had put the jewels the day before, wrapped in 2 napkins, one finer than the other, which was tied at the 4 corners for more easy carriage, and set forward for the sultan's palace. When she came to the gates, the grand vizier, the other viziers, and most distinguished lords of the court were just gone in; but notwithstanding the crowd of people who had business was great, she got into the divan, a spacious hall, the entrance into which was very magnificent. She placed herself just before the sultan, grand vizier, and the great lords, who sat in council on his right and left hand. Several causes were called, according to their order, pleaded and adjudged, until the time the divan generally broke up, when the sultan rising, returned to his apartment, attended by the grand vizier,
The other viziers and ministers of state then retired, as also did those whose business had called them thither, some pleased with gaining their causes, others dissatisfied at the sentences pronounced against them, and some in expectation of theirs being heard the next sitting. Alla ad Deen's mother, seeing the sultan retire and all the people depart, judged rightly that he would not sit again that day, and resolved to go home. When Alla ad Deen saw her return with the present designed for the sultan, he knew not what to think of her success, and in his fear lest she should bring him some ill news, had not courage to ask her any questions. But she, who had never set foot in the sultan's palace before, and knew not what was every day practised there, freed him from his embarrassment, and said to him, with a great deal of simplicity, "Son, I have seen the sultan, and am very well persuaded he has seen me too, for I placed myself just before him. But he was so much taken up with those who attended on all sides of him, that I pitied him, and wondered at his patience. At last I believe he was heartily tired, for he rose up suddenly, and would not hear a great many who were ready prepared to speak to him, but went away, at which I was well pleased, for indeed I began to lose all patience, and was extremely fatigued with staying so long. But there is no harm done. I will go again tomorrow. Perhaps the sultan may not be so busy." Though his passion was very violent, Alla ad Deen was forced to be satisfied with this delay, and to fortify himself with patience. He had at least the satisfaction to find that his mother had got over the greatest difficulty, which was to procure access to the sultan, and hoped that the example of those she saw speak to him would embolden her to acquit herself better of her commission when a favourable opportunity might offer to speak to him. The next morning she repaired to the sultan's palace with the present, as early as the day before, but when she came there, she found the gates of the divan shut, and understood that the council sat but every other day, therefore she must come again the next. This news she carried to her son, whose only relief was to guard himself with patience. She went 6 times afterwards on the days appointed, placed herself always directly before the sultan, but with as little success as the first morning, and might have perhaps come 1,000 times to as little purpose, if luckily the sultan himself had not taken particular notice of her, for only those who came with petitions approached the sultan, when each pleaded their cause in its turn, and Alla ad Deen's mother was not one of them. On the 6th day, however, after the divan was broken up, when the sultan returned to his own apartment, he said to his grand vizier, "I have for some time observed a certain woman, who attends constantly every day that I give audience, with something wrapped up in a napkin. She always stands up from the beginning to the breaking up of the audience, and affects to place herself just before me. Do you know what she wants?" "Sir," replied the grand vizier, who knew no more than the sultan what she wanted, but did not wish to seem uninformed, "your majesty knows that women often make complaints on trifles. Perhaps she may come to complain to your majesty that somebody has sold her some bad flour, or some such trifling matter." The sultan was not satisfied with this answer, but replied, "If this woman comes to our next audience, do not fail to call her, that I may hear what she has to say." The grand vizier made answer by lowering his hand, and then lifting it up above his head, signifying his willingness to lose it if he failed. By this time the tailor's widow was so much used to go to audience and stand before the sultan, that she did not think it any trouble, if she could but satisfy her son that she neglected nothing that lay in her power to please him. The next audience day she went to the divan, placed herself in front of the sultan as usual, and before the grand vizier had made his report of business, the sultan perceived her, and compassionating her for having waited so long, said to the vizier, "Before you enter upon any business, remember the woman I spoke to you about. Bid her come near, and let us hear and dispatch her business first." The grand vizier immediately called the chief of the mace bearers, who stood ready to obey his commands, and pointing to her, bade him go to that woman, and tell her to come before the sultan. The chief of the officers went to Alla ad Deen's mother, and at a sign he gave her, she followed him to the foot of the sultan's throne, where he left her and retired to his place by the grand vizier. The old woman, after the example of others whom she saw salute the sultan, bowed her head down to the carpet, which covered the platform of the throne, and remained in that posture till the sultan bade her rise, which she had no sooner done than he said to her, "Good woman, I have observed you to stand a long time, from the beginning to the rising of the divan. What business brings you here?" After these words, Alla ad Deen's mother prostrated herself a second time, and when she arose, said, "Monarch of monarchs, before I tell your majesty the extraordinary and almost incredible business which brings me before your high throne, I beg of you to pardon the boldness, or rather impudence, of the demand I am going to make, which is so uncommon that I tremble, and am ashamed to propose it to my sovereign." In order to give her the more freedom to explain herself, the sultan ordered all to quit the divan but the grand vizier, and then told her she might speak without restraint. Alla ad Deen's mother, not content with this favour of the sultan's to save her the trouble and confusion of speaking before so many people, was, notwithstanding, for securing herself against his anger, which, from the proposal she was going to make, she was not a little apprehensive of. Therefore, resuming her discourse, she said, "I beg of your majesty, if you should think my demand the least injurious or offensive, to assure me first of your pardon and forgiveness." "Well," replied the sultan, "I will forgive you, be it what it may, and no hurt shall come to you. Speak boldly." When Alla ad Deen's mother had taken all these precautions, for fear of the sultan's anger, she told him faithfully how Alla ad Deen had seen the princess Buddir al Buddoor, the violent love that fatal sight had inspired him with, the declaration he had made to her of it when he came home, and what representations she had made to dissuade him from a passion no less disrespectful, said she, to your majesty as sultan, than to the princess your daughter. "But," continued she, "my son, instead of taking my advice and reflecting on his presumption, was so obstinate as to persevere, and to threaten me with some desperate act if I refused to come and ask the princess in marriage of your majesty; and it was not without the greatest reluctance that I was led to accede to his request, for which I beg your majesty once more to pardon not only me, but also Alla ad Deen my son, for entertaining so rash a project as to aspire to so high an alliance." The sultan hearkened to this discourse with mildness, and without showing the least anger; but before he gave her any answer, asked her what she had brought tied up in the napkin. She took the china dish, which she had set down at the foot of the throne before she prostrated herself before him, untied it, and presented it to the sultan. The sultan's amazement and surprise were inexpressible when he saw so many large, beautiful, and valuable jewels collected in the dish. He remained for some time motionless with admiration. At last, when he had recovered himself, he received the present from Alla ad Deen's mother's hand, crying out in a transport of joy, "How rich! How beautiful!" After he had admired and handled all the jewels, one after another, he turned to his grand vizier, and showing him the dish, said, "Behold, admire, wonder, and confess that your eyes never beheld jewels so rich and beautiful before." The vizier was charmed. "Well," continued the sultan, "What sayest thou to such a present? Is it not worthy of the princess my daughter? And ought I not to bestow her on one who values her at so great price?" These words put the grand vizier into extreme agitation. The sultan had some time before signified to him his intention of bestowing the princess on a son of his. Therefore he was afraid, and not without grounds, that the sultan, dazzled by so rich and extraordinary a present, might change his mind. Therefore, going to him and whispering him in the ear, he said, "I cannot but own that the present is worthy of the princess, but I beg of your majesty to grant me 3 months before you come to a final resolution. I hope before that time my son, on whom you have had the goodness to look with a favourable eye, will be able to make a nobler present than Alla ad Deen, who is an entire stranger to your majesty." The sultan, though he was fully persuaded that it was not possible for the vizier to provide so considerable a present for his son to make the princess, yet, as he had given him hopes, hearkened to him and granted his request. Turning therefore to the old widow, he said to her, "Good woman, go home and tell your son that I agree to the proposal you have made me, but I cannot marry the princess my daughter till the paraphernalia I design for her be got ready, which cannot be finished these 3 months, but at the expiration of that time come again." Alla ad Deen's mother returned home much more gratified than she had expected, since she had met with a favourable answer, instead of the refusal and confusion she had dreaded. For 2 circumstances Alla ad Deen, when he saw his mother returning, judged that she brought him good news. The one was, that she returned sooner than ordinary, and the other the gaiety of her countenance. "Well, mother," said he, "may I entertain any hopes, or must I die with despair?" When she had pulled off her veil, and had seated herself on the sofa by him, she said to him, "Not to keep you long in suspense, son, I will begin by telling you that instead of thinking of dying, you have every reason to be well satisfied." Then pursuing her discourse, she told him that she had an audience before everybody else, which made her come home so soon; the precautions she had taken lest she should have displeased the sultan, by making the proposal of marriage between him and the princess Buddir al Buddoor, and the condescending answer she had received from the sultan's own mouth, and that as far as she could judge, the present had wrought a powerful effect. "But when I least expected it," said she, "and he was going to give me an answer, and I fancied a favourable one, the grand vizier whispered him in the ear, and I was afraid might be some obstacle to his good intentions towards us, and so it happened, for the sultan desired me to come to audience again this day 3 months." Alla ad Deen thought himself the most happy of all men at hearing this news, and thanked his mother for the pains she had taken in the affair, the good success of which was of so great importance to his peace. Though from his impatience to obtain the object of his passion, 3 months seemed an age, yet he disposed himself to wait with patience, relying on the sultan's word, which he looked upon to be irrevocable. But all that time he not only counted the hours, days, and weeks, but every moment. When 2 of the 3 months were past, his mother one evening going to light the lamp, and finding no oil in the house, went out to buy some, and when she came into the city, found a general rejoicing. The shops, instead of being shut up, were open, dressed with foliage, silks, and carpeting, every one striving to show their zeal in the most distinguished manner, according to his ability. The streets were crowded with officers in habits of ceremony, mounted on horses richly caparisoned, each attended by a great many footmen. Alla ad Deen's mother asked the oil merchant what was the meaning of all this preparation of public festivity. "Whence came you, good woman," said he, "that you don't know that the grand vizier's son is to marry the princess Buddir al Buddoor,
the sultan's daughter, to-night. She will presently return from the baths, and these officers whom you see are to assist at the cavalcade to the palace, where the ceremony is to be solemnized."
This was news enough for Alla ad Deen's mother. She ran till she was quite out of breath home to her son, who little suspected any such event.
"Child," cried she, "you are undone. You depend upon the sultan's fine promises, but they will come to nothing."
Alla ad Deen was alarmed at these words. "Mother," replied he, "how do you know the sultan has been guilty of a breach of promise?"
"This night," answered the mother, "the grand vizier's son is to marry the princess Buddir al Buddoor."
She then related how she had heard it, so that from all circumstances he had no reason to doubt the truth of what she said. At this account Alla ad Deen was thunderstruck. Any other man would have sunk under the shock, but a sudden hope of disappointing his rival soon roused his spirits, and he bethought himself of the lamp, which had on every emergence been so useful to him; and without venting his rage in empty words against the sultan, the vizier, or his son, he only said, "Perhaps, mother, the vizier's son may not be so happy to night as he promises himself. While I go into my chamber a moment, do you get supper ready." She accordingly went about it, but guessed that her son was going to make use of the lamp, to prevent, if possible, the consummation of the marriage. When Alla ad Deen had got into his chamber, he took the lamp, rubbed it in the same place as before, when immediately the genie appeared and said to him, "What wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those who have that lamp in their possession, I and the other slaves of the lamp." "Hear me," said Alla ad Deen. "Thou hast hitherto brought me whatever I wanted as to provisions, but now I have business of the greatest importance for thee to execute. I have demanded the princess Buddir al Buddoor in marriage of the sultan her father. He promised her to me, only requiring 3 months' delay, but instead of keeping that promise, has this night married her to the grand vizier's son. What I ask of you is, that as soon as the bride and bridegroom are retired, you bring them both hither in their bed." "Master," replied the genie, "I will obey you. Have you any other commands?" "None at present," answered Alla ad Deen. The genie then disappeared. Alla ad Deen, having left his chamber, supped with his mother with the same tranquillity of mind as usual, and after supper talked of the princess's marriage as of an affair wherein he had not the least concern. He then retired to his own chamber again, and left his mother to go to bed, but sat up waiting the execution of his orders to the genie. In the mean time everything was prepared with the greatest magnificence in the sultan's palace to celebrate the princess's nuptials, and the evening was spent with all the usual ceremonies and great rejoicings till midnight, when the grand vizier's son, on a signal given him by the chief of the princess's eunuchs, slipped away from the company, and was introduced by that officer into the princess's apartment, where the nuptial bed was prepared. He went to bed first, and in a little time after, the sultaness, accompanied by her own women and those of the princess, brought the bride, who, according to the custom of new married ladies, made great resistance. The sultaness herself helped to undress her, put her into bed by a kind of violence, and after having kissed her and wished her good night, retired with the women to her own apartments. No sooner was the door shut than the genie, as the faithful slave of the lamp, and punctual in executing the command of those who possessed it, without giving the bridegroom the least time to caress his bride, to the great amazement of them both, took up the bed, and transported it in an instant into Alla ad Deen's chamber, where he set it down. Alla ad Deen, who had waited impatiently for this moment, did not suffer the vizier's son to remain long in bed with the princess. "Take this new married man," said he to the genie, "shut him up in the outhouse, and come again tomorrow morning before daybreak." The genie instantly forced the vizier's son out of bed, carried him whither Alla ad Deen had commanded him, and after he had breathed upon him, which prevented him stirring, left him there. Passionate as was Alla ad Deen's love for the princess, he did not talk much to her when they were alone, but only said with a respectful air, "Fear nothing, adorable princess, you are here in safety, for notwithstanding the violence of my passion, which your charms have kindled, it shall never exceed the bounds of the profound adoration I owe you. If I have been forced to come to this extremity, it is not with any intention of affronting you, but to prevent an unjust rival's possessing you, contrary to the sultan your father's promise in favour of myself." The princess, who knew nothing of these particulars, gave very little attention to what Alla ad Deen could say. The fright and amazement of so surprising and unexpected an adventure had alarmed her so much, that he could not get one word from her. However, he undressed himself, took the bridegroom's place, but lay with his back to the princess, putting a sabre between himself and her, to show that he deserved to be put to death if he attempted anything against her honour. Alla ad Deen, satisfied with having thus deprived his rival of the happiness he had flattered himself with, slept very soundly, though the Princess Buddir al Buddoor never passed a night so ill in her life; and if we consider the condition in which the genie left the grand vizier's son, we may imagine that the new bridegroom spent it much worse. Alla ad Deen had no occasion the next morning to rub the lamp to call the genie, who appeared at the hour appointed, just when he had done dressing himself, and said to him, "I am here, master. What are your commands?" "Go," said Alla ad Deen, "fetch the vizier's son out of the place where you left him, put him into his bed again, and carry it to the sultan's palace, from whence you brought it." The genie presently returned with the vizier's son. Alla ad Deen took up his sabre, the bridegroom was laid by the princess, and in an instant the nuptial bed was transported into the same chamber of the palace from whence it had been brought. But we must observe that all this time the genie never was visible either to the princess or the grand vizier's son. His hideous form would have made them die with fear. Neither did they hear anything of the discourse between Alla ad Deen and him. They only perceived the motion of the bed, and their transportation from one place to another, which we may well imagine was enough to alarm them. As soon as the genie had set down the nuptial bed in its proper place, the sultan tapped at the door to wish her good morning. The grand vizier's son, who was almost perished with cold, by standing in his thin under garment all night, and had not had time to warm himself in bed, no sooner heard the knocking at the door than he got out of bed and ran into the robing chamber, where he had undressed himself the night before. The sultan, having opened the door, went to the bedside, kissed the princess between the eyes, according to custom, wished her a good morrow, but was extremely surprised to see her so melancholy. She only cast at him a sorrowful look, expressive of great affliction or great dissatisfaction. He said a few words to her, but finding that he could not get a word from her, attributed it to her modesty, and retired. Nevertheless, he suspected that there was something extraordinary in this silence, and thereupon went immediately to the sultaness's apartment, told her in what a state he had found the princess, and how she had received him. "Sir," said the sultaness, "your majesty ought not to be surprised at this behaviour. New married people have naturally a reserve about them. 2 or 3 days hence she will receive the sultan her father as she ought. But I will go and see her," added she. "I am much deceived if she receives me in the same manner." As soon as the sultaness was dressed, she went to the princess's apartment, who was still in bed. She undrew the curtain, wished her good morrow, and kissed her. But how great was her surprise when she returned no answer, and looking more attentively at her, she perceived her to be much dejected, which made her judge that something had happened which she did not understand. "How comes it, child," said the sultaness, "that you do not return my caresses?
Ought you to treat your mother after this manner? I am induced to believe something extraordinary has happened. Come, tell me freely, and leave me no longer in a painful suspense." At last the princess broke silence with a deep sigh, and said, "Alas! most honoured mother, forgive me if I have failed in the respect I owe you. My mind is so full of the extraordinary circumstances which have befallen me this night, that I have not yet recovered my amazement and alarm." She then told her how the instant after she and her husband were together, the bed was transported into a dark, dirty room, where he was taken from her and carried away, but where she knew not, and that she was left alone with a young man, who, after he had said something to her, which her fright did not suffer her to hear, laid himself in her husband's place, but first put his sabre between them, and in the morning her husband was brought to her again, when the bed was transported back to her own chamber in an instant. "All this," said she, "was but just done when the sultan my father came into my chamber. I was so overwhelmed with grief that I had not power to speak, and am afraid that he is offended at the manner in which I received the honour he did me. But I hope he will forgive me when he knows my melancholy adventure, and the miserable state I am in at present." The sultaness heard all the princess told her very patiently, but would not believe it. "You did well, child," said she, "not to speak of this to your father. Take care not to mention it to anybody, for you will certainly be thought mad if you talk in this manner." "Madam," replied the princess, "I can assure you I am in my right senses. Ask my husband, and he will tell you the same circumstances." "I will," said the sultaness; "but if he should talk in the same manner, I shall not be better persuaded of the truth. Come, rise, and throw off this idle fancy. It will be a strange event if all the feasts and rejoicings in the kingdom should be interrupted by such a vision. Do you not hear the trumpets of congratulation and concerts of the finest music? Cannot these inspire you with joy and pleasure, and make you forget the fancies of an imagination disturbed by what can have been only a dream?" At the same time the sultaness called the princess's women, and after she had seen her get up and begin dressing, went to the sultan's apartment, told him that her daughter had got some odd notions in her head, but that there was nothing in them but idle fantasy. She then sent for the vizier's son, to know of him something of what the princess had told her; but he, thinking himself highly honoured to be allied to the sultan, and not willing to lose the princess, denied what had happened. "That is enough," answered the sultaness, "I ask no more. I see you are wiser than my daughter." The rejoicings lasted all that day in the palace, and the sultaness, who never left the princess, forgot nothing to divert her, and induce her to take part in the various diversions and shows. But she was so struck with the idea of what had happened to her in the night, that it was easy to see her thoughts were entirely taken up with it. Neither was the grand vizier's son in less tribulation, though his ambition made him disguise his feelings so well that nobody doubted of his being a happy bridegroom. Alla ad Deen, who was well acquainted with what passed in the palace, was sure the new married couple were to sleep together again, notwithstanding the troublesome adventure of the night before, and therefore, having as great an inclination to disturb them, had recourse to his lamp; and when the genie appeared and offered his service, he said to him, "The grand vizier's son and the princess Buddir al Buddoor are to sleep together again to night. Go, and as soon as they are in bed, bring the bed hither, as thou didst yesterday." The genie obeyed as faithfully and exactly as the day before. The grand vizier's son passed the night as coldly and disagreeably, and the princess had the mortification again to have Alla ad Deen for her bedfellow, with the sabre between them. The genie, according to orders, came the next morning, brought the bridegroom, laid him by his bride, and then carried the bed and new married couple back again to the palace. The sultan, after the reception the princess had given him, was very anxious to know how she had passed the second night, and therefore went into her chamber as early as the morning before. The grand vizier's son, more ashamed and mortified with the ill success of this last night, no sooner heard him coming than he jumped out of bed and ran hastily into the robing chamber. The sultan went to the princess's bedside, and after the same caresses he had given her the former morning, bade her good morrow. "Well, daughter," said he, "are you in a better humour than yesterday?" Still the princess was silent, and the sultan, perceiving her to be more troubled and in greater confusion than before, doubted not that something very extraordinary was the cause, but provoked that his daughter should conceal it, he said to her in a rage, with his sabre in his hand, "Daughter, tell me what is the matter, or I will cut off your head immediately." The princess, more frightened at the menaces and tone of the enraged sultan than at the sight of the drawn sabre, at last broke silence, and said with tears in her eyes, "My dear father and sultan, I ask your majesty's pardon if I have offended you, and hope that out of your goodness and clemency you will have compassion on me, when I shall have told you in what a miserable condition I have spent this last night as well as the preceding." After this preamble, which appeased and affected the sultan, she told him what had happened to her in so moving a manner, that he, who loved her tenderly, was most sensibly grieved. She added, "If your majesty doubts the truth of this account, you may inform yourself from my husband, who, I am persuaded, will tell you the same thing." The sultan immediately felt all the extreme uneasiness so surprising an adventure must have given the princess. "Daughter," said he, "you are much to blame for not telling me this yesterday, since it concerns me as much as yourself. I did not marry you with an intention to make you miserable, but that you might enjoy all the happiness you deserve, and might hope for from a husband who to me seemed agreeable to you. Efface all these troublesome ideas from your memory. I will take care that you shall have no more disagreeable and insupportable nights." As soon as the sultan had returned to his own apartment, he sent for the grand vizier. "Vizier," said he, "have you seen your son, and has he told you anything?" The vizier replied, "No." The sultan related all the circumstances of which the princess had informed him, and afterwards said, "I do not doubt but that my daughter has told me the truth, but nevertheless I should be glad to have it confirmed by your son, therefore go and ask him how it was." Section 18.
The grand vizier went immediately to his son, communicated what the sultan had told him, and enjoined him to conceal nothing, but to relate the whole truth. "I will disguise nothing from you, father," replied the son, "for indeed all that the princess has stated is true; but what relates particularly to myself she knows nothing of. Since my marriage I have passed 2 nights beyond imagination or expression disagreeable, not to mention the fright I was in at finding my bed lifted 4 times, transported from one place to another, without being able to guess how it was done. You may judge of the miserable condition I was in, passing 2 whole nights in nothing but my undervestments, standing in a kind of closet, unable to stir out of the place, or to make the least movement, though I could not perceive any obstacle to prevent me. Yet I must tell you, that all this ill usage does not in the least lessen those sentiments of love, respect, and gratitude I entertain for the princess, and of which she is so deserving. But I must confess, that notwithstanding all the honour and splendour that attends marrying my sovereign's daughter, I would much rather die than continue in so exalted an alliance, if I must undergo nightly much longer what I have already endured. I do not doubt but that the princess entertains the same sentiments, and that she will readily agree to a separation, which is so necessary both for her repose and mine. Therefore, father, I beg, by the same tenderness which led you to procure me so great an honour, to obtain the sultan's consent that our marriage may be declared null and void." Notwithstanding the grand vizier's ambition to have his son allied to the sultan, the firm resolution he saw he had formed to be separated from the princess made him not think it proper to propose to him to have patience for a few days, to see if this disappointment would not have an end; but he left him to give an account of what he had related to him, and without waiting till the sultan himself, whom he found disposed to it, spoke of setting aside the marriage, he begged of him to give his son leave to retire from the palace, alleging it was not just that the princess should be a moment longer exposed to so terrible a persecution upon his son's account. The grand vizier found no difficulty to obtain what he asked, as the sultan had determined already. Orders were given to put a stop to all rejoicings in the palace and town, and expresses dispatched to all parts of his dominions to countermand them, and in a short time all rejoicings ceased. This sudden and unexpected change gave rise both in the city and kingdom to various speculations and inquiries, but no other account could be given of it, except that both the vizier and his son went out of the palace very much dejected. Nobody but Alla ad Deen knew the secret. He rejoiced within himself at the happy success procured by his lamp, which now he had no more occasion to rub, to produce the genie to prevent the consummation of the marriage, as he had certain information it was broken off, and that his rival had left the palace. Neither the sultan nor the grand vizier, who had forgotten Alla ad Deen and his request, had the least thought that he had any concern in the enchantment which caused the dissolution of the marriage. Alla ad Deen waited till the 3 months were completed, which the sultan had appointed for the consummation of the marriage between the princess Buddir al Buddoor and himself, and the next day sent his mother to the palace to remind the sultan of his promise. Alla ad Deen's mother went to the palace, and stood in the same place as before in the hall of audience. The sultan no sooner cast his eyes upon her than he knew her again, remembered her business, and how long he had put her off. Therefore, when the grand vizier was beginning to make his report, the sultan interrupted him, and said, "Vizier, I see the good woman who made me the present of jewels some months ago. Forbear your report till I have heard what she has to say." The vizier, looking about the divan, perceived the tailor's widow, and sent the chief of the mace bearers to conduct her to the sultan. Alla ad Deen's mother came to the foot of the throne, prostrated herself as usual, and when she arose, the sultan asked her what she would have. "Sir," said she, "I come to represent to your majesty, in the name of my son Alla ad Deen, that the 3 months, at the end of which you ordered me to come again, are expired, and to beg you to remember your promise." The sultan, when he had fixed a time to answer the request of this good woman, little thought of hearing any more of a marriage, which he imagined must be very disagreeable to the princess, when he considered the meanness and poverty of her dress and appearance. But this summons for him to fulfil his promise was somewhat embarrassing. He declined giving an answer till he had consulted his vizier, and signified to trim the little inclination he had to conclude a match for his daughter with a stranger, whose rank he supposed to be very mean. The grand vizier freely told the sultan his thoughts, and said to him, "In my opinion, sir, there is an infallible way for your majesty to avoid a match so disproportionable, without giving Alla ad Deen, were he known to your majesty, any cause of complaint; which is, to set so high a price upon the princess, that, however rich he may be, he cannot comply with. This is the only evasion to make him desist from so bold, not to say rash, an undertaking, which he never weighed before he engaged in it." The sultan, approving of the grand vizier's advice, turned to the tailor's widow, and said to her, "Good woman,
It is true, sultans ought to abide by their word, and I am ready to keep mine, by making your son happy in marriage with the princess my daughter. But as I cannot marry her without some further valuable consideration from your son, you may tell him I will fulfil my promise as soon as he shall send me 40 trays of massive gold, full of the same sort of jewels you have already made me a present of, and carried by the like number of black slaves, who shall be led by as many young and handsome white slaves, all dressed magnificently. On these conditions I am ready to bestow the princess my daughter upon him. Therefore, good woman, go and tell him so, and I will wait till you bring me his answer." Alla ad Deen's mother prostrated herself a second time before the sultan's throne, and retired. In her way home she laughed within herself at her son's foolish imagination. "Where," says she, "can he get so many large gold trays, and such precious stones to fill them? Must he go again to that subterraneous abode, the entrance into which is stopped up, and gather them off the trees? But where will he get so many such slaves as the sultan requires? It is altogether out of his power, and I believe he will not be much pleased with my embassy this time." When she came home full of these thoughts, she said to her son, "Indeed, child, I would not have you think any farther of your marriage with the princess. The sultan received me very kindly, and I believe he was well inclined to you; but if I am not much deceived, the grand vizier has made him change his mind, as you will guess from what I have to tell you. After I had represented to his majesty that the 3 months were expired, and begged of him to remember his promise, I observed that he whispered with his grand vizier before he gave me his answer." She then gave her son an exact account of what the sultan had said to her, and the conditions on which he consented to the match. Afterwards she said to him, "The sultan expects your answer immediately; but," continued she, laughing, "I believe he may wait long enough." "Not so long, mother, as you imagine," replied Alla ad Deen. "The sultan is mistaken if he thinks by this exorbitant demand to prevent my entertaining thoughts of the princess. I expected greater difficulties, and that he would have set a higher price upon her incomparable charms. I am very well pleased. His demand is but a trifle to what I could have done for her. But while I think of satisfying his request, go and get something for our dinner, and leave the rest to me." As soon as his mother was gone out to market, Alla ad Deen took the lamp, and rubbing it, the genie appeared, and offered his service as usual. "The sultan," said Alla ad Deen to him, "gives me the princess his daughter in marriage, but demands first 40 large trays of massive gold, full of the fruits of the garden from whence I took this lamp, and these he expects to have carried by as many black slaves, each preceded by a young handsome white slave, richly clothed. Go and fetch me this present as soon as possible, that I may send it to him before the divan breaks up." The genie told him his command should be immediately obeyed, and disappeared. In a little time afterwards the genie returned with 40 black slaves, each bearing on his head a heavy tray of pure gold, full of pearls, diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and every sort of precious stones, all larger and more beautiful than those presented to the sultan. Each tray was covered with silver tissue, embroidered with flowers of gold. These, together with the white slaves, quite filled the house, which was but a small one, the little court before it, and a small garden behind. The genie asked if he had any other commands, and Alla ad Deen telling him that he wanted nothing farther, he disappeared. When Alla ad Deen's mother came from market, she was much surprised to see so many people and such vast riches. As soon as she had laid down her provisions, she was going to pull off her veil, but he prevented her, and said, "Mother, let us lose no time. Before the sultan and the divan rise, I would have you return to the palace with this present
as the dowry demanded for the princess, that he may judge by my diligence and exactness of the ardent and sincere desire I have to procure myself the honour of this alliance." Without waiting for his mother's reply, Alla ad Deen opened the street door, and made the slaves walk out, each white slave followed by a black with a tray upon his head. When they were all out, the mother followed the last black slave. He shut the door, and then retired to his chamber, full of hopes that the sultan, after this present, which was such as he required, would receive him as his son-in-law. The first white slave who went out bade all the people who were going by stop, and before they were all clear of the house, the streets were crowded with spectators, who ran to see so extraordinary and magnificent a procession. The dress of each slave was so rich, both for the stuff and the jewels, that those who were dealers in them valued each at no less than 1,000,000 of money. Besides the neatness and propriety of the dress, the noble air, fine shape, and proportion of each slave were unparalleled. Their grave walk at an equal distance from each other, the lustre of the jewels curiously set in their girdles of gold, in beautiful symmetry, and the egrets of precious stones in their turbans, which were of an unusual but elegant taste, put the spectators into such great admiration, that they could not avoid gazing at them, and following them with their eyes as far as possible. But the streets were so crowded with people, that none could move out of the spot they stood on. As they had to pass through several streets to the palace, a great part of the city had an opportunity of seeing them. As soon as the first of these slaves arrived at the palace gate, the porters formed themselves into order, taking him for a prince from the richness and magnificence of his habit, and were going to kiss the hem of his garment. But the slave, who was instructed by the genie, prevented them, and said, "We are only slaves. Our master will appear at the proper time." The first slave, followed by the rest, advanced into the second court, which was very spacious, and in which the sultan's household was ranged during the sitting of the divan. The magnificence of the officers who stood at the head of their troops was considerably eclipsed by the slaves who bore Alla ad Deen's present, of which they themselves made a part. Nothing was ever seen so beautiful and brilliant in the sultan's palace, and all the lustre of the lords of his court was not to be compared to them. As the sultan, who had been informed of their march and approach to the palace, had given orders for them to be admitted, they met with no obstacle, but went into the divan in regular order, one part filing to the right, and the other to the left. After they were all entered, and had formed a semicircle before the sultan's throne, the black slaves laid the golden trays on the carpet, prostrated themselves, touching the carpet with their foreheads, and at the same time the white slaves did the same. When they rose, the black slaves uncovered the trays, and then all stood with their arms crossed over their breasts. In the meantime, Alla ad Deen's mother advanced to the foot of the throne, and having paid her respects, said to the sultan, "Sir, my son is sensible this present which he has sent your majesty is much below the princess Buddir al Buddoor's worth, but hopes nevertheless that your majesty will accept of it, and make it agreeable to the princess, and with the greater confidence since he has endeavoured to conform to the conditions you were pleased to impose." The sultan was not able to give the least attention to this compliment. The moment he cast his eyes on the 40 trays, full of the most precious, brilliant, and beautiful jewels he had ever seen, and the 80 slaves, who appeared by the elegance of their persons, and the richness and magnificence of their dress, like so many princes, he was so struck that he could not recover from his admiration. Instead of answering the compliment of Alla ad Deen's mother, he addressed himself to the grand vizier, who could not any more than the sultan comprehend from whence such a profusion of richness could come. "Well, vizier," said he aloud, "who do you think it can be that has sent me so extraordinary a present, and neither of us know? Do you think him worthy of the princess Buddir al Buddoor, my daughter?" The vizier, notwithstanding his envy and grief to see a stranger preferred to be the sultan's son-in-law before his son, durst not disguise his sentiments. It was too visible that Alla ad Deen's present was more than sufficient to merit his being received into royal alliance. Therefore, consulting his master's feelings, he returned this answer: "I am so far from having any thoughts that the person who has made your majesty so noble a present is unworthy of the honour you would do him, that I should say he deserved much more, if I was not persuaded that the greatest treasure in the world ought not to be put in competition with the princess your majesty's daughter." This speech was applauded by all the lords who were then in council. The sultan made no longer hesitation, nor thought of informing himself whether Alla ad Deen was endowed with all the qualifications requisite in one who aspired to be his son-in-law. The sight alone of such immense riches, and Alla ad Deen's quickness in satisfying his demand, without starting the least difficulty at the exorbitant conditions he had imposed, easily persuaded him that he could want nothing to render him accomplished, and such as he desired. Therefore, to send Alla ad Deen's mother back with all the satisfaction she could desire, he said to her, "My good lady, go and tell your son that I wait with open arms to embrace him, and the more haste he makes to come and receive the princess my daughter from my hands, the greater pleasure he will do me." As soon as the tailor's widow had retired, overjoyed, as a woman in her condition must have been, to see her son raised beyond all expectations to such exalted fortune, the sultan put an end to the audience, and rising from his throne, ordered that the princess's eunuchs should come and carry the trays into their mistress's apartment, whither he went himself, to examine them with her at his leisure. The 80 slaves were conducted into the palace, and the sultan, telling the princess of their magnificent appearance, ordered them to be brought before her apartment, that she might see through the lattices he had not exaggerated in his account of them. In the mean time, Alla ad Deen's mother got home, and shewed in her air and countenance the good news she brought her son. "My son," said she to him, "you have now all the reason in the world to be pleased. You are, contrary to my expectations, arrived at the height of your desires. Not to keep you too long in suspense, the sultan, with the approbation of the whole court, has declared that you are worthy to possess the princess Buddir al Buddoor, waits to embrace you and conclude your marriage. Therefore you must think of making some preparations for your interview, which may answer the high opinion he has formed of your person; and after the wonders I have seen you do, I am persuaded nothing can be wanting. But I must not forget to tell you the sultan waits for you with great impatience, therefore lose no time in paying your respects." Alla ad Deen, enraptured with this news, and full of the object which possessed his soul, made his mother very little reply, but retired to his chamber. There, after he had rubbed his lamp, which had never failed him in whatever he wished for, the obedient genie appeared. "Genie," said Alla ad Deen, "I want to bathe immediately, and you must afterwards provide me the richest and most magnificent habit ever worn by a monarch." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the genie rendered him as well as himself invisible, and transported him into a hammam of the finest marble of all sorts of colours, where he was undressed, without seeing by whom, in a magnificent and spacious hall. From the hall he was led to the bath, which was of a moderate heat, and he was there rubbed and washed with various scented waters. After he had passed through several degrees of heat, he came out quite a different man from what he was before. His skin was clear white and red, his body lightsome and free, and when he returned into the hall, he found, instead of his own, a suit, the magnificence of which astonished him. The genie helped him to dress, and when he had done, transported him back to his own chamber, where he asked him if he had any other commands. "Yes," answered Alla ad Deen, "I expect you to bring me as soon as possible a charger that surpasses in beauty and goodness the best in the sultan's stables, with a saddle, bridle, and other caparisons worth 1,000,000 of money. I want also 20 slaves, as richly clothed as those who carried the present to the sultan, to walk by my side and follow me, and 20 more to go before me in 2 ranks. Besides these, bring my mother 6 women slaves to attend her, as richly dressed at least as any of the Princess Buddir al Buddoor's, each carrying a complete dress fit for any sultaness. I want also 10,000 pieces of gold in 10 purses. Go and make haste." As soon as Alla ad Deen had given these orders, the genie disappeared, but presently returned with the horse, the 40 slaves, 10 of whom carried each a purse containing 10,000 pieces of gold, and 6 women slaves, each carrying on her head a different dress for Alla ad Deen's mother, wrapped up in a piece of silver tissue, and presented them all to Alla ad Deen. Of the 10 purses, Alla ad Deen took 4, which he gave to his mother, telling her those were to supply her with necessaries. The other 6 he left in the hands of the slaves who brought them, with an order to throw them by handfuls among the people as they went to the sultan's palace. The 6 slaves who carried the purses he ordered likewise to march before him, 3 on the right hand and 3 on the left. Afterwards he presented the 6 women slaves to his mother, telling her they were her slaves, and that the dresses they had brought were for her use. When Alla ad Deen had thus settled matters, he told the genie he would call for him when he wanted him, and thereupon the genie disappeared. Alla ad Deen's thoughts now were only upon answering as soon as possible the desire the sultan had shown to see him. He dispatched one of the 40 slaves to the palace, with an order to address himself to the chief of the porters, to know when he might have the honour to come and throw himself at the sultan's feet. The slave soon acquitted himself of his commission, and brought for answer that the sultan waited for him with impatience. Alla ad Deen immediately mounted his charger and began his march, in the order we have already described, and though he never was on horseback before, appeared with such extraordinary grace, that the most experienced horseman would not have taken him for a novice. The streets through which he was to pass were almost instantly filled with an innumerable concourse of people, who made the air echo with acclamations, especially every time the 6 slaves who carried the purses threw handfuls of gold among the populace. Neither did these acclamations and shouts of joy come from those alone who scrambled for the money, but from a superior rank of people, who could not forbear applauding Alla ad Deen's generosity. Not only those who knew him when he played in the streets like a vagabond did not recollect him, but those who saw him but a little while before hardly recognised him, so much were his features altered. Such were the effects of the lamp, as to procure by degrees, to those who possessed it, perfections suitable to the rank to which the right use of it advanced them. Much more attention was paid to Alla ad Deen's person than to the pomp and magnificence of his attendants, as a similar show had been seen the day before, when the slaves walked in procession with the present to the sultan. Nevertheless, the horse was much admired by good judges, who knew how to discern his beauties, without being dazzled by the jewels and richness of the furniture. When the report was everywhere spread that the sultan was going to have the princess in marriage to Alla ad Deen, nobody regarded his birth, nor envied his good fortune, so worthy he seemed of it in the public opinion. Section 19. When he arrived at the palace, everything was prepared for his reception, and when he came to the gate of the second court, he would have alighted from his horse, agreeably to the custom observed by the grand vizier, the commander in chief of the empire, and governors of provinces of the first rank, But the chief of the mace-bearers, who waited on him by the sultan's order, prevented him, and attended him to the grand hall of audience, where he helped him to dismount, though Alla ad Deen endeavoured to prevent him, but could not prevail. The officers formed themselves into 2 ranks at the entrance of the hall. The chief put Alla ad Deen on his right hand, and through the midst of them led him to the sultan's throne. As soon as the sultan perceived Alla ad Deen, he was no less surprised to see him more richly and magnificently habited than ever he had been himself, than struck at his good mien, fine shape, and a certain air of unexpected dignity, very different from the meanness of his mother's late appearance. But notwithstanding, his amazement and surprise did not hinder him from rising off his throne and descending 2 or 3 steps, quick enough to prevent Alla ad Deen's throwing himself at his feet. He embraced him with all the demonstrations of joy at his arrival. After this civility, Alla ad Deen would have thrown himself at his feet again, but he held him fast by the hand, and obliged him to sit close to the throne. Alla ad Deen then addressed the sultan, saying, "I receive the honour which your majesty, out of your great condescension, is pleased to confer; but permit me to assure you, that I have not forgotten that I am your slave, that I know the greatness of your power, and that I am not insensible how much my birth is below the splendour and lustre of the high rank to which I am raised. If any way," continued he, "I could have merited so favourable a reception, I confess I owe it merely to the boldness which chance inspired in me to raise my eyes, thoughts, and desires to the divine princess, who is the object of my wishes. I ask your majesty's pardon for my rashness, but I cannot dissemble, that I should die with grief were I to lose my hopes of seeing them accomplished." "My son," answered the sultan, embracing him a second time, "you would wrong me to doubt for a moment of my sincerity. Your life from this moment is too dear to me not to preserve it, by presenting you with the remedy which is at my disposal. I prefer the pleasure of seeing and hearing you before all your treasure added to my own." After these words, the sultan gave a signal, and immediately the air echoed with the sound of trumpets, hautboys, and other musical instruments, and at the same time the sultan led Alla ad Deen into a magnificent hall, where was laid out a most splendid collation. The sultan and Alla ad Deen ate by themselves, while the grand vizier and the great lords of the court, according to their dignity and rank, sat at different tables. The conversation turned on different subjects, but all the while the sultan took so much pleasure in looking at his intended son-in-law, that he hardly ever took his eyes off him; and throughout the whole of their conversation, Alla ad Deen showed so much good sense as confirmed the sultan in the high opinion he had formed of him. After the feast, the sultan sent for the chief judge of his capital, and ordered him to draw up immediately a contract of marriage between the princess Buddir al Buddoor, his daughter, and Alla ad Deen. In the mean time, the sultan and he entered into another conversation on various subjects, in the presence of the grand vizier and the lords of the court, who all admired the solidity of his wit, the great ease and freedom wherewith he delivered himself, the justness of his remarks, and his energy in expressing them. When the judge had drawn up the contract in all the requisite forms, the sultan asked Alla ad Deen if he would stay in the palace, and solemnize the ceremonies of marriage that day, to which he answered, "Sir, though great is my impatience to enjoy your majesty's goodness, yet I beg of you to give me leave to defer it till I have built a palace fit to receive the princess. Therefore I petition you to grant me a convenient spot of ground near your palace, that I may the more frequently pay my respects, and I will take care to have it finished with all diligence." "Son," said the sultan, "take what ground you think proper, there is space enough on every quarter round my palace; but consider, I cannot see you too soon united with my daughter, which alone is wanting to complete my happiness. After these words he embraced Alla ad Deen again, who took his leave with as much politeness as if he had been bred up and had always lived at court. Alla ad Deen returned home in the order he had come, amidst the acclamations of the people, who wished him all happiness and prosperity. As soon as he dismounted, he retired to his own chamber, took the lamp, and called the genie as before, who in the usual manner made him a tender of his service. "Genie," said Alla ad Deen, "I have every reason to commend your exactness in executing hitherto punctually whatever I have demanded. But now, if you have any regard for the lamp your protector, you must show, if possible, more zeal and diligence than ever. I would have you build me, as soon as you can, a palace opposite, but at a proper distance from, the sultan's, fit to receive my spouse, the Princess Buddir al Buddoor. I leave the choice of the materials to you, that is to say, porphyry, jasper, agate, lapis lazuli, or the finest marble of various colours, and also the architecture of the building. But I expect that on the terraced roof of this palace you will build me a large hall, crowned with a dome, and having 4 equal fronts; and that instead of layers of bricks, the walls be formed of massive gold and silver, laid alternately; that each front shall contain 6 windows, the lattices of all which, except one, which must be left unfinished, shall be so enriched in the most tasteful workmanship, with diamonds, rubies, and emeralds, that they shall exceed everything of the kind ever seen in the world. I would have an inner and outer court in front of the palace, and a spacious garden; but above all things, take care that there be laid in a place which you shall point out to me, a treasure of gold and silver coin. Besides, the edifice must be well provided with kitchens and offices, storehouses, and rooms to keep choice furniture in, for every season of the year. I must have stables full of the finest horses, with their equerries and grooms, and hunting equipage. There must be officers to attend the kitchens and offices, and women slaves to wait on the princess. You understand what I mean, therefore go about it, and come and tell me when all is finished." By the time Alla ad Deen had instructed the genie resetting the building of his palace, the sun was set. The next morning, before break of day, our bridegroom, whose love for the princess would not let him sleep, was up, when the genie presented himself and said, "Sir, your palace is finished, come and see how you like it." Alla ad Deen had no sooner signified his consent than the genie transported him thither in an instant, and he found it so much beyond his expectation that he could not enough admire it. The genie led him through all the apartments, where he met with nothing but what was rich and magnificent, with officers and slaves, all habited according to their rank and the services to which they were appointed. The genie then showed him the treasury, which was opened by a treasurer, where Alla ad Deen saw heaps of purses of different sizes, piled up to the top of the ceiling, and disposed in most excellent order. The genie assured him of the treasurer's fidelity, and thence led him to the stables, where he showed him some of the finest horses in the world, and the grooms busy in dressing them. From thence they went to the storehouses, which were filled with all things necessary, both for food and ornament. When Alla ad Deen had examined the palace from top to bottom, and particularly the hall with the 24 windows, and found it much beyond whatever he could have imagined, he said, "Genie, no one can be better satisfied than I am, and indeed I should be much to blame if I found any fault. There is only one thing wanting, which I forgot to mention, that is, to lay from the sultan's palace to the door of the apartment designed for the princess, a carpet of fine velvet for her to walk upon." The genie immediately disappeared, and Alla ad Deen saw what he desired executed in an instant. The genie then returned, and carried him home before the gates of the sultan's palace were opened. When the porters, who had always been used to an open prospect, came to open the gates, they were amazed to find it obstructed, and to see a carpet of velvet spread from the grand entrance. They did not immediately look how far it extended, but when they could discern Alla ad Deen's palace distinctly, their surprise was increased. The news of so extraordinary a wonder was presently spread through the palace. The grand vizier, who arrived soon after the gates were open, being no less amazed than others at this novelty, ran and acquainted the sultan, but endeavoured to make him believe it to be all enchantment. "Vizier," replied the sultan, "why will you have it to be enchantment? You know as well as I that it must be Alla ad Deen's palace, which I gave him leave to build, for the reception of my daughter. After the proof we have had of his riches, can we think it strange that he should raise a palace in so short a time? He wished to surprise us, and let us see what wonders are to be done with money in only one night. Confess sincerely that the enchantment you talk of proceeds from a little envy, on account of your son's disappointment." The hour of going to council put an end to the conversation. When Alla ad Deen had been conveyed home, and had dismissed the genie, he found his mother up and dressing herself in one of those suits which had been brought her. By the time the sultan rose from the council, Alla ad Deen had prepared his mother to go to the palace with her slaves, and desired her, if she saw the sultan, to tell him she should do herself the honour to attend the princess towards evening to her palace. Accordingly she went, but though she and the women slaves who followed her were all dressed like sultanesses, yet the crowd was not near so great as the preceding day, because they were all veiled, and had each an upper garment on, agreeable to the richness and magnificence of their habits. Alla ad Deen mounted his horse, and took leave of his paternal house for ever, taking care not to forget his wonderful lamp, by the assistance of which he had reaped such advantages, and arrived at the utmost height of his wishes, and went to the palace in the same pomp as the day before. As soon as the porters of the sultan's palace saw Alla ad Deen's mother, they went and informed the sultan, who immediately ordered the bands of trumpets, cymbals, drums, fifes, and hautboys, placed in different parts of the palace, to play, so that the air resounded with concerts which inspired the whole city with joy. The merchants began to adorn their shops and houses with fine carpets and silks, and to prepare illuminations against night. The artisans of every description left their work, and the populace repaired to the great space between the royal palace and that of Alla ad Deen, which last drew all their attention, not only because it was new to them, but because there was no comparison between the two buildings. But their amazement was to comprehend by what unheard of miracle so magnificent a palace could have been so soon erected, it being apparent to all that there were no prepared materials or any foundations laid the day before. Alla ad Deen's mother was received in the palace with honour, and introduced into the princess Buddir al Buddoor's apartment by the chief of the eunuchs. As soon as the princess saw her, she rose, saluted, and desired her to sit down on a sofa; and while her women finished dressing and adorning her with the jewels which Alla ad Deen had presented to her, a collation was served up. At the same time the sultan, who wished to be as much with his daughter as possible before he parted with her, came in and paid the old lady great respect. Alla ad Deen's mother had talked to the sultan in public, but he had never seen her with her veil off, as she was then; and though she was somewhat advanced in years, she had the remains of a good face, which shewed what she had been in her youth. The sultan, who had always seen her dressed very meanly, not to say poorly, was surprised to find her as richly and magnificently attired as the princess his daughter. This made him think Alla ad Deen equally prudent and wise in whatever he undertook. When it was night, the princess took her leave of the sultan her father. Their adieus were tender and accompanied with tears. They embraced each other several times, and at last the princess left her apartment for Alla ad Deen's palace, with his mother on her left hand, carried in a superb litter, followed by 100 women slaves, dressed with surprising magnificence. All the bands of music, which had played from the time Alla ad Deen's mother arrived, being joined together, led the procession, followed by 100 state ushers, and the like number of black eunuchs in 2 files, with their officers at their head. 400 of the sultan's young pages carried flambeaux on each side, which, together with the illuminations of the sultan's and Alla ad Deen's palaces, made it as light as day. In this order the princess proceeded in her litter on the carpet, which was spread from the sultan's palace, preceded by bands of musicians, who, as they advanced, joining with those on the terraces of Alla ad Deen's palace, formed a concert, which increased the joyful sensations not only of the crowd assembled in the great square, but of the metropolis and its environs. At length the princess arrived at the new palace. Alla ad Deen ran with all imaginable joy to receive her at the grand entrance. His mother had taken care to point him out to the princess in the midst of the officers who surrounded him, and she was charmed with his person. "Adorable princess," said Alla ad Deen, accosting her and saluting her respectfully as soon as she had entered her apartment, "if I have the misfortune to have displeased you by my boldness in aspiring to the possession of so lovely a princess and my sultan's daughter, I must tell you that you ought to blame your bright eyes and charms, not me." "Prince, as I may now call you," answered the princess, "I am obedient to the will of my father, and it is enough for me to have seen you to tell you that I obey without reluctance." Alla ad Deen, charmed with so agreeable and satisfactory an answer, would not keep the princess standing, but took her by the hand, which he kissed with the greatest demonstration of joy, and led her into a large hall, illuminated with an infinite number of wax candles, where, by the care of the genie, a noble feast was served up. The dishes were of massive gold, and contained the most delicate viands. The vases, basins, and goblets were gold also, and of exquisite workmanship, and all the other ornaments and embellishments of the hall were answerable to this display. The princess, dazzled to see so much riches collected in one place, said to Alla ad Deen, "I thought, prince, that nothing in the world was so beautiful as the sultan my father's palace, but the sight of this hall alone is sufficient to show I was deceived." Alla ad Deen led the princess to the place appointed for her, and as soon as she and his mother were seated, a band of the most harmonious instruments, accompanied with the voices of beautiful ladies, began a concert which lasted without intermission to the end of the repast. The princess was so charmed that she declared she had never heard anything like it in the sultan her father's court, but she knew not that these musicians were fairies chosen by the genie, the slave of the lamp. When the supper was ended, there entered a company of female dancers, who performed, according to the custom of the country, several figure dances, singing at the same time verses in praise of the bride and bridegroom. About midnight Alla ad Deen's mother conducted the bride to the nuptial apartment, and he soon after retired. The next morning, when Alla ad Deen left the bridal chamber, his attendants presented themselves to dress him, and brought him another habit as rich and magnificent as that worn the day before. He then ordered one of the horses appointed for his use to be got ready, mounted him, and went in the midst of a large troop of slaves to the sultan's palace. The sultan received him with the same honours as before, embraced him, placed him on the throne near him, and ordered a collation. Alla ad Deen said, "I beg your majesty will dispense with my eating with you today. I came to entreat you to take a repast in the princess's palace, attended by your grand vizier and all the lords of your court." The sultan consented with pleasure, rose up immediately, and, preceded by the principal officers of his palace, and followed by all the great lords of his court, accompanied Alla ad Deen. The nearer the sultan approached Alla ad Deen's palace, the more he was struck with its beauty, but was much more amazed when he entered it, and could not forbear breaking out in exclamations of approbation. But when he came into the hall, and cast his eyes on the windows enriched with diamonds, rubies, emeralds, all large perfect stones, he was so much surprised that he remained some time motionless. After he recovered himself, he said to his vizier, "Is it possible that there should be such a stately palace so near my own, and I be an utter stranger to it till now?" "Sir," replied the grand vizier, "your majesty may remember that the day before yesterday you gave Alla ad Deen, whom you accepted for your son-in-law, leave to build a palace opposite your own, and that very day at sunset there was no palace on this spot, but yesterday I had the honour first to tell you that the palace was built and finished." "I remember," replied the sultan, "but never imagined that the palace was one of the wonders of the world. For where in all the world besides shall we find walls built of massive gold and silver instead of brick, stone, or marble, and diamonds, rubies, and emeralds composing the windows?" The sultan would examine and admire the beauty of all the windows, and counting them, found that there were but 23 so richly adorned, and he was greatly astonished that the 24th was left imperfect. "Vizier," said he, for that minister made a point of never leaving him, "I am surprised that a hall of this magnificence should be left thus imperfect." "Sir," replied the grand vizier, "without doubt Alla ad Deen only wanted time to finish this window like the rest, for it is not to be supposed but that he has sufficient jewels for the purpose, or that he will not complete it the first opportunity." Alla ad Deen, who had left the sultan to go and give some orders, returned just as the vizier had finished this remark. "Son," said the sultan to him, "this hall is the most worthy of admiration of any in the world. There is only one thing that surprises me, which is to find one of the windows unfinished. Is it from the forgetfulness or negligence of the workmen, or want of time, that they have not put the finishing stroke to so beautiful a piece of architecture?" "Sir," answered Alla ad Deen, "it was for none of these reasons that your majesty sees it in this state. The omission was by design. It was by my orders that the workmen left it thus, since I wished that your majesty should have the glory of finishing this hall, and of course the palace." "If you did it with this intention," replied the sultan, "I take it kindly, and will give orders about it immediately." He accordingly sent for the most considerable jewellers and goldsmiths in his capital. Alla ad Deen then conducted the sultan into the saloon, where he had regaled his bride the preceding night. The princess entered immediately afterwards, and received the sultan her father with an air that showed how happy she was with her marriage. 2 tables were immediately spread with the most delicious meats, all served up in gold dishes. The sultan, princess, Alla ad Deen, his mother, and the grand vizier sat down at the first, and all the lords of the court at the second, which was very long. The sultan was much pleased with the cookery, and owned he had never eaten anything more excellent. He said the same of the wines, which were delicious; but what he most of all admired were 4 large sideboards, profusely furnished with large flagons, basins, and cups, all of massive gold, set with jewels. He was besides charmed with several bands of music, which were ranged along the hall, and formed most agreeable concerts. When the sultan rose from the table, he was informed that the jewellers and goldsmiths attended, upon which he returned to the hall, and shewed them the window which was unfinished. "I sent for you," said he, "to fit up this window in as great perfection as the rest. Examine them well, and make all the dispatch you can." The jewellers and goldsmiths examined the 23 windows with great attention, and after they had consulted together to know what each could furnish, they returned and presented themselves before the sultan, whose principal jeweller, undertaking to speak for the rest, said, "Sir, we are all willing to exert our utmost care and industry to obey your majesty, but among us all we cannot furnish jewels enough for so great a work." "I have more than are necessary," said the sultan. "Come to my palace, and you shall choose what may answer your purpose." When the sultan returned to his palace, he ordered his jewels to be brought out, and the jewellers took a great quantity, particularly those Alla ad Deen had made him a present of, which they soon used, without making any great advance in their work. They came again several times for more, and in a month's time had not finished half their work. In short, they used all the jewels the sultan had, and borrowed of the vizier, but yet the work was not half done. Alla ad Deen, who knew that all the sultan's endeavours to make this window like the rest were in vain, sent for the jewellers and goldsmiths, and not only commanded them to desist from their work, but ordered them to undo what they had begun, and to carry all their jewels back to the sultan and to the vizier. They undid in a few hours what they had been 6 weeks about, and retired, leaving Alla ad Deen alone in the hall. He took the lamp which he carried about him, rubbed it, and presently the genie appeared. "Genie," said Alla ad Deen, "I ordered thee to leave one of the 24 windows of this hall imperfect, and thou hast executed my commands punctually. Now I would have thee make it like the rest." The genie immediately disappeared. Alla ad Deen went out of the hall, and returning soon after, found the window as he wished it to be, like the others. In the meantime, the jewellers and goldsmiths repaired to the palace, and were introduced into the sultan's presence, where the chief jeweller, presenting the precious stones which he had brought back, said, in the name of all the rest, "Your majesty knows how long we have been upon the work you were pleased to set us about, in which we used all imaginable industry. It was far advanced, when Prince Alla ad Deen commanded us not only to leave off, but to undo what we had already begun, and bring your majesty your jewels back." The sultan asked them if Alla ad Deen had given them any reason for so doing, and they answering that he had given them none, he ordered a horse to be brought, which he mounted, and rode to his son-in-law's palace, with some few attendants on foot. Section 20. When he came there, he alighted at the staircase which led up to the hall with the 24 windows, and went directly up to it, without giving previous notice to Alla ad Deen. But it happened that at that very juncture Alla ad Deen was opportunely there, and had just time to receive him at the door. The sultan, without giving Alla ad Deen time to complain obligingly of his not having given notice, that he might have acquitted himself with the more becoming respect, said to him, "Son, I come myself to know the reason why you commanded the jewellers to desist from work, and take to pieces what they had done." Alla ad Deen disguised the true reason, which was that the sultan was not rich enough in jewels to be at so great an expense, but said, "I beg of you now to see if anything is wanting." The sultan went directly to the window which was left imperfect, and when he found it like the rest, fancied that he was mistaken, examined the 2 windows on each side, and afterwards all the 24. But when he was convinced that the window which several workmen had been so long about was finished in so short a time, he embraced Alla ad Deen, and kissed him between his eyes. "My son," said he, "what a man you are to do such surprising things always in the twinkling of an eye. There is not your fellow in the world. The more I know, the more I admire you." Alla ad Deen received these praises from the sultan with modesty, and replied in these words, "Sir, it is a great honour to me to deserve your majesty's good will and approbation, and I assure you I shall study to deserve them more." The sultan returned to his palace, but would not let Alla ad Deen attend him. When he came there, he found his grand vizier waiting, to whom he related the wonder he had witnessed with the utmost admiration, and in such terms as left the minister no room to doubt but that the facet was as the sultan related it, though he was the more confirmed in his belief that Alla ad Deen's palace was the effect of enchantment, as he had told the sultan the first moment he saw it. He was going to repeat the observation, but the sultan interrupted him and said, "You told me so once before. I see, vizier, you have not forgotten your son's espousals to my daughter." The frank vizier plainly saw how much the sultan was prepossessed, therefore avoided disputes, and let him remain in his own opinion. The sultan, as soon as he rose every morning, went into the closet to look at Alla ad Deen's palace, and would go many times in a day to contemplate and admire it. Alla ad Deen did not confine himself in his palace, but took care to show himself once or twice a week in the town, by going sometimes to one mosque and sometimes to another to prayers, or to visit the grand vizier, who affected to pay his court to him on certain days, or to do the principal lords of the court the honour to return their visits after he had regaled them at his palace. Every time he went out, he caused 2 slaves who walked by the side of his horse to throw handfuls of money among the people as he passed through the streets and squares, which were generally on those occasions crowded. Besides, no one came to his palace gates to ask alms, but returned satisfied with his liberality. In short, he so divided his time that not a week passed but he went either once or twice a hunting, sometimes in the environs of the city, sometimes farther off, at which time the villages through which he passed felt the effects of his generosity, which gained him the love and blessings of the people, and it was common for them to swear by his head. Thus, without giving the least umbrage to the sultan, to whom he paid all imaginable respect, Alla ad Deen, by his affable behaviour and liberality, had won the affections of the people, and was more beloved than the sultan himself. With all these good qualities, he showed a courage and a zeal for the public good which could not be sufficiently applauded. He gave sufficient proofs of both in a revolt on the borders of the kingdom, for he no sooner understood that the sultan was levying an army to disperse the rebels, than he begged the command of it, which he found not difficult to obtain. As soon as he was empowered, he marched with so much expedition, that the sultan heard of the defeat of the rebels before he had received an account of his arrival in the army. And though this action rendered his name famous throughout the kingdom, it made no alteration in his disposition, but he was as affable after his victory as before. Alla ad Deen had conducted himself in this manner several years, when the African magician, who undesignedly had been the instrument of raising him to so high a pitch of prosperity, recalled him to his recollection in Africa, whither after his expedition he had returned; and though he was almost persuaded that Alla ad Deen must have died miserably in the subterraneous abode where he had left him, yet he had the curiosity to inform himself about his end with certainty; and as he was a great geomancer, he took out of a cupboard a square covered box, which he used in his geomantic observations, then sat himself down on the sofa, set it before him, and uncovered it. After he had prepared and levelled the sand which was in it, with an intention to discover whether or no Alla ad Deen had died in the subterraneous abode, he cast the points, drew the figures, and formed a horoscope, by which, when he came to examine it, he found that Alla ad Deen, instead of dying in the cave, had made his escape, lived splendidly, was in possession of the wonderful lamp, had married a princess, and was much honoured and respected. The magician no sooner understood, by the rules of his diabolical art, that Alla ad Deen had arrived to this height of good fortune, than his face became inflamed with anger, and he cried out in a rage, "This sorry tailor's son has discovered the secret and virtue of the lamp. I believed his death to be certain, but find that he enjoys the fruit of my labour and study. I will, however, prevent his enjoying it long, or perish in the attempt." He was not a great while deliberating on what he should do, but the next morning, mounted a barb, set forwards, and never stopped but to refresh himself and horse till he arrived at the capital of China. He alighted, took up his lodging in a khan, and stayed there the remainder of the day and the night, to refresh himself after so long a journey. The next day his first object was to inquire what people said of Alla ad Deen, and taking a walk through the town, he went to the most public and frequented places, where persons of the best distinction met to drink a certain warm liquor, which he had drunk often during his former visit. As soon as he had seated himself, he was presented with a cup of it, which he took, but listening at the same time to the discourse of the company on each side of him, he heard them talking of Alla ad Deen's palace. When he had drunk off his liquor, he joined them, and taking this opportunity, inquired particularly of what palace they spoke with so much commendation. "From whence come you?" said the person to whom he addressed himself. "You must certainly be a stranger not to have seen or heard talk of Prince Alla ad Deen's palace," for he was called so after his marriage with the princess. "I do not say," continued the man, "that it is one of the wonders of the world, but that it is the only wonder of the world, since nothing so grand, rich, and magnificent was ever beheld. Certainly you must have come from a great distance, or some obscure corner, not to have heard of it, for it must have been talked of all over the world. Go and see it, and then judge whether I have told you more than the truth." "Forgive my ignorance," replied the African magician. "I arrived here but yesterday, and came from the farthest part of Africa, where the fame of this palace had not reached when I came away. The business which brought me hither was so urgent, that my sole object was to arrive as soon as I could, without stopping anywhere, or making any acquaintance. But I will not fail to go and see it. My impatience is so great, I will go immediately and satisfy my curiosity, if you will do me the favour to show me the way thither." The person to whom the African magician addressed himself took a great pleasure in showing him the way to Alla ad Deen's palace, and he got up and went thither instantly. When he came to the palace and had examined it on all sides, he doubted not but that Alla ad Deen had made use of the lamp to build it. Without attending to the inability of a poor tailor's son, he knew that none but the genie, the slaves of the lamp, the attaining of which he had missed, could have performed such wonders; and piqued to the quick at Alla ad Deen's happiness and splendour, he returned to the khan where he lodged. The next point was to ascertain where the lamp was, whether Alla ad Deen carried it about with him, or where he kept it, and this he was to discover by an operation of geomancy. As soon as he entered his lodging, he took his square box of sand, which he always carried with him when he travelled, and after he had performed some operations, he found that the lamp was in Alla ad Deen's palace, and so great was his joy at the discovery that he could hardly contain himself. "Well," said he, "I shall have the lamp, and defy Alla ad Deen's preventing my carrying it off, and making him sink to his original meanness, from which he has taken so high a flight." It was Alla ad Deen's misfortune at that time to be absent in the chase for 8 days, and only 3 were expired, which the magician came to know by this means. After he had performed the magical operation, which gave him so much joy, he went to the superintendent of the khan, entered into conversation with him on indifferent subjects, and among the rest told him he had been to see Alla ad Deen's palace, and after exaggerating on all that he had seen most worthy of observation, added, "But my curiosity leads me farther, and I shall not be satisfied till I have seen the person to whom this wonderful edifice belongs." "That will be no difficult matter," replied the master of the khan. "There is not a day passes but he gives an opportunity when he is in town, but at present he is not at the palace, and has been gone these 3 days on a hunting match, which will last 8. The magician wanted to know no more.
He took his leave of the superintendent of the khan, and returning to his own chamber, said to himself, "This is an opportunity I ought by no means to neglect, but must make the best use of it." To that end he went to a coppersmith, and asked for 12 copper lamps. The master of the shop told him he had not so many by him, but if he would have patience till the next day, he would have them ready. The magician appointed his time, and desired him to take care that they should be handsome and well polished. After promising to pay him well, he returned to his inn. The next day the magician called for the 12 lamps, paid the man his full price, put them into a basket which he bought on purpose, and, with the basket hanging on his arm, went directly to Alla ad Deen's palace. As he approached, he began crying, "Who will change old lamps for new ones?" As he went along, a crowd of children collected, who hooted, and thought him, as did all who chanced to be passing by, a madman or a fool, to offer to change new lamps for old ones. The African magician regarded not their scoffs, hootings, or all they could say to him, but still continued crying, "Who will change old lamps for new?" He repeated this so often, walking backwards and forwards in front of the palace, that the princess, who was then in the hall with the 24 windows, hearing a man cry something, and not being able to distinguish his words, owing to the hooting of the children and increasing mob about him, sent one of her women slaves to know what he cried. The slave was not long before she returned, and ran into the hall, laughing so heartily that the princess could not forbear herself. "Well, giggler," said the princess, "will you tell me what you laugh at?" "Madam," answered the slave, laughing still, "who can forbear laughing to see a fool with a basket on his arm full of fine new lamps ask to change them for old ones? The children and mob crowding about him, so that he can hardly stir, make all the noise they can in derision of him." Another female slave hearing this, said, "Now you speak of lamps, I know not whether the princess may have observed it, but there is an old one upon a shelf of the prince's robing room, and whoever owns it will not be sorry to find a new one in its stead. If the princess chooses, she may have the pleasure of trying if this fool is so silly as to give a new lamp for an old one, without taking anything for the exchange." The lamp this slave spoke of was the wonderful lamp which Alla ad Deen had laid upon the shelf before he departed for the chase. This he had done several times before, but neither the princess, the slaves, nor the eunuchs had ever taken notice of it. At all other times, except when hunting, he carried it about his person. The princess, who knew not the value of this lamp, and the interest that Alla ad Deen, not to mention herself, had to keep it safe, entered into the pleasantry, and commanded a eunuch to take it and make the exchange. The eunuch obeyed, went out of the hall, and no sooner got to the palace gates than he saw the African magician, called to him, and showing him the old lamp, said, "Give me a new lamp for this." The magician never doubted but that this was the lamp he wanted. There could be no other such in this palace, where every utensil was gold or silver. He snatched it eagerly out of the eunuch's hand, and thrusting it as far as he could into his breast, offered him his basket, and bade him choose which he liked best. The eunuch picked out one, and carried it to the princess, but the exchange was no sooner made than the place rung with the shouts of the children, deriding the magician's folly. The African magician gave everybody leave to laugh as much as they pleased. He stayed not long near the palace, but made the best of his way, without crying any longer, "New lamps for old ones." His end was answered, and by his silence he got rid of the children and the mob. As soon as he was out of the square between the two palaces, he hastened down the streets which were the least frequented, and having no more occasion for his lamps or basket, set all down in an alley, where nobody saw him.
Then going down another street or two, he walked till he came to one of the city gates, and pursuing his way through the suburbs, which were very extensive, at length reached a lonely spot, where he stopped for a time to execute the design he had in contemplation, never caring for his horse, which he had left at the khan, but thinking himself perfectly compensated by the treasure he had acquired. Section 21. In this place the African magician passed the remainder of the day, till the darkest time of night, when he pulled the lamp out of his breast and rubbed it. At that summons the genie appeared and said, "What wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those who have that lamp in their hands, both I and the other slaves of the lamp." "I command thee," replied the magician, "to transport me immediately, and the palace which thou and the other slaves of the lamp have built in this city, with all the people in it, to Africa." The genie made no reply, but with the assistance of the other genii, the slaves of the lamp immediately transported him and the palace entire to the spot whither he was desired to convey it. As soon as the sultan rose the next morning, according to custom, he went into his closet, to have the pleasure of contemplating and admiring Alla ad Deen's palace. But when he first looked that way, and instead of a palace saw an empty space, such as it was before the palace was built, he thought he was mistaken, and rubbed his eyes. But when he looked again, he still saw nothing more the second time than the first, though the weather was fine, the sky clear, and the dawn advancing had made all objects very distinct. He looked again in front, to the right and left, but beheld nothing more than he had formerly been used to see from his window. His amazement was so great that he stood for some time turning his eyes to the spot where the palace had stood, but where it was no longer to be seen. He could not comprehend how so large a palace as Alla ad Deen's, which he had seen plainly every day for some years, and but the day before, should vanish so soon, and not leave the least remains behind. "Certainly," said he to himself, "I am not mistaken. It stood there. If it had fallen, the materials would have lain in heaps, and if it had been swallowed up by an earthquake, there would be some mark left." At last, though he was convinced that no palace stood now opposite his own, he could not help staying some time at his window, to see whether he might not be mistaken. At last he retired to his apartment, not without looking behind him before he quitted the spot, ordered the grand vizier to be sent for with expedition, and in the meantime sat down, his mind agitated by so many different conjectures that he knew not what to resolve. The grand vizier did not make the sultan wait long for him, but came with so much precipitation that neither he nor his attendants as they passed missed Alla ad Deen's palace, neither did the porters when they opened the palace gates observe any alteration. When he came into the sultan's presence, he said to him, "The haste in which your majesty sent for me makes me believe something extraordinary has happened, since you know that this is a day of public audience, and I should not have failed of attending at the usual time." "Indeed," said the sultan, "it is something very extraordinary, as you say, and you will allow it to be so. Tell me what is become of Alla ad Deen's palace." "His palace?" replied the grand vizier in amazement. "I thought as I passed it stood in its usual place. Such substantial buildings are not so easily removed." "Go into my closet," said the sultan, "and tell me if you can see it." The grand vizier went into the closet, where he was struck with no less amazement than the sultan had been. When he was well assured that there was not the least appearance of this palace, he returned to the sultan. "Well," said the sultan, "have you seen Alla ad Deen's palace?" "No," answered the vizier, "but your majesty may remember that I had the honour to tell you that palace, which was the subject of your admiration, with all its immense riches,
was only the work of magic and a magician, but your majesty would not pay the least attention to what I said." The sultan, who could not deny what the grand vizier had represented to him, flew into the greater passion. "Where is that impostor, that wicked wretch?" said he, "that I may have his head taken off immediately?" "Sir," replied the grand vizier, "it is some days since he came to take his leave of your majesty, on pretence of hunting. He ought to be sent for, to know what is become of his palace, since he cannot be ignorant of what has been transacted." "That is too great an indulgence," replied the sultan. "Command a detachment of horse to bring him to me loaded with chains." The grand vizier gave orders for a detachment, and instructed the officer who commanded them how they were to act, that Alla ad Deen might not escape. The detachment pursued their orders, and about 5 or 6 leagues from the town met him returning from the chase. The officer advanced respectfully, and informed him the sultan was so impatient to see him, that he had sent his party to accompany him home. Alla ad Deen had not the least suspicion of the true reason of their meeting him, but when he came within half a league of the city, the detachment surrounded him, when the officer addressed himself to him, and said, "Prince, it is with great regret that I declare to you the sultan's order to arrest you, and to carry you before him as a criminal. I beg of you not to take it ill that we acquit ourselves of our duty, and to forgive us." Alla ad Deen, who felt himself innocent, was much surprised at this declaration, and asked the officer if he knew what crime he was accused of, who replied he did not. Then Alla ad Deen, finding that his retinue was much inferior to this detachment, alighted off his horse, and said to the officers, "Execute your orders. I am not conscious that I have committed any offence against the sultan's person or government." A heavy chain was immediately put about his neck, and fastened round his body, so that both his arms were pinioned down. The officer then put himself at the head of the detachment, and one of the troopers taking hold of the end of the chain, and proceeding after the officer, led Alla ad Deen, who was obliged to follow him on foot, into the city. When this detachment entered the suburbs, the people, who saw Alla ad Deen thus led as a state criminal, never doubted but that his head was to be cut off; and as he was generally beloved, some took sabres and other arms, and those who had none gathered stones, and followed the escort. The last division faced about to disperse them, but their numbers presently increased so much that the soldiery began to think it would be well if they could get into the sultan's palace before Alla ad Deen was rescued, to prevent which, according to the different extent of the streets, they took care to cover the ground by extending or closing. In this manner they with great difficulty arrived at the palace square, and there drew up in a line, till their officer and troopers with Alla ad Deen had got within the gates, which were immediately shut. Alla ad Deen was carried before the sultan, who waited for him, attended by the grand vizier, in a balcony, and as soon as he saw him, he ordered the executioner, who waited there for the purpose, to strike off his head, without hearing him or giving him leave to clear himself. As soon as the executioner had taken off the chain that was fastened about Alla ad Deen's neck and body, and laid down a skin stained with the blood of the many he had executed, he made the supposed criminal kneel down, and tied a bandage over his eyes. Then drawing his sabre, took his aim by flourishing it 3 times in the air, waiting for the sultan's giving the signal to strike. At that instant the grand vizier, perceiving that the populace had forced the guard of horse, crowded the great square before the palace, and were scaling the walls in several places, and beginning to pull them down to force their way in, he said to the sultan, before he gave the signal, "I beg of your majesty to consider what you are going to do, since you will hazard your palace being destroyed, and who knows what fatal consequence may follow." "My palace forced!" replied the sultan. "Who can have that audacity?" "Sir,"
answered the grand vizier, if your majesty will but cast your eyes towards the great square, and on the palace walls, you will perceive the truth of what I say." The sultan was so much alarmed when he saw so great a crowd, and how enraged they were, that he ordered the executioner to put his sabre immediately into the scabbard, to unbind Alla ad Deen, and at the same time commanded the porters to declare to the people that the sultan had pardoned him, and that they might retire. Those who had already got upon the walls, and were witnesses of what had passed, abandoned their design and got quickly down, overjoyed that they had saved the life of a man they dearly loved, and published the news amongst the rest, which was presently confirmed by the mace bearers from the top of the terraces. The justice which the sultan had done to Alla ad Deen soon disarmed the populace of their rage. The tumult abated, and the mob dispersed. When Alla ad Deen found himself at liberty, he turned towards the balcony, and perceiving the sultan, raised his voice, and said to him in a moving manner, "I beg of your majesty to add one favour more to that which I have already received, which is, to let me know my crime." "Your crime!" answered the sultan. "Perfidious wretch! Do you not know it? Come hither, and I will show it you." Alla ad Deen went up, when the sultan, going before him without looking at him, said, "Follow me," and then led him into his closet. When he came to the door, he said, "Go in. You ought to know whereabouts your palace stood. Look round, and tell me what is become of it." Alla ad Deen looked, but saw nothing. He perceived the spot upon which his palace had stood, but not being able to divine how it had disappeared, was thrown into such confusion and amazement that he could not return one word of answer. The sultan, growing impatient, demanded of him again, "Where is your palace, and what is become of my daughter?" Alla ad Deen, breaking silence, replied, "Sir, I perceive and own that the palace which I have built is not in its place, but is vanished. Neither can I tell your majesty where it may be, but can assure you I had no concern in its removal." "I am not so much concerned about your palace," replied the sultan. "I value my daughter 10,000 times more, and would have you find her out; otherwise I will cause your head to be struck off, and no consideration shall divert me from my purpose." "I beg of your majesty," answered Alla ad Deen, "to grant me 40 days to make my inquiries; and if in that time I have not the success I wish, I will offer my head at the foot of your throne, to be disposed of at your pleasure." "I give you the 40 days you ask," said the sultan; "but think not to abuse the favour I shew you, by imagining you shall escape my resentment; for I will find you out in whatsoever part of the world you may conceal yourself." Alla ad Deen went out of the sultan's presence with great humiliation, and in a condition worthy of pity. He crossed the courts of the palace, hanging down his head, and in such great confusion that he durst not lift up his eyes. The principal officers of the court, who had all professed themselves his friends, and whom he had never disobliged, instead of going up to him to comfort him and offer him a retreat in their houses, turned their backs to avoid seeing him. But had they accosted him with a word of comfort or offer of service, they would have no more known Alla ad Deen. He did not know himself, and was no longer in his senses, as plainly appeared by his asking everybody he met, and at every house, if they had seen his palace, or could tell him any news of it. These questions made the generality believe that Alla ad Deen was mad. Some laughed at him, but people of sense and humanity, particularly those who had had any connection of business or friendship with him, really pitied him. For 3 days he rambled about the city in this manner, without coming to any resolution, or eating anything but what some compassionate people forced him to take out of charity. At last, as he could no longer in his unhappy condition stay in a city where he had lately been next to the sultan, he took the road to the country, and after he had traversed several fields in wild uncertainty, at the approach of night came to the bank of a river. There, possessed by his despair, he said to himself, "Where shall I seek my palace? In what province, country, or part of the world shall I find that and my dear princess whom the sultan expects from me? I shall never succeed. I had better free myself at once from fruitless endeavours, and such bitter grief as preys upon me." He was just going to throw himself into the river, but as a good Mussulman, true to his religion, he thought he should not do it without first saying his prayers. Going to prepare himself, he went to the river's brink, in order to perform the usual ablutions. The place being steep and slippery from the water beating against it, he slid down, and had certainly fallen into the river but for a little rock which projected about 2 feet out of the earth. Happily also for him, he still had on the ring which the African magician had put on his finger before he went down into the subterraneous abode to fetch the precious lamp. In slipping down the bank he rubbed the ring so hard by holding on the rock, that immediately the same genie appeared whom he had seen in the cave where the magician had left him. "What wouldst thou have?" said the genie. "I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those that have that ring on their finger, both I and the other slaves of the ring." Alla ad Deen, agreeably surprised at an apparition he so little expected in his present calamity, replied, "Save my life, genie, a second time, either by shewing me to the place where the palace I caused to be built now stands, or immediately transporting it back where it first stood." "What you command me," answered the genie, "is not wholly in my power. I am only the slave of the ring. You must address yourself to the slave of the lamp." "If that be the case," replied Alla ad Deen, "I command thee, by the power of the ring, to transport me to the spot where my palace stands, in what part of the world soever it may be, and set me down under the window of the princess Buddir al Buddoor." These words were no sooner out of his mouth than the genie transported him into Africa, to the midst of a large plain where his palace stood, at no great distance from a city, and placing him exactly under the window of the princess's apartment, left him. All this was done almost in an instant. Alla ad Deen, notwithstanding the darkness of the night, knew his palace and the princess Buddir al Buddoor's apartment again; but as the night was far advanced and all was quiet in the palace, he retired to some distance, and sat down at the foot of a large tree. There, full of hopes, and reflecting on his happiness, for which he was indebted to chance, he found himself in a much more comfortable situation than when he was arrested and carried before the sultan, being now delivered from the immediate danger of losing his life. He amused himself for some time with these agreeable thoughts, but not having slept for 2 days, was not able to resist the drowsiness which came upon him, but fell fast asleep. The next morning, as soon as day appeared, Alla ad Deen was agreeably awakened by the singing not only of the birds which had roosted in the tree under which he had passed the night, but also of those which frequented the thick groves of the palace garden. When he cast his eyes on that wonderful edifice, he felt inexpressible joy at thinking he might possibly soon be master of it again, and once more possess his dear princess Buddir al Buddoor. Pleased with these hopes, he immediately arose, went towards the princess's apartment, and walked some time under her window, in expectation of her rising, that he might see her. During this expectation, he began to consider with himself whence the cause of his misfortune had proceeded; and after mature reflection, he no longer doubted that it was owing to having trusted the lamp out of his sight. He accused himself of negligence in letting it be a moment away from him;
But what puzzled him most was, that he could not imagine who had been so envious of his happiness. He would soon have guessed this, if he had known that both he and his palace were in Africa, the very name of which would soon have made him remember the magician, his declared enemy. But the genie, the slave of the ring, had not made the least mention of the name of the country, nor had Alla ad Deen inquired. The princess rose earlier that morning than she had done since her transportation into Africa by the magician, whose presence she was forced to support once a day, because he was master of the palace. But she had always treated him so harshly that he dared not reside in it. As she was dressing, one of the women, looking through the window, perceived Alla ad Deen, and instantly told her mistress. The princess, who could not believe the joyful tidings, hastened herself to the window, and seeing Alla ad Deen, immediately opened it. The noise of opening the window made Alla ad Deen turn his head that way, and perceiving the princess, he saluted her with an air that expressed his joy. "To lose no time," said she to him, "I have sent to have the private door opened for you. Enter and come up." The private door, which was just under the princess's apartment, was soon opened, and Alla ad Deen conducted up into the chamber. It is impossible to express the joy of both at seeing each other, after so cruel a separation. After embracing and shedding tears of joy, they sat down, and Alla ad Deen said, "I beg of you, princess, in God's name, before we talk of anything else, to tell me, both for your own sake, the sultan your father's, and mine, what is become of an old lamp, which I left upon a shelf in my robing chamber when I departed for the chase." "Alas, dear husband," answered the princess, "I was afraid our misfortune might be owing to that lamp, and what grieves me most is, that I have been the cause of it." "Princess," replied Alla ad Deen, "do not blame yourself, since it was entirely my fault, for I ought to have taken more care of it. But let us now think only of repairing the loss. Tell me what has happened, and into whose hands it has fallen." The princess then related how she had changed the old lamp for a new one, which she ordered to be fetched, that he might see it; and how the next morning she found herself in the unknown country they were then in, which she was told was Africa, by the traitor who had transported her thither by his magic art. "Princess," said Alla ad Deen, interrupting her, "you have informed me who the traitor is, by telling me we are in Africa. He is the most perfidious of men. But this is neither a time nor place to give you a full account of his villainies. I desire you only to tell me what he has done with the lamp, and where he has put it." "He carries it carefully wrapped up in his bosom," said the princess, "and this I can assure you, because he pulled it out before me, and shewed it to me in triumph." "Princess," said Alla ad Deen, "do not be displeased that I trouble you with so many questions, since they are equally important to us both. But to come to what most particularly concerns me, tell me, I conjure you, how so wicked and perfidious a man treats you." "Since I have been here," replied the princess, "he repairs once every day to see me, and I am persuaded the little satisfaction he receives from his visits makes him come no oftener. All his addresses tend to persuade me to break that faith I have pledged to you, and to take him for my husband, giving me to understand I need not entertain hopes of ever seeing you again, for that you were dead, having had your head struck off by the sultan my father's order. He added, to justify himself, that you were an ungrateful wretch, that your good fortune was owing to him, and a great many other things of that nature, which I forbear to repeat. But as he received no other answer from me but grievous complaints and tears, he was always forced to retire with as little satisfaction as he came. I doubt not his intention is to allow me time to overcome my grief, in hopes that afterwards I may change my sentiments, and if I persevere in an obstinate refusal, to use violence.
but my dear husband's presence removes all my apprehensions." "I am confident my attempts to punish the magician will not be in vain," replied Alla ad Deen, "since my princess's fears are removed, and I think I have found the means to deliver you from both your enemy and mine. To execute this design, it is necessary for me to go to the town. I shall return by noon, will then communicate my design, and what must be done by you to ensure success. But that you may not be surprised, I think it proper to acquaint you that I shall change my apparel, and beg of you to give orders that I may not wait long at the private door, but that it may be opened at the first knock." All which the princess promised to observe. When Alla ad Deen was out of the palace, he looked round him on all sides, and perceiving a peasant going into the country, hastened after him, and when he had overtaken him, made a proposal to him to change habits, which the man agreed to. When they had made the exchange, the countryman went about his business, and Alla ad Deen went to the city. After traversing several streets, he came to that part of the town where all descriptions of merchants and artisans had their particular streets, according to their trades. He went into that of the druggists, and going into one of the largest and best furnished shops, asked the druggist if he had a certain powder, which he named. The druggist, judging Alla ad Deen by his habit to be very poor, and that he had not money enough to pay for it, told him he had it, but that it was very dear. Upon which Alla ad Deen penetrated his thoughts, pulled out his purse, and showing him some gold, asked for half a dram of the powder, which the druggist weighed, wrapped up in paper, and gave him, telling him the price was a piece of gold. Alla ad Deen put the money into his hand, and staying no longer in the town than just to get a little refreshment, returned to the palace, where he waited not long at the private door. When he came into the princess's apartment, he said to her, "Princess, perhaps the aversion you tell me you have for your ravisher may be an objection to your executing what I am going to propose; but permit me to say, it is proper that you should at this juncture dissemble a little, and do violence to your inclinations, if you would deliver yourself from him, and give my lord the sultan your father the satisfaction of seeing you again. If you will take my advice," continued he, "dress yourself this moment in one of your richest habits, and when the African magician comes, make no difficulty to give him the best reception. Receive him with a cheerful countenance, so that he may imagine time has removed your affliction and disgust at his addresses. In your conversation let him understand that you strive to forget me, and that he may be the more fully convinced of your sincerity, invite him to sup with you, and tell him you should be glad to taste of some of the best wines of his country. He will presently go to fetch you some. During his absence, put into one of the cups you are accustomed to drink out of this powder, and setting it by, charge the slave you may order that night to attend you, on a signal you shall agree upon, to bring that cup to you. When the magician and you have eaten and drunk as much as you choose, let her bring you the cup, and then change cups with him. He will esteem it so great a favour that he will not refuse, but eagerly quaff it off. But no sooner will he have drunk than you will see him fall backwards. If you have any reluctance to drink out of his cup, you may pretend only to do it, without fear of being discovered, for the effect of the powder is so quick that he will not have time to know whether you drink or not." When Alla ad Deen had finished, "I own," answered the princess, "I shall do myself great violence in consenting to make the magician such advances as I see are absolutely necessary. But what cannot one resolve to do against a cruel enemy? I will therefore follow your advice, since both my repose and yours depend upon it." After the princess had agreed to the measures proposed by Alla ad Deen, he took his leave, and went and spent the rest of the day in the neighbourhood of the palace till it was night, and he might safely return to the private door. The princess, who had remained inconsolable at being separated not only from her husband, whom she had loved from the first moment, and still continued to love more out of inclination than duty, but also from the sultan her father, who had always showed the most tender and paternal affection for her, had, ever since their cruel separation, lived in great neglect of her person. She had almost forgotten the neatness so becoming persons of her sex and quality, particularly after the first time the magician paid her a visit, and she had understood by some of the women, who knew him again, that it was he who had taken the old lamp in exchange for a new one, which rendered the sight of him more abhorred. However, the opportunity of taking the revenge he deserved made her resolve to gratify Alla ad Deen. As soon therefore as he was gone, she sat down to dress, and was attired by her women to the best advantage in the richest habit of her wardrobe. Her girdle was of the finest and largest diamonds, set in gold, her necklace of pearls, 6 on a side, so well proportioned to that in the middle, which was the largest ever seen, and invaluable that the greatest sultaness would have been proud to have been adorned with only 2 of the smallest. Her bracelets, which were of diamonds and rubies intermixed, corresponded admirably to the richness of the girdle and necklace. When the Princess Buddir al Buddoor was completely dressed, she consulted her glass and women upon her adjustment, and when she found she wanted no charms to flatter the foolish passion of the African magician, she sat down on a sofa expecting his arrival. The magician came at the usual hour, and as soon as he entered the great hall where the princess waited to receive him, she rose with an enchanting grace and smile, and pointed with her hand to the most honourable place, waiting till he sat down, that she might sit at the same time, which was a civility she had never shown him before. The African magician, dazzled more with the lustre of the princess's eyes than the glittering of the jewels with which she was adorned, was much surprised. The smiling and graceful air with which she received him, so opposite to her former behaviour, quite fascinated his heart. When he was seated, the princess, to free him from his embarrassment, broke silence first, looking at him all the time in such a manner as to make him believe that he was not so odious to her as she had given him to understand hitherto, and said, "You are doubtless amazed to find me so much altered to-day, but your surprise will not be so great when I acquaint you that I am naturally of a disposition so opposite to melancholy and grief, sorrow and uneasiness, that I always strive to put them as far away as possible when I find the subject of them is past. I have reflected on what you told me of Alla ad Deen's fate, and know my father's temper so well, that I am persuaded with you he could not escape the terrible effects of the sultan's rage. Therefore, should I continue to lament him all my life, my tears cannot recall him. For this reason, since I have paid all the duties decency requires of me to his memory, now he is in the grave, I think I ought to endeavour to comfort myself. These are the motives of the change you see in me. I am resolved to banish melancholy entirely, and persuaded that you will bear me company to-night, I have ordered a supper to be prepared. But as I have no wines but those of China, I have a great desire to taste of the produce of Africa, and doubt not you are procuring some of the best." The African magician, who had looked upon the happiness of getting so soon and so easily into the Princess Buddir al Buddoor's good graces as impossible, could not think of words expressive enough to testify how sensible he was of her favours; but to put an end the sooner to a conversation which would have embarrassed him, if he had engaged farther in it, he turned it upon the wines of Africa, and said, "Of all the advantages Africa can boast, that of producing the most excellent wines is one of the principal. I have a vessel of 7 years old, which has never been broached, and it is indeed not praising it too much to say it is the finest wine in the world."
"If my princess," added he, "will give me leave, I will go and fetch 2 bottles, and return again immediately." "I shall be sorry to give you that trouble," replied the princess. "You had better send for them." "It is necessary I should go myself," answered the African magician, "for nobody but myself knows where the key of the cellar is laid, or has the secret to unlock the door." "If it be so," said the princess, "make haste back, for the longer you stay, the greater will be my impatience, and we shall sit down to supper as soon as you return." Section 23.